Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
After a while, there are swimsuits of different colors and sizes floating on the water, and various voices and words are endless, one after another. Who did it? Fast Power. Ballistic or Jesse? The person lying next to the pool also cursed loudly because of the trouble. Ballistic and Jesse curled their lips as if they were at each other. It's on the same level again, dash. You two like to compare so much. Why don't you take off each other's body first? Catwoman lay on the bench, one hand as if inadvertently blocking the front, one hand holding the wine glass and taking a sip with a smile. Road. In an instant, the light of two supernatural powers lit up. Hey, don't run around, we can't see it at all. That's right. Seeing the two running around, only the light could be seen, and the others said dissatisfiedly. Look at me. The Joker girl laughed and the yellow light ring instantly lit up, and in an instant a runway appeared above everyone's heads. Ballistics and Jesse rushed in. Now you can see clearly. Whoever loses will fall. As soon as the Joker girl's laughter fell, she heard two plops, and the ballistic fell at the same time as Jesse. It's a tie again. But no one cares about the result, as long as everyone is the same, specialization is a must. Eating, drinking, and having fun, let alone they let go, even Sheng let go, and it was a great time to play. Whoever gets tired will find a place to rest, and whoever wants to play will continue to play. Free, relaxed, unscrupulous. No one cares about time anymore in such an atmosphere, and happy times always pass very fast. A long time has passed without knowing it, and in this playground, there are also automated daytime and the night is divided. When the night falls, the surrounding lights are brightly lit, and there are already a few people less unknowingly. In the lobby of the hotel, Sheng lay on the sofa to rest. Said it is a hotel, it is actually a big vacation villa. Sheng's physique alcohol is useless to him, but Sheng is still very happy, very floating, the atmosphere is too high. Such a party, the more people there are, the more fun it is. Sheng chuckled and saw Lily walk over in a blink of an eye. As soon as she got to her side, she threw herself directly into Sheng's arms and seemed to be drunk. NS. Basically, there was no opportunity for Sheng to speak at all. Just like a migratory bird returning to the nest and an old horse knowing the way, he took the initiative. Among the many pillows, although Lily is not the most favorite, she is definitely the most satisfying. Sheng's thoughts have naturally evoked when she meets after a long absence. He likes the new and dislikes the old, but Lily hasn't gotten her tired of the old, so when the others returned to the villa one after another to rest, they were shocked by the two people's direct shock. Some people hurriedly left and hurried upstairs. Some people are very interested in watching and even commenting. Some definitely just passed by boldly. For example, Joker Girl, Thea, Black Sea Monster, etc. Sheng was a little surprised that Laura, who has always been a little bit suffocated, turned out to be too. Take the initiative to come over. The party is hilarious, but the night is not quiet. However, after the excitement, the alcohol slowly surged, and many people slept very hard and were almost unaffected. The sky is getting brighter. There was a continuous ups and downs of bitterness. Some people marveled at the absurdity of last night, and some people complained repeatedly because of the uncomfortable hangover. After the meeting, they were a little embarrassed, but they soon became acquainted with each other, washing and getting dressed. Where is he? Where is Felicity? They glanced at each other but found that Sheng and Felicity were not there. Everyone looked for rooms one by one, and soon found Sheng and Felicity sleeping in a certain room. A girlfriend is a girlfriend, and he still has a conscience. Catwoman said with a curled lips. If it weren't for everyone's drunk yesterday, Felicity wouldn't have let it go. But I didn't expect Su Sheng to have a conscience. After the absurdity, he knew to come to Felicity and remembered his real girlfriend. Although a group of people did not deliberately make a noise, Su Sheng and Felicity were still woken up. Felicity was somewhat embarrassed, but they still got up to wash. The party is over. Su Sheng brought them out. On the discipleship, Su Sheng released a beam of light to restore them to normal. Okay, everyone had a great time yesterday, and I am also very happy. But seeing you are all cleaned up, presumably you don't plan to continue, so, who is going, where, tell me, I will send you go back. Su Sheng said with a smile. When it was time to return to Star City, Huaxing City, to return to Central City, Huazhong City, the crowd that was still crowded became empty in a blink of an eye. In the end, only Joker, Oracle, Joan Liao, Firestorm and Carol Ferris were left. Joan Liaoan helped everyone make a cup of coffee, and the others felt a little uncomfortable with a hangover. Su Sheng drank coffee and chatted with the female Firestorm, asked where the two of them had gone, and talked about the funny things that happened after the separation, until the two of them also left in the afternoon. Aren't you going back to the company? Su Sheng looked at Carol Ferris and asked. Seeing her look change, there should be some news, right? Carol Ferris nodded. It's a bit complicated, come with me. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hal Jordan, do you remember? It was the flight man you sent back. His tomb was dug up and the body was gone. After hanging up the phone, Carol Ferris said to Su Sheng with an ugly face. It's up to you. Su Sheng shrugged indifferently and hit hatch. It was too late yesterday, I will go to bed again. The phone's ringing suddenly rang, and Carol Ferris was stunned and hurriedly connected. Joker Girl and Oracle almost speak in unison. You look at the house. Su Sheng said to Cheong Liao En, and asked Carlo Ferris about the location to release directly. Vibe wormhole took them over. This is a green light, not a black light. You can't always choose a dead man for a green light ring, right? Alright. Although he was a little sleepy just now, Su Sheng is now energetic. Me too. Hal Jordan's body. Where did Hal Jordan's body go? I am coming too. Ring ling ling. I'll go too. The Joker woman raised her hand. Do you know what happened? Su Sheng nodded and asked. Carol Ferris shook his head. It's okay to go back to the company, but it's better to wait for the news. If you have news, you can also notify you as soon as possible. Cemetery. Hal Jordan's tombstone fell to the ground and shattered into several pieces. The tomb was enlarged several times as if it had been blown up, and the fragments of the coffin buried in the soil could still be seen faintly. There is a long trace not far away, which seems to be caused by a person gliding on the ground. Near the cemetery, people from the Tianyanhui have sealed off here, and there are two acquaintances in charge of the scene. One is Laurel's mother, Dinah Lance, and the other is Katana from Suicide Squad. As for Suicide Squad, the other two people have not seen it. As Batman's disciple, Oracle started to look around as soon as she arrived at the scene. The Joker girl pouted and wandered around and didn't know whether she was looking for clues or she was just panicking. Dinah Lance and Katana walked over and nodded at Su Sheng and Carol Ferris with complicated expressions and then talked. At noon, we learned about what happened here when we received the alarm. Hal Jordan's body was missing, and there were signs of fighting nearby. I asked the people in the cemetery and he didn't hear any noise or saw anyone. The whole process of analysis should be over very soon. Dinah Lance first introduced the basic situation and then continued, I doubt. Aliens did it. Oracle walked over to take the conversation. This trace is very wide, but there is only one obvious new footprint around it. One person can't make this effect, so I suspect, at least 3 people. One is the person who left the footprint, and the other 2 are likely to be flying aliens, and they should have fought with each other, this trace is left by one of them. Dinah Lance nodded, which was similar to the result of her analysis. 3 people. Carol Ferris was stunned. If there are 2 really aliens, but what do they want Hal's body? If you dispose of their people, they dispose of your body to vent their anger. The Joker woman answered. People from the Green Lantern Corps. They shouldn't be so ignorant, and if they are all members of the Green Lantern Corps, how can they fight each other? The key is the person who left their footprints. If you find this person, you should be able to figure out the passing. Oracle said. I'll come. The Joker girl yelled in excitement and then activated the yellow light ring and began to scan the footprints. Scan this footprint and search for comparison. Found it. After a long while, the Joker girl yelled, and she quickly realized the person the footprints belonged to. A middle-aged man who looks ordinary. William Hand? Carol Ferris asked in surprise. I remember him, he was the person in charge of a funeral home in Seaside City, and he was in charge of Hal Jordan's funeral. Could this footprint be collected wrong? Maybe it was left during the funeral before. Impossible. Oracle shook his head. I have surveyed, and this footprint is new. Perhaps he is here to check the follow-up. Carol Ferris retorted subconsciously. Doesn't she have any special senses for this William Hand, but she just thinks that he is unlikely to be related to this matter. What do you think? Dinah Lance asked Su Sheng, who was silent. Su Sheng seemed to be thinking about something. He cocked the corner of his mouth and said, if you find him and ask, you will know. Go to the funeral home first. Carol Ferris said. Dinah Lance nodded and quickly recruited a few cars. I'll lead the way. Carol Ferris took the initiative to get into a car, and Dinah Lance got in the co-pilot. Joker Girl, Su Sheng, Oracle sat in the back. Several vehicles quickly left the cemetery. Su Sheng sat in the middle of the back row, leaning back slightly, spreading his arms around the Joker Girl and Oracle, squinting his eyes with a look of renewed energy. Joker played with the yellow light ring as if she was still looking up William Hand's information, and Oracle turned her head slightly as if she was also thinking about the case. Quiet and harmonious. The situation in the back row surprised Dinah Lance. Didn't it mean that the Joker female player Oracle was paralyzed? Although I know that Oracle seems to be good, how can they be held by Su Sheng at the same time in such harmony? This is too unscientific, right? She turned her head to look at Carol Ferris, and Carol Ferris seemed to be very calm and somewhat eccentric. Is this what happened? This guy is a necrophilia, he must have stolen the corpse of something. I hate this place. Su Sheng didn't turn his head, just said something lowly. Then let's go. Oracle said softly while supporting Su Sheng's arm. She was stunned and walked to Su Sheng's side subconsciously. Hey, I found it. The Joker Girl suddenly yelled, and 4.1 people turned around subconsciously to look, and saw the Joker Girl excitedly said, I found this guy's record of going to the psychiatrist by the way. Looking at his psychological evaluation report, I can tell you with my professional knowledge. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. William Hand didn't come to the funeral home today, and the phone couldn't get through. Dinah Lance asked to go to William Hand's house and went to his office. P.S. William Hand's role in the big event is extraordinary, and he can be regarded as a top villain. The Joker female shook her head and said, You don't understand this. There are also many kinds of necrophilia. He is obviously obsessed with death and corpses. William Hand's funeral home. This harmony and quiet continued until they reached their destination. Necrophilia? But Hal Jordan is a man. Carol Ferris said in surprise. It doesn't seem to be special. Oracle murmured and turned around. This turn just happened to see Su Sheng standing at the window. The clear sun shining on him made Oracle feel sad, or a sense of lifeless depression. The voice was very low, which made Oracle feel anxious inexplicably. He hates here. Did he experience any sad past? By the way, is it his relatives, his parents? It seems that I have never heard him mention this. After revealing the identity, the people in the funeral home are naturally omnipotent and will answer all questions. The display layout of the office looked normal, but everyone checked it separately. William Hand is a pervert and has a very serious mental illness. Don't let me catch him. Carol Ferris gritted his teeth and snorted angrily. Hal Jordan is really miserable. First he died before he became a teacher, and he died before becoming a Green Lantern. Hang it up. After being in the soil for a long time, he was dug out and tossed. Who else is more miserable than him? But William Hand is really good at it too. I'm afraid the corpse has already decomposed after such a long time, right? Even dig it out. Necrophilia is disgusting. Let's go out and talk about it. Oracle raised his voice. Since there was no clue here, and there was no point in keeping it, everyone nodded and turned around and went out. After getting in the car again, Dinah Lance asked about the situation of the other team. It turned out that William Hand was not at home, and his family did not know where he went, so they could not get in touch. Dinah Lance immediately informed him to go down and look for William Hand's whereabouts. Carol Ferris returned to her company first. In the office, Carol Ferris and Dinah Lance searched for William Hand through 12 different channels, while the Joker woman looked at his psychological evaluation report with gusto. Surprisingly, Oracle did not analyze the case and sat quietly on the sofa with Su Sheng, with his hand still on Su Sheng's lap as if silently comforting something. Su Sheng leaned on the sofa and squinted his eyes and didn't care too much about Oracle's actions. After the absurd party last night, the distance and familiarity would naturally get closer. Everything that should be seen or not has been seen and cared about it. Some physical contact. Although he was a little uncomfortable in William Hand's office just now, he has already forgotten it. He was thinking of William Hand. At the beginning when Carol Ferris said his name in the cemetery, Su Sheng had a familiar feeling. This kind of familiarity was not strong. It belonged to the kind of situation that I must have heard but I can't remember it for a while. Su Sheng kept thinking about it all the way, and finally thought of who he was when Joker's lady talked about necrophilia. Although there are many abnormalities in the DC world, there are not many who are fascinated by corpses. Especially not from Gotham, but from Arkham Asylum. William Hand, his codename is Black Hand. Although he was just an ordinary person at the beginning, it attracted a lot of people, especially the big event, The Darkest Night, was also caused by him. I remember that this guy got a kind of absorption because he came into contact with the leader of the Red Lantern Corps, Atashitas. The magic wand of the color light energy therefore had the idea of destroying all the color light, made a coat uniform with a body bag, and used the magic wand to become an enemy of Green Lantern in the name of the Black Hand. After being defeated, he killed his family and committed suicide. However, he was resurrected with a black lamp ring by Scarface in the universe's guardian. He became a self-conscious Black Lamp corpse and became the leader of the Black Lamp Legion. Battle of the Lamp Legions. After the failure, he was taken to the Cyan Lantern tribe and became a Cyan Lantern, but by mistake, something made him out of the control of the Cyan Lantern power. In order to escape and retrieve his Black Lamp ring, this stuff was again committed suicide. After his death, the Black Lamp ring appeared as he wished and became a Black Lamp again. This product is also a model of uncomfortable without death. One time when fighting with the Orion of the New Protoss near the Wall of Origin, I saw many creatures on the wall and felt that it was the largest tomb in the universe, and was unconsciously attracted to it. Touched the Wall of Origin. Because of the particularity of the power of the Black Lamp, instead of being sung by Roar on the wall, he sang the Oath of the Black Lamp. The many creatures on the wall were dropped from the wall as the Black Lamp corpse, and the Black Lamp also gained the origin of the wall. Characteristic: everything he touched will become part of the wall. In order to prevent him from causing more damage and make up for the cracks left by the Wall of Origin, he was defeated and thrown behind the wall of color and light. In the light storage library. Then, there is no more. From an ordinary human being on the earth to this point, I have to say that William Hand is indeed amazing. So Sheng is thinking about two things now. The first thing is to ensure that William Hand develops normally. If he has a black lamp ring, he can copy it himself. The second thing is to look for green and red lights. A simple deduction based on the available information. William Hand's necrophilia episode wanted to dig up Hal Jordan's body, but the red light leader Adashitas took a magic wand to find him and wanted to erase the darkness in his heart. To avoid the rise of black lights, it happened that the green light appeared and the red light struck. This is in line with the previous oracle speculation. As for the result, perhaps it was the red light that captured William Hand, maybe he took Hal Jordan's body with him, and the green light chased him. It may also be that the green light took away William Hand, and the red light chased him. Definitely, there is also a possibility that William Hand took the opportunity to run. Both the green and red lights are looking for him, but this possibility is relatively small. Isn't it easy for two lantern men to find an ordinary human? And if this were the case, the movement would have been relatively big, whether the Eye of the Sky or Indigo would have received the news a long time ago. Ring ling ling. Ring ling ling. The phones of Dinah Lance and Carol Ferris rang at the same time, and Sheng raised the bracelet and smiled at the same time. It seems that there is news. It's the green light. The next moment they appeared in an area on the edge of the coast. There seemed to be a small town not far away, and several lighthouses by the sea could be seen from a distance. Carol Ferris said almost in unison when they connected to the phone. Click on the news from the indigo on the bracelet, and sure enough, I found Green Lantern. Where is this place? Carol Ferris asked curiously. The Joker girl laughed and instantly disguised herself and flew up and chased her. Amnesty Bend, near East Main. The Joker woman said casually. It is convenient to have a lamp ring. Sheng simply got up and released Vibe Wormhole 363 directly, and everyone jumped in without any hesitation. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Oracle pointed to a bright light that flew quickly through the air in the distance. Go and see. Okay. Look. Found the green light. It's not Sinisto, it looks like it's a human, and I didn't see the red light. This should be the successor of Abinsu's lamp ring selection, right? Sheng's mouth raised slightly towards the Joker female said, green light versus yellow. His light has been weakened to a certain extent, you go and bring him over. Roar howled the wind across the sky, and in a green light, there was a strong white man about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a Green Lantern uniform, holding a lantern ring with a solemn expression. Gardner never thought that he would encounter such an incredible thing. He would be selected by a ring to become what Green Lantern, and he left the Earth to the alien planet OA. There, he saw many Green Lanterns like himself, and realized that the universe was so vast before that the Earth was just one of the planets in one of the 3,600 sectors. At OA Star, he learned a lot and also received training in the boot camp. He had just passed the boot camp training and received the first mission to return to Earth to assist Sinister, one of the greatest Green Lanterns, to investigate the death of his ring's predecessor, Abinsu. He hasn't seen this man named Sinister yet, but we'll see him soon. After returning to the Earth, he used the lamp ring to contact the other party, but she didn't seem to be a good person. She just posted a coordinate position but didn't say anything. The cranky Gardner speeds up again. After all, this is the Earth, his own planet. He wants to go as soon as possible and learn about the situation, and he can do it. Gardner's acceleration has not yet been completed, and he feels 993 that the green light around him is dim. A little bit, as if it was restrained and influenced. Gardner was stunned. He had encountered this situation many times in OA Star. Yellow. This is a weakness and flaw of Green Lantern. Yellow defect. Gu Gardner looked around for the source in shock, but suddenly saw a huge amounts of yellow hammer hitting directly from the clouds. Boom! Guy Gardner didn't even react at all, he was hit and instantly fell from the air. Seeing him falling quickly from the sky, the Joker girl chuckled and chased him directly. The yellow light energy turned into a long rope and instantly trapped Guy Gardner and was pulled to the shore of Su. Sheng et al. Click. Gu Gardner was thrown to the ground while the Joker woman slowly fell from the air. Yellow light. Guy Gardner hummed in disbelief and looked at the Joker woman dressed in the yellow lantern core. The yellow light of fear. This is Green Lantern's greatest enemy. Guy Gardner held the ring high and was about to break free, but his training for yellow defects was not strong or too much. The yellow light energy of the Joker woman split from the long rope and a small hand took off his green light ring with Guy Gardner's expression of resistance. No! Guy Gardner shouted, his green light uniform disappeared instantly and revealed its original appearance. Earthman. Dinah Lance. Both Carol Ferris and the Joker woman looked at him curiously. The Joker woman sent the ring to Su Sheng, and Su Sheng took it over and looked at it for a while. What's your name? Cover. Gay. It's Guy, not Gay, I'm not the same S***X. He couldn't help yelling loudly. My name is Guy, Guy Gardner. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Dinah Lance immediately began to let people investigate the identity of Guy Gardner, and Su Sheng asked with a smile. You just came back from OA Star. How did you know? Guy Gardner asked in surprise. Recruits, I must go to OA Sheng for a training camp. Su Sheng said with a chuckle. You will know who we are in the future. Now you need to answer a few questions from me. After answering, return the ring to you and you can go. What is the reason for your sudden return to Earth? Guy Gardner took a deep breath. Because I received the first task to assist another Green Lantern in investigating the cause of Abinsu's death, Abinsu still. I know who he is. Su Sheng interrupted Guy Gardner and continued, who is the other Green Lantern, Sinister? How are you? Guy Gardner looked at Su Sheng blankly. He discovered how this person knew, who was Abinsu, and Sinisto, and he seemed to have a good understanding of Green Lantern. And there is a yellow light next to him. Is he good or bad? Guy Gardner was thinking about it but suddenly saw Su Sheng also had a ring in his hand, a yellow light ring. Are you a yellow light? He cried out in silence. As soon as the voice fell off the yellow light, the energy directly turned into a hammer, bang bang bang. After a few hits, Guy Gardner was a little confused in an instant. Yellow light? No. Su Sheng shook his head and looked at the Joker girl with a chuckle. Su Sheng smiled, my goal is not him. Just let him go. Joker asked, turning her head. Guy Gardner nodded repeatedly. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. How? You have to find a way to bring back the body of Hal Jordan. Carol hurriedly shouted when Su Sheng and Joker were leaving. Guy Gardner hesitated for a while and tentatively changed his outfit and slowly flew up. Seeing that there was no one to stop him, the yellow light smiled and waved to him, and Guy Gardner flew away with a whistling sound. Su Sheng shrugged and said nothing. He should be looking for another Green Lantern. Harley, you go with me, let's join in the fun. As for you, just deal with other things. Su Sheng nodded, and the two of them flew away directly after a while. Rainbow Legion? Haven't heard of it. Gardner said in a daze. It's so easy to surrender, your willpower is not good. Su Sheng smiled and motioned to the Joker female to take back the energy of the light ring and threw the green light to Guy Gardner. Guy Gardner was stunned and hurriedly put it on and heard Su Sheng said. Abinsu's body is in the hands of the government. I have told them about Green Lantern, so if you go, you should be able to come back directly. You can go. Huh. Guy Gardner was stunned, so he let himself go. Just asked a few questions. There will be no conspiracy, will it? I'll let people continue to investigate their locations and rush over as soon as possible. Dinah Lance picked up the phone in a deep voice and ordered again. Have you heard of it now? The Joker woman asked with a smile. His information is okay, it's normal, it seems it should be just good luck. Dinah Lance said at this time. And many more. The Joker woman answered, we are the Rainbow Legion. Not long after Sheng and Joker left, a helicopter landed slowly from a distance. Dinah Lance and others got on the plane and quickly got up, chasing them in the direction they were flying away. On the shore, the waves crashed against the rocks. Not long after they left, they saw a head gradually exposed in the sea, a slightly wet red hair, delicate and stunning facial features. She squinted slightly at the deserted shore and then gradually returned to the bottom of the sea. Boom! 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 A loud explosion suddenly sounded, and gunpowder smoke rose instantly between the mountains and forests and wilderness. The fast-flying Guy Gardner stunned and suddenly accelerated and rushed over. Just after that, two rays of light flashed quickly in front of his eyes. One green and one red. The green light is sinister, wearing a Green Lantern uniform, his dark red skin gives a harsh and cold temperament, and his hands have two long swords with green light energy. On the other side is an alien in a red uniform. This person is about the same size as a human but has no skin, or a flesh-like cloak. The dark red and dark red can clearly see the muscle mass, giving a human feeling. It's like being peeled. Green Lantern Sinisto. Red Light Leader Adashitas. The two seemed to have fought very fiercely just now, and Guy Gardner was taken aback and soon saw a man in a suit showing panic below, and he seemed to be ready to take the opportunity to escape in a rush. You are Abinsu's successor. Go and catch that person. Sinisto in the battle saw Guy Gardner and called out, and Guy Gardner froze and flew directly towards the man. Hey, it's okay, you're safe, Just after Guy Gardner fell, the man turned around and waved as if frightened. There is a stick in his hand. As soon as the stick waved out of the green light ring in Guy Gardner's hand, the energy was instantly sucked away. The next moment his uniform disappeared, Guy Gardner stunned the green light ring, but there was no response at all. That thing can absorb the energy of the color light. Don't tell me that you are just rubbish without the energy of the lamp ring. Sinisto shouted. Guy Gardner snorted uncomfortably and punched the man with his fist. This person is no one else, but the missing William Hand. William Hand looked panicked, but he evaded Guy Gardner's attack several times, which made Guy Gardner feel very embarrassed and a little embarrassed. You lie down for me honestly. Guy Gardner yelled and rushed over. Puff! Without hitting anything, Guy Gardner fell heavily to the ground and threw himself into the air. He turned around in surprise, and saw a yellow light like a circular barrier wrapping William Hand into the air. Yellow light. Yellow light. It's you. In the fierce battle, Adashitas, Sinisto, and Guy Gardner looked at the Sheng and Joker girls in the air almost in unison, especially the Joker girls. After all, the yellow light dress is very conspicuous. No, it's wrong, the sign is wrong. Sinisto frowned slightly at the Joker woman. Although the uniform and ability were the same, her logo was different. Who are you? Let him go. Sinister and Adashitas stopped and yelled. In the yellow light energy, William Hand subconsciously wanted to use the magic wand to absorb the energy of the color light. Sheng chuckled lightly, it's so high, if you don't worry about falling, you can just continue. William Hand took a subconscious glance and hurriedly stopped. He was confused and died, but now, he is not yet at the point where he wants to commit suicide. I can save people and ask you to ask them, but I have one condition. Sheng said to William Hand with a chuckle. Your matter has been exposed. I don't care where you go after taking you away. Just tell me where the body of Harold Jordan is, and she will take you away. Right, just below. William Hand said. Su Sheng took a look, and quickly saw a body bag in the jungle. His eyesight changed a little and he saw the body of Hal Jordan inside. It was very badly decomposed. Take him away. Su Sheng said to the Joker girl, and the Joker girl left with William Hand without saying a word. She left Atahidas and Sinisto. Although Sinisto didn't know what was special about William Hand, the red light Atashidas would definitely not let him run easily if he wanted to catch him. As for Atashidas's reaction, it was even stronger. The anger could be felt from a distance, and it rushed towards the Joker girl with a roar like a missile. The red light seemed to rush towards the Joker woman with a fierce murderous intent. Ha! Boom! One enemy too. Sinister waved his hand to reveal a barrier but was penetrated in an instant, which surprised him and had to stop to resist. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Su Sheng stood in front of Atashidas in an instant. Atashidas frowned slightly and fisted directly. In an instant, the red light energy transformed into a giant axe and slashed directly at Su Sheng. Just as Atashidas flew down here, Sinisto over there was going to catch up with Joker. The angry Atashidas was stunned for a while, but Su Sheng directly swung his sword and slashed over. The clanging sound rang out instantly, and Atashidas was shot from the air with a sword by Su Sheng without a few strokes. The strength is equal, and Su Sheng is definitely stronger than Atashidas in terms of skills. Good job. Atashidas flew from the ground again. Su Sheng's lamp ring energy split into two forcibly to block Atashidas. The energy of the lamp ring turned into a bullet and slammed through it frantically. Su Sheng sneered and the energy of the yellow light ring revealed a Gatling. You come back to me too. These aliens are better at relying on ability or being reckless, and they don't really have much mastery of these subtle fighting skills on Earth. Su Sheng didn't let down the wind. Red light, green light, yellow light. Su Sheng yelled a yellow light energy. Roar roared out and directly turned into a long sword ding to block it. The three colors of lights or energy attack each other. Even if the old driver encounters this situation, it is estimated that they are confused. The green light of will, the red light of anger, the yellow light of fear. 3 lights and 3 colors, but ability is very consistent. Sinisto is good at realizing a variety of weapons, but mostly cold weapons. Atashidas is only a cold weapon. Su Sheng is different. Although his imagination is not much richer than the two of them, he has more tricks than the two of them. With one enemy and two, Su Sheng just used the energy of the yellow light to transform the lantern beast parallax monster. And there are still 2. When the 2 parallax monsters appeared, Atashidas and Sinisto were shocked. This thing was a yellow lamp beast. Sinisto is even more aware that Abinsu's death is related to the parallax monster. Although this is only realized with the energy of the lamp ring, it can be felt by the two of them when they meet. This manifestation of the parallax monster's strong strength. No less than a real parallax monster. How is this possible? How can he manifest such a strong parallax monster? Damn it! The two of them each had their own minds to fight with all their strength, and only the dead were manifested, which needed to be manipulated, but for Su Sheng, 1 mind and 2 uses are not a troublesome thing or even 1 mind and 3 uses. He controls 2 parallaxes at the same time. Guai confronted the 2, while studying the ability that had just been copied. Ability of red and green lights. Anger and will. The ability of these 2 colors is very interesting. Needless to say, willpower is the foundation of Green Lantern. The stronger the willpower, the stronger the green light energy. Su Sheng alone can become the strongest Green Lantern. His willpower can be. He was quite firm, and there was nothing that scared him at all. Angry, this ability is relatively tasteless. This kind of emotion is not something you can imagine. Thinking that you are angry can really burst out anger. After all, with Su Sheng's strength mentality, there are too few things that can really make him angry. However, the red light is also very interesting. Hatred or all kinds of anger generated when encountering unfair treatment are counted. As long as the anger reaches a certain level, it may be called up by the light ring, selected, and then always in extreme anger. Only after soaking in the blood pool of the red lantern core can it be possible to restore sanity. Once it becomes a red light, the red energy will replace the blood flow in the body. If it is injured, it will become fire-like energy. This kind of fire can burn in a vacuum, burning out any combustible or non-combustible things. Even other lights ring energies present an energy barrier. Since the red energy replaces the blood, the ring will also replace the heart of the holder. Even if the holder loses the heart, the holder will not die. However, if you take off the lamp ring, you will die because of the loss of your heart. Only with the help of the power of the blue lamp is it possible to escape safely. Simply put, the red light is a double-edged sword, and there are more restrictions. This reminds Su Sheng of Hulk, the Hulk in the Marvel world. If you have a chance to return to the Marvel world in the future, you must let Hulk wear a red light ring to try that endless anger can make Hulk so strong. Idiot, didn't the recruiting camp teach you how to replenish the energy of the light ring? Sinister saw that Guy Gardner below did not take any action except surprised and couldn't help frowning and cursing. The green light energy vibrated slightly, taking advantage of the parallax monster. Just after the attack, Sinister summoned an energy lamp and threw it at Guy Gardner. Click. Guy Gardner hurried over which energy lamp was aimed at the lamp ring. The green light lit up. Guy Gardner began to recite the oath. The day is lang lang, the night is vast. There is nothing to hide. Evil gangsters are treacherous to the party and fear the divine light. The green light is always bright, eternal, light. Guy Gardner's voice was getting louder and louder, and the green light was getting brighter and brighter. His passionate and generous vows were about to be finished, and a huge amounts of hammer suddenly slammed over. Boom! The hammer hit Guy Gardner's head directly, and Guy Gardner fell to the ground with a muffled snort and fainted. The Joker girl swayed back the energy and stooped to pick up the energy lamp. It's so ugly, fortunately our Rainbow Legion doesn't need this thing. The Joker girl murmured and flew towards the red light Adashitas. 2 teams 2. 2 yellow lights versus red and green lights. Where is he? There was no need for Joker's daughter to provoke, Adahitas directly confronted her. Sinister was tripped directly to the ground. Cosmic Police. Haha, have S*X with a certain country, but do you care about me? The Joker women's outfits are basically toys-like items, but the lethality is not weak. Unknowingly, the two of them fought fiercely. One moment I heard Joker's female excited roar shouting, and another moment I heard Autoshare. Taz roared angrily. On the ground, in a deep pit. Adashitas went to deal with the Joker girl. Su Sheng controlled 2 parallax monsters to directly attack Sinisto, which made Sinisto instantly alone. The smoke flickered, and Su Sheng teleported behind Sinister with the magic of the witch and blasted him with a punch. Ha! Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It's mine. Su Sheng took the parallax monster back from playing with the lantern ring. Sinister, who was free, was naturally unwilling to lose the lantern ring like this, so he stood up and punched Su Sheng with his fist. Su Sheng turned sideways slightly without turning his head, and gently stretched his toes. You are the Rainbow Legion. Although I have never heard of it, you should know that our Green Lantern Legion's duty is to protect the safety of the universe. Sinisto said in a deep voice. Sinisto snorted heavily on the ground, and the dust rose in an instant. 2 parallax monsters chased up from the left and the other. Su Sheng slowly floated down. Boom! The two fought together instantly. He will not fear, nor will he fear. Sinister was pressed on the ground by 2 parallax monsters, one on the left and the other on the right, unable to move. Su Sheng's punch just made him a little bit unable to concentrate and unable to use the energy of the lantern ring. Seeing Su Sheng slowly falling from the air, Sinisto kept urging the lamp ring a little anxiously, but Su Sheng stepped on his wrist, bent over, smiled, and directly took off his lamp ring. But he admits that Su Sheng's lamp ring energy is stronger than them, and his control of fear is not weak. Boom! The green light uniform on Sinisto disappeared. The Sinisto dog gnawed and fell to the ground with a muffled snoring and then turned to get up. As soon as he was about to put his hands on the ground, he felt that his back was stepped on by his feet. The huge amounts of power made him stick to the ground in an instant. Su Sheng stepped on Sinister's body, just to hear the unhappy voice of the Joker woman in the distance. "Oh, why can't you kill you? Even if your heart is pierced, it's all right." Su Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and flew into the air with a bang, and the dust splashed by the impact sprayed Sinister's face and his face instantly turned gray. The red light is special. The light ring can replace his heart, so even if you attack the heart, it's useless. The best way to kill the red light is to take off his light ring. Su Sheng said to the Joker girl with a chuckle. And the energy of the green light and the red light are released at the same time. In an instant, 2 rainbow lantern rings appeared, one red and one green, and they were worn on the fingers. For example, like this. Su Sheng smiled at the Joker girl, the green light and red light energy showed up the long rope at the same time, and the 2 completely different colors of light energy instantly entangled Adashida's hands, one left and the other directly separated. This, impossible. Adahidas looked at Su Sheng in disbelief. He obviously used the energy of the yellow light just now, why now there are more green and red lights? He uses 3 color lights to abstain from energy. Can they be released at the same time? This is impossible. 12 I have never heard of anyone who can control the energy of 2 colors of lights at the same time. Not only Adashidas, but Sinister below was also stunned. 3 kinds of lamp ring energy. Rainbow Legion, is this what the Rainbow Legion means? Is it possible that he can still have the energy of 7 lamp ring? Impossible, this is impossible, if there is such a thing, Asgardian can't not. Sinisto suddenly paused thinking about this. Universe Asgardian is the supreme existence of or star, they formed the Green Lantern Corps. It is said that the origin of the universe Asgardian and the star of Martis are the earliest intelligent life forms in the universe. They have advanced technology and civilization very early, and each Asgardian has powerful strength and long endlessness. Life, no many mysteries in the universe. Every green light believed in their words, except Abinsu. Others don't know, but Sinisto knows that Abinsu will die on Earth. In addition to the parallax monster, the more important reason is that he is investigating something that was denied by the Asgardian of the universe but allowed Abinsu to investigate a clue. Investigate the cause of Abinsu's death. Anyone can do this kind of thing, and even let the successor Green Lantern be able to assign himself. I am afraid there are other reasons for this, which makes Sinister start to wonder how much the universe Asgardian hides from them. Maybe they also know about the Rainbow Legion. You will regret it, you will regret it. Adashida's yelling interrupted Sinister's thoughts. When he looked up, he saw Su Sheng in the air with the energy of red and green lights. Entangling Adashida's hands, and at the same time releasing the energy of the yellow light, a sword slashed towards Adashida's arm with a lamp ring. Pust. The long sword cut off Adashida's arm, and the red and hot blood spurted out. Su Sheng instantly recovered the energy of the 3 lights ring and directly gathered together to form a 3-color shield. Pust scorn. With red blood that can burn everything, it makes a sound on the 3-color shield but fails to penetrate. The 3 colors of light energy and the 3 emotional powers are superimposed together. This power is not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. The Joker female player Adashida's caught the broken arm and took off the red light ring. Adashida's body fell from the air and quickly burned. It was burned out before it landed. The red light ring in Joker's female hand suddenly made a mechanical sound, which probably means that Adashitas is dead, and the ring will look for a successor. After speaking, the ring was about to fly away from the Joker woman's hand, but was clasped in her palm by the Joker woman's hands. Will I die if I take off the ring? The Joker woman asked Su Sheng as she swayed her body exaggeratedly and pressed the ring. The red light is special. After Su Sheng turned his head and looked down, he suddenly noticed a green flash. Sinister wore a lamp ring and disappeared into the green light. Interstellar teleport. The green light ring does seem to have this function, but, he is using Guy Gardner's ring, right? Su Sheng glanced at Guy Gardner who was still dizzy, and the ring he was wearing was gone. Did Sinister go back to move the rescuers? Someone is coming. The Joker woman said suddenly, and she saw a helicopter approaching in the distance, and it was Dina Lance and the others. Because the sudden appearance of the helicopter made Joker female slightly relax her vigilance, the red light ring in her hand broke free and flew out instantly. Oh, don't run. The Joker girl yelled and tried to catch up. I'll go, you tell them about the situation. Su Sheng said with a smile and followed the red light ring to catch up. 2 flowers bloom, one on each table. Not to mention that the Joker girl left Dina Lance and the others to explain the situation, and said that Su Sheng chased the red light ring all the way to catch up. The speed of the red light ring is very fast, as if the successor has been selected, there is no hesitation at all. It didn't take long for Su Sheng to find that it seemed to be back to the Amnesty Bend. The destination seems to be a beacon at Amnesty Bend. It happened to be the lighthouse not far away that I saw when I came before. What do you say about this place? Very remote and backward. Su Sheng followed the red light all the way, looking at it as if it was going to fly into the lighthouse, and then suddenly accelerated to catch up. Reaching out, Su Sheng caught the red light. Feeling the red light's desire to break free, the corner of Su Sheng's mouth raised slightly and squeezed. Click. The crisp cracking sound remembered that the red light was suddenly crushed by Su Sheng's fingers. Wow! The fragments of the red light ring fell to the ground, and Su Sheng squinted to look at the lighthouse. In the lighthouse, there was a burly man cursing something with his upper body shirtless, looking very angry. This age, this place, is this Arthur Curry? Su Sheng squinted his eyes. Arthur Curry. This name sounds nothing special, doesn't it? His code name is amazing, Aquaman. King of Atlantis. A hybrid of humans and Atlantis, one of the 7 giants of the Justice League. The red light selected Aquaman. At this time, Aquaman doesn't know his identity, right? So was it selected by the red light because other things were too angry? Su Sheng muttered his interest, and displayed Martian Manhunter's ability penetrated the lighthouse directly into it. Boom! As soon as I entered, I saw the shirtless man hit something on the ground. The sound was crisp and ear-splitting. Who are you? Su Sheng penetrated the lighthouse and came in, and the shirtless man asked vigilantly. Good. Didn't you lose your mind because of anger? Su Sheng chuckled and looked up and down. Are you Arthur Curry? How do you know my name? Who are you? Arthurku asked with a gloomy expression, and at the same time slowly stretched out his hand to touch something beside him and didn't know anything. It seemed that he was going to use it as a weapon. It doesn't matter who I am optimistic about you. Su Sheng chuckled lightly. So I plan to introduce a job to you. Not interested in. Arthur Curry is not stupid. A person walks through the wall inexplicably and comes to his room and says what to introduce work. How can he easily believe and accept it? Not interested. That's not okay. Su Sheng gave a chuckle and didn't care about Arthur Curry's reaction. He naturally calmly continued, Atlantis on Earth 2 did not sink to the bottom of the sea, but it is a very famous city. I will send you there, and you can have better living conditions over there. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. Arthur Curry frowned. You better get out of here right away, otherwise I'll be rude to you. It's a bit inappropriate to say that the job is not appropriate, because I just want to get you away and I didn't plan to arrange anything for you, but you can rest assured that you are definitely not short of money. Sheng seems to have not heard Arthur Curry's words. Walking to the side to release Firestorm's ability, in an instant, everything he touched turned into gold and pure gold. This made Arthur Curry's mouth open and stunned. What kind of magic is this? Arthur Curry subconsciously probed in surprise, and suddenly discovered that you were pure gold. Magic? Magic can't do this. Sheng chuckled lightly. To be honest, I'm just on a whim, but since I need it, I always have to do something. If you accept, I will even send you these things with you. If you sell these things, you should be able to start a new life with a lot of money. NS. If you don't accept. Sheng looked up and down. Arthur Curry suddenly smiled slightly. It doesn't matter if you don't accept it, you can't be the master anyway. Are you sick? You run to my house somehow to say these strange things, who do you think you are? Obviously, Aquaman Arthur Curry is also a hot temper, listening to Sheng's words that are almost nonsense. It made him even more angry, who was already angry. The sturdy arm hit Sheng's face with almost no hesitation. There is almost no tactics like fighting with street gangsters, and it's completely wild. Seeing Arthur Curry's shot, Sheng had at least dozens of ways to knock him down instantly. But he didn't do it at all, as he said just now, he was just on a whim. Following the red light ring, I saw Aquaman Arthur Curry, and then on a whim he planned to get Aquaman to Earth too. Although Aquaman has not played much value in the Justice League, he is one of the 7 giants or the king of Atlantis in the future. If he takes it away, it should change a lot of things, especially his future wife, Atlantis. Queen of Tiz, Mela. Forgot when, before crossing, Sheng saw a picture of Mela. How to say? Amazing. Although not as good as Diana, but can make Sheng impressed and amazing. It is conceivable and extraordinary. If there is no light ring, Sheng would not come to Amnesty Bend. Maybe Mela and Aquaman would not have been thought of, but since I caught up with Sheng and just remembered it, that's a different story. So look at Arthur Curry when Roy punched Sheng like a street gangster. Sheng raised his hand to release the energy of the lantern ring. In an instant, the lamp ring turned into a balloon-like barrier and trapped him directly inside, then waved his hand to open the vibe wormhole leading to Earth 2 and threw it directly into it. Whoosh! The future Aquaman Arthur Curry was thrown in, and the vibe wormhole disappeared instantly. Why bother? Sheng shook his head and then turned around, turning those pure gold things back to their original form and slowly drifting out of the lighthouse. Looking at the endless sea, Sheng chuckled softly, wait until you solve the problem of the lamp group. After speaking, Sheng flew away with a bang. The lighthouse is extremely silent. It wasn't until night fell gradually that there were sparse sounds from the sea. Under the agile moonlight, a head gradually sprang out of the sea, and with the wet red long hair shawl, she gradually walked out of the seabed. The waves that roar wants to come out, the emerald green tights that look like scales, the enchanting and perfect figure is vividly presented, like a mermaid. Under the moonlight, she came to the shore and quietly approached the lighthouse. After a while, she heard a cry of surprise, and then saw her rush out in a hurry and jumped back into the sea and disappeared quickly. The night is shrouded, and the moonlight is blurred. In Carlo Ferris's villa. Carol Ferris stretched and turned over, pulled the curtain completely open, turned and left the bedroom. Her expression froze as soon as she came out. The surroundings finally calmed down, and Carol Ferris took a sigh of relief and tidied up her hair, closing her eyes and preparing to fall asleep. The high-pitched and passionate voice suddenly sounded, and gradually fell after 10 seconds. A powerful green lantern ran away, and I don't know what the situation will face afterwards. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. So Carol Ferris felt that Su Sheng should be allowed to stay, so that he could deal with any emergencies. But now Carol Ferris really regrets it. Who would have thought that Su Sheng and Joker were so reckless? It's so unscrupulous in other people's homes, especially the voice of the Joker woman. My goodness, it's just like what happened in my ears, it's so shameless. In the early morning, the sun was swaying on the body. P.S. I was finished writing at 2:30, and I was drunk and sleepy, but I can finally update it regularly without delaying the noon. In addition, I will send a picture of Mei La Mi, and you can Baidu by yourself if you are in harmony. Carol Ferris was lying on the bed in her pajamas with a helpless expression, and the sound from her ear made her not sleepy at all. Hal Jordan's body has been buried again, and the Green Lantern who lost the green light ring was also taken into custody by Sky-Eye. At the same time, Sky-Eye is looking for the whereabouts of William Hand. After Su Sheng left, the Joker woman told them about the matter. Although it's a little bit upside down, the basic situation is already understood. If you can fall asleep, it's up to you. Su Sheng responded with a chuckle. Although Carol Ferris was cursing, she didn't notice that her roar sucked gradually. Even if the weather was cool, even the cool pajamas still made her feel a bit sultry and hot. The Joker girl smiled and actually planned to fall asleep like this, and fell asleep. The Joker girl clung to Su Sheng's arm and lay on her body and refused to get down. She leaned her head against Su Sheng's head and whispered, "Just sleep like this." But Su Sheng was originally such a brazen person, right? Next door. Also, there is a voice. Oh my God. Are they crazy, so late last night, but early in the morning? Carol Ferris said in surprise. Morning. Su Sheng came out after taking a shower and smiled at Carol Ferris in the living room and called roar. Carol Ferris smiled hard and forced a smile. Early. It's almost noon now, right? Secretly murmured, Carol Ferris asked Su Sheng. The Green Lantern who lost the ring said, "You, let go of William Hand." Is it really? Yes, Su Sheng nodded and smiled. Why? Carol Ferris frowned and looked at Su Sheng in confusion. You know what he did to Hal Jordan, why did you let him go? He still has a purpose. Su Sheng chuckled. It is easy to kill or catch William Hand, but it is hard to guarantee that he will follow the original trajectory and become the Black Hand who extinguishes the color and the first black lamp ring. Owner. He walked to Carol Ferris's side, stopped her waist and walked to the window facing the sunlight outside. Yellow lights, green lights, and red lights have all appeared on the earth. It won't be long because William Hand will have more lanterns and lanterns of other colors, so he has to live according to his normal trajectory. Speaking, Su Sheng suddenly thought of the legendary team. It seems that they haven't shown up for a long time. History has been changed a lot by themselves. They still don't come out and do things, don't they conform to their style? Vandal Savage killed himself. Do they have other tasks or are they dealing with the Time Lord Consul? Why? You know he will cause such trouble, why let the situation go on? Carol Ferris asked angrily. Because of that, scientific truth. Su Sheng squeezed her waist with a chuckle, and said with a smile. There are so many troubles in this world, can you worry about it? Just deal with your own affairs. After speaking, Su Sheng turned and went to the courtyard to prepare to bask in the sun to study the red and green light's ability that just got. Su Sheng knew that other members of the Lantern Ring Legion would appear soon, but this time was faster than he expected. Sinisto took the green light ring covered by Guy and fled back to OA Star and went directly to see Asgardian. He talked about Su Sheng and the Rainbow Legion. As a result, it was the first time even Asgardian heard of the Rainbow Legion. According to Sinister's analysis, this Su Sheng may have the ability of the duplicate lamp ring, and he can control the lamp ring ability of 3 colors, yellow, green, red at the same time. Asgardian had never heard of such a situation. After thinking about it, I decided to let Sinisto take the light group and go to the Earth to discuss and figure out the situation, at least to bring back the body of Abinsu and the successor. Green Lantern. However, it was not only the Green Lantern Corps that took action. The death of Adashitas was unacceptable for the Red Lantern Corps. Originally, the Red Lantern Corps, which was dominated by anger, became even more angry after learning of the death of the leader. The second person of the Red Lantern Corps, Blitz, was the first time. Flew to the Earth. This Blitz was the princess of the Havana Star before joining the Red Lantern Corps. He belonged to a local flying race and had certain strength before he got the Red Lantern ring. The dispatch of the Green Lantern Corps and the Red Lantern Corps caused other Legion members with different reasons to also rush to the Earth. The calm of this blue planet may soon be broken. The Green Lantern Corps was the first to reach the Earth, and it came to the Earth directly through the interstellar teleportation of the Lantern Ring, densely packed with dozens of different appearances of Green Lanterns. Suddenly did not cause much sensation. The place where they appeared was very remote. Ability Sheng, who has already copied the Green Lantern ring, is not too interested in Green Lantern. As soon as Sheng appeared, he saw the Green Lantern Corps floating in the sky. The green light flew out in all directions in an instant. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Then you continue to sleep. It's just that the Green Lantern Corps shouldn't have much fun anyway. Sheng said and hugged Carol Ferris. Vibe ability released and reflected Carol Ferris's mind about the location of the laboratory. Then he threw the vibe wormhole and passed directly. Seeing Sheng and Carol Ferris appearing, the military people on the laboratory side were quietly relieved. Although they also knew that Sheng was a very dangerous person, now, the Earth needs a dangerous person. Sinister slowly fell from the air, and slowly opened his mouth after landing. We learned something from Abinsu's spacecraft, about the color light energy. It doesn't matter whether you are the leader of the Rainbow Legion or the Asgardian, this matter is about all the color light energy legions. Haha. Sinister let most of the Green Lantern spread out to find the person named William Hand, take back the magic wand in his hand that can absorb and eliminate the energy of the color light, and then take the rest of the people to find Sheng or the Earth. People want to return to Abinsu's body. Come here very quickly. Sheng said lazily. Have you heard of the Book of OA? That's us. Darkness is coming soon. There is an old prophecy in the Book of OA called the Darkest Night. It warns of the dangers faced by people who use the emotional spectrum, that is, the energy of color light. The light of the emotional spectrum will rise, and the pain of anger is red, the glory of greed is orange, the fire of fear is yellow, the sparkle of hope is blue, the radiance of compassion is indigo, the fragrance of love is purple, which is the center of the 7 colors, and the might of will is for green. The unnamed darkness is hard to fill, and all sentient beings will follow the light. Let's avoid long talks. I don't want to waste your nonsense on such a good weather. Sheng said. Ha! The members of the Green Lantern Corps are here. The sun was blocked, and Sheng and Joker on the couch slightly opened their eyes to see Carol Ferris standing next to him with a solemn expression. There are a lot of numbers. A large part of the Green Lantern is scattered all over the world. It seems that someone is looking for someone. Some of them are staying in the seaside city, which has caused a great impact. The Green Lantern who fled before took the people to the military. An experimental base wants to take away the spacecraft of the Green Lantern Corps and see you. Carol Ferris said quickly and ably. Sheng nodded and got up, but the Joker woman lay down. My dear, I'm so sleepy. Several Green Lanterns who Sheng didn't remember their names but were familiar with were also among them, staying beside Sinister. Abinsu met Adashitas, the leader of the Red Lantern Corps because of the investigation, and he also learned about the Dark Knight from Adashitas, the William Han you let go before. Virtue is the key to making the prophecy come true. I don't think you want to see this happen on Earth. Sinister paused and said to Sheng. I hope you will not prevent the Green Lantern Corps from capturing William Hand and return the body of General Abinsu and my lamp ring to me. Okay. Su Sheng responded with a bright smile. Senestal was shocked. This, so easily agreed. I will not prevent you from catching William Hand, and they will return Abinsu's body to you. As for your lamp ring, I am afraid you need to take it back by yourself, if you can do it. Su Sheng continued to say. Senisto frowned and snorted and looked at the people behind Su Sheng. His body is. The person behind him subconsciously said. Before I finished speaking, I saw an indigo-colored light flashing in the sky, and saw a female alien with a long stick falling from the sky wearing an extremely exposed indigo-colored lamp uniform, and landed in front of everyone with a bang. The blue light of mercy. Sinister frowned as he looked at the visitor. Young girl, what are you doing here? The young girl looked around with a long stick in her hand, her voice in a pity tone. I came to see him. This he refers to Abinsu. Sinister's face was solemn. As Abinsu's best friend, he knew something. This young girl was related to Abinsu. Long ago, King was once the enemy of Abinsu, and Abinsu's daughter died in her hands. Later, Abinsu created a lantern ring tribe on Noxstar, imprisoning criminals and using the energy of the blue lantern to produce mercy, thereby transforming to good. This is the origin of the Blue Light tribe, and the Blue Girl is the leader of the Blue Light tribe. The Cyan Lantern tribe is neutral in nature. The forces are not very strong and very low-key, but not many people are willing to provoke them. They use compassion as energy. The Cyan Lantern ring can borrow, connect or transform the energy of other lantern rings. They are very good at it. Combat with cane and color light energy. The most important thing is the pity of Qing Deng. Once caught, he may be brainwashed and then become a member of the Qing Deng tribe. Yes. Brainwashing. What sense of compassion, change evil and return to righteousness. In Sinister's eyes, it was brainwashing. First a green light and then a blue light. The sudden appearance of so many aliens made the already a little nervous government scientists even more frightened. There was no need for anyone to speak and someone quietly turned and left and transported Abinsu's body. A characteristic transparent coffin. From the outside, it seems that Abinsu's body is still well preserved, but, this can't hide from Sinister and the young girl, it can be seen at a glance. This made Sinister very angry, his eyes glaring at him. The young girl spoke slowly. When you die, everything is over, maybe he doesn't know, but you, lack of mercy, let me help you. With that, the green girl raised her long staff, and in an instant the indigo light lit up and turned into a few tentacle-like energy that pounced on the scientists. Several scientists wanted to escape in a panic, but were instantly entangled in the energy of the blue light. At that moment, the movements of several people directly stopped, and their expressions gradually became a little trance, and their eyes were distracted. What did you do to them? Carol Ferris shouted in shock and simultaneously pulled Su Sheng to ask him to help. Su Sheng didn't move at all but looked at the scientists with interest. When Carol Ferris saw this, he could only rush to try to help those people, but the young girl suddenly withdrew the energy of the lantern ring. Are you all right? Carol Ferris asked in a hurry. Several scientists shook their heads slightly and looked very stable, and their expressions even carried a touch of pity similar to sadness. You. Carol Ferris was immediately shocked when she saw this, she could feel that these people were different. It's a blue lamp, this kind of brainwashing method of instilling compassion is really good, or, how about trying it with me? Su Sheng suddenly clapped his hands and smiled and said to the young girl. The young girl turned her head to look at Su Sheng and slowly said, May the light of mercy shine on you. With a light tap of the long stick, the green light energy instantly rushed towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng's mouth raised slightly. Copy. Boom. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The center of the explosion. It doesn't make sense to use other people's energy. Su Sheng chuckled and suddenly released the other light's ring energy. The green girl who had been calmly looking suddenly became a little surprised when she saw that Su Sheng had also released the blue light energy. When the two blue light energies collided, the green girl realized that the other party was stronger than herself. Seeing her energy slowly return, King's long staff suddenly lit up, and the next moment the green light ring in the hands of Sinister and others suddenly lit up and rushed towards Su Sheng. "This is your new ring." Su Sheng smiled and handed it to Qin Girl. Qin Girl took it and put it on slowly. The uniform changed instantly. Red, green, yellow. The 4 3.5 color precepts shrouded the young girl. The young girl's expressions kept changing, sometimes savage, sometimes angry, sometimes pitiful, and sometimes firm, as if the emotions were always alternating back and forth on her body. After a long while, the 4 color precepts disappeared, and the young girl slowly put down the long battle and took off the blue light ring and walked to Su Sheng and handed it over. Su Sheng took it and played a few chuckles hard. Although the lantern ring has not yet been realized, Su Sheng's realizing the lantern ring is just for fun, just like a steel battle suit. Even if it doesn't, it will have no effect at all. Feeling the energy of the blue light, Su Sheng smirked and copied it directly, and then directly superimposed and hit the past. Click. The huge amounts of power suddenly burst out and instantly turned the green lantern in the air and the people around them back. The green girl borrowed the energy of the green light. The fragments were scattered all over the place. Su Sheng urged the blue light energy to directly manifest a Rainbow Legion's light ring. The 3-color energy and the blue light energy were condensed together, and the 3 colors changed to 4 colors and then suddenly blasted past. From Su Sheng's fight with King to King changing the door, the series of changes made the people around him stunned. The energy of the blue light burst out of his hand instantly and returned. The green light ring is broken. There are 4 colors, orange, blue, and purple. The ability of the 7 lamps core can be gathered. Su Sheng once again showed a green lamp ring on his hand and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. Senni's Tua said that the black night is about to come, and after the black night is the white day, that is, in addition to the 7 lights, he can easily copy the black lights and the white lights. Dididi. There was a sudden noise from the ring in Sinister's hand, and he looked down to see that his face became very ugly. A few green lanterns were killed. You stayed and looked at Abinsu's body, and the others came with me. Sinisto said to the green lantern beside him and flew away with a bang. The other green's lantern naturally followed closely behind. William Hand. Su Sheng chuckled and placed Vibe on his shoulders with a green light. Found it. After a while, Su Sheng chuckled and directly released Vibe wormhole and disappeared with the green girl. Where are you going? Carol Ferris yelled hurriedly, but they were gone. Nock Star. The base planet of the 12 Blue Lantern tribe. This is a remote and barren planet. Somewhere on this planet there is the total energy of the Green Lantern tribe. A huge amounts of, a circular indigo energy body. A azure blue creature floated in this energy body, in the shape of a number of giant octopuses. The entity of the power of Cyan Compassion, the beast of the Cyan Lantern. Convert Octopus. It is not as ugly and terrible as the Parallax monster. Although it is not normal in length, it gives people a sense of gentleness and compassion. Strong compassion. Su Sheng is no exception, but because he copied the ability of the Cyan Light Ring, he was not greatly affected. Are you the new Blue Light member? Are you here to ask me for a Blue Light Ring? You are special, and I feel that you are compassionate. A voice suddenly rang in Su Sheng's mind, and then I saw the modified octopus floating in the total energy and turning to look at Su Sheng. Its tentacles wiggled slightly as if beckoning roar. Converted octopus. Su Sheng said tentatively. As soon as the words fell into my mind, the voice rang again, and it was indeed a changed octopus. Su Sheng smiled. Turning her head to signal the young girl to back up, her eyes gradually became red. Boom! Heat rays struck directly towards the total energy of the blue light. The burning sound lasted for a while before hearing a loud noise, and the total energy directly exploded. The sound of huge amounts of was unusually loud, and a few cyan lights in the distance flew over quickly. There was no need for Sheng to recruit Roar, and the young girl greeted her instantly. Although she is still a Blue Lantern with the power of compassion, she is already the Blue Lantern in the Rainbow Legion. The Blue Lantern has this kind of ability, this kind of brainwashing, and even the ability to change religious beliefs. This is also the reason why the Lantern Beast is called the Converted Octopus. It means to change the religion. I feel greedy. The modified octopus floats out of the total energy and stares at Sheng. Greedy? I haven't got the ability of the orange lamp ring yet. But you are right, I intend to let you be a company with the parallax monster. Sheng chuckled and began to manifest the drift bottle. You lied to me. I clearly felt the power of compassion before, but now it is gone. It is different. This makes the converted octopus look very angry. Although it is the last emotional entity born, it is not weak. In an instant, the tentacles of the converted octopus flicked over and activated ability. It wanted to influence Sheng. The ability of the duplicate lantern is really better than the ability of the ring, thank you. Sheng laughed and instantly turned the ability of the converted octopus double to block its attack, and at the same time narrowed the beam and hit it. Passed. The converted octopus shrank instantly. At the moment it shrank, Sheng stretched out his hand and grabbed it by its tiny tentacles. Bang bang bang. Just like the parallax monster, the converted octopus was also trying to get out of trouble but was unsuccessful. Moreover, this drift bottle was different from the parallax monster. When it was realized, it was directly soundproofed to prevent it from making noise with this way of mental communication. Putting away the converted octopus, Sheng turned his head to look at the young girl. At the moment, the young girl seemed to have fixed the Blue Lantern of the Blue Lantern tribe, so that these people who had turned from criminals into Blue Lanterns once again changed their beliefs in menting and started the Rainbow Legion. This kind of brainwashing control is really scary. The lamp ring Sheng does not intend to change it for them anyway. The green girl's lamp ring can constantly get energy from herself, and she can use this energy to help other members replenish energy. After turning around on this planet, Sheng went directly back to the Earth. He didn't bring the young girl back, just let her develop freely as the Blue Lantern of the Rainbow Legion. Absorbed the colored light and released the beam. William Hand, wearing a uniform changed from a black body bag, slaughtered Green Lantern wantonly with a magic wand, watching the powerful 233 Green Lantern in front of him and some of the weak ants being killed one by himself. William Hand was excited. Some are unable to extricate themselves. Disappear, all colors and lights disappear, welcome the darkness, welcome death. The last Green Lantern beside him died tragically under the beam of the magic wand. William Hand pursed the corner of his mouth and looked almost crazy. With a mad laugh in his horse, he turned and left. He has become addicted to death and is becoming more and more fascinated by death. He needs more and stronger emotions of death. He thought of his family. They should bring me a stronger emotion of death. William Hand seemed to hear a voice whispering in his ear about death and darkness, which made him think more and more stronger and stronger. He knew it seemed that something unusual was about to happen, but he did not intend to organize. He came to his parents' house, knocked on the door, and raised the magic wand. When Sinisto waited for Green Lantern to arrive here, the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood, and a scent of decay, death and darkness filled the surroundings. Come on! Sinisto yelled softly, and the Green Lanterns rushed over. Not long after, bursts of screams and dazzling beams lit up. Disciple number. The vibe wormhole lights up, and Sheng jumps out. You're back. Joan Meowen was stunned and called Roar somewhat cautiously. Sheng nodded and walked to the collection room. After finding a spacious place on the storage cabinet and putting down the modified octopus, Sheng turned around and walked out. Back in the operating room, Joan Meowen handed over a cup of coffee. Su Sheng took a sip and sat down casually and said, although your coffee is good, but, do you only make coffee? I. Xiong Miao-en lowered her head and was at a loss. She definitely could not only make coffee, but she knew that her talents were nothing to Su Sheng's eyes. As an archaeologist, Joan Myun stayed in the Sky Eye Club because of the double body of the witch. Now that the witch has disappeared, she can't return to the Sky Eye Club again, which left her at a loss. Very at a loss for the future. I can go if I find it troublesome. Joan Myun whispered. Are you angry? Su Sheng put down the coffee cup and said quietly. Anger? Joan Myun froze for a moment, as if he didn't understand. You are only an archaeologist, but because you joined the Sky Eye for unwilling reasons, you will be restrained and watched. Although your wanted is now withdrawn, you will still have a lot of trouble because of it. Wouldn't you feel angry? It's just because of the witch you have to endure it, don't you feel angry? The witch feels that humans have betrayed her, full of anger. But whether it's you or a witch, I can't feel your anger right now. Su Sheng said and revealed a red light ring. Su Sheng got up and walked towards the somewhat bewildered Joan Myun and stretched out her blonde hair. While she was trembling, her palms followed her slender and white neck down. Joan Myun's tense palms clenched tightly while biting the corners of her mouth but did not dare to resist. Dare not speak. Stab. Su Sheng's clothes were torn apart vigorously, and the panicked Xiong Myun subconsciously wanted to avoid it. Don't move. Su Sheng said softly, and Xiong Mu-en stopped instantly. You have a good figure, since you know nothing but coffee, then be my pillow. Su Sheng looked up and down his hands recklessly, but Xiong Myun gritted his teeth and said nothing. Fear. Su Sheng could feel the aura of fear emanating from her body, and Su Sheng squinted his eyes and absorbed it. Snapped. Su Sheng suddenly pulled Xiong Mu-en and pushed him down on the table next to him. It's getting thicker, this kind of fearful energy is addictive. You are scared, and the fear you exude with that shivering cowardly breath. You can't do anything without the witch, leave me, I don't know how to live, because you know that the eyes of the sky will be for my face to let you go. If you leave me, you will only get caught by the eyes of the sky. So you are afraid but dare not resist, not even a little bit of anger. You are so pathetic. Su Sheng raised his hand to let go of the red light ring. The red light ring was floating in the air but didn't mean to approach Xiong Myun. She is not angry, so she cannot be selected by the lantern ring. You are so pathetic. Su Sheng pressed to her ear and said, breaking her leg directly with his knee. She panicked, scared. The fear is strong. But the red light ring remained motionless. Even Laura was so angry at the beginning, but Joan Myun didn't even have a bit of anger, only fear. Su Sheng shook his head boringly, his expression changed casually and indifferently. What? Suddenly a cry of pain sounded. Su Sheng rides a horse to gallop. Although Xiong Miao-en's temperament makes Su Sheng feel a little boring, but her body can be called a supermodel, after a long time. Xiong Miao-en collapsed to the ground. Su Sheng tidied up his clothes and prepared to take back the red light ring. Reaching out, the red light ring flew over. What? The red light ring flew towards Su Sheng but suddenly turned in the air and flew towards the hatch. Fly away. Is this the lamp ring automatically found the right one? Su Sheng raised his brows and instantly became interested, although he could also force Xiong Miao-en to wear the red lamp ring, but it was no fun. Now the ring has been found by himself. Su Sheng was quite curious about the right person. Who will it be? Su Sheng turned and flew out with the red light ring. Whoosh! The red light pierced the sky, and I didn't know how long it had been flying all the way, and suddenly began to descend rapidly. Amnesty Bend, in the lighthouse. May pulls her palms and clasps her expression of anger. Gone. Arthur Curry was really gone. The Queen asked her to quietly take care of Arthur Curry's safety, but now she is gone. Who dared to take the son of Her Majesty Queen Atlantis, who is it? Boom! The sound of a broken window suddenly sounded, and Mei La instantly put on a guard posture and saw a ring wrapped in red light floating in front of her. What is this? Mei La was stunned. Intelligent life has been locked. Earth, Atlantis, Mei La. Your heart is filled with anger, you belong to the red light of the Rainbow Legion. The mechanical sound rang from the ring, and Mei La automatically put the ring on her hand before she figured out the situation. Boiling hot blood and scarlet anger, the wife's bones are not yet cold. The deep hatred will cook the heart and soul, and cast the road to Huangquan for the generation of virtue. This oath appeared in Mei La's mind, and it made her faintly feel angry and chanted loudly over and over again. Boom! When her oath fell, the original emerald green scaly uniform was gone, replaced by a red tight-fitting uniform. This uniform still has a scaly design, and the holy character emblem on the high drum chest is very eye-catching. At that moment, Mei La seemed to feel countless messages popping up in her mind. After a while, she already knew what the ring was and what happened to herself. Red light. The red light of the Rainbow Legion. She will use anger as a force and possess great power. No matter who you are, I will find you, find Arthur Curry, and I will let you, greet my anger. Mei La yelled and rose into the air instantly. Red light soars into the sky. The roof of the lighthouse was directly penetrated, and Mei La flew out quickly afterwards. It turned out to be Mei La. Not long after she flew away, Su Sheng's figure quietly appeared in the lighthouse. It seems that Mei La was angry because of Aquaman's disappearance, but was chosen by the lantern ring to become a red light. I just don't know how Mei La would react if she found out that she, the Asgardian and creator of the Rainbow Legion, had taken Aquaman away. This feeling of anger is great. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes and laughed comfortably. He felt the anger that Mei La produced constantly poured into his body through the ring of lights. The feeling was just like taking drugs, much stronger than the fear energy he had just absorbed from Joan Myun. Ring ling ling. The annoying ringing of the phone interrupted Su Sheng's enjoyment of Mei La's angry fire. He frowned and connected the phone and said in an unpleasant tone, "If you can't interest me, no matter who you are, I will kill you." Carol Ferris on the other end of the phone seemed to be frightened by Su Sheng's words. The appalling anger in the words made her tremble a few times. What happened to him? Why does it sound so angry? After pressing roar to inhale and calm down, Carol Ferris said in a low voice, William Hand killed most of the Green Lantern. When Sinisto led people over, he said he changed. It was different. Fortunately, a few Blue Lanterns showed up and took him away. Then William Hand committed suicide. Oh. When? Just now. When Carol Ferris's voice fell, Su Sheng released Vibe Wormhole and instantly came to William Hand's home. Pieces of blood on the ground have been connected to a lake beach, and several corpses are lying on the ground miserably. There are William Hand's family and Green Lantern. The smell of blood in the air was pungent, and Su Sheng walked around the corpse and came to the restaurant. The dining room chair fell to the ground, and a corpse on the ground fell in a pool of blood. The head was pierced. It is William Hand. Isn't it started yet? Su Sheng frowned. What hasn't started yet? Carol Ferris asked on the phone, and Su Sheng directly hung up. What a strong breath of death. Su Sheng murmured, you faintly feeling the darkness as if it was gradually coming. The surroundings of the living room seemed to be surrounded by darkness, and gradually there was no light anymore. On the ground, William Hand's body remained motionless, as if waiting to be swallowed by the darkness. Ha! A figure gradually emerged in the darkness. A dwarf-like person who was about 1 meter tall was floating in the air, dressed in a robe, and half of his face had scary scars. The scar face of one of the Asgardians of the universe. One of the main tasks that led to the birth of the Dark Knight. Seeing her, Su Sheng's mouth raised slightly. She didn't seem to see Su Sheng, floating in the air staring at William Hand on the ground. This is exactly what he wants. Asgardian Scarface watched William Hand suddenly coughing and retching. The coughing became more and more violent and she couldn't help bending over and coughing as if she might hang up at any time. Cough cough, cough cough cough. She coughed up a pool of black blood, and a black lamp ring appeared in the black blood. Humanity. William Hand from the earth. The black lamp ring made a mechanical sound while flying quickly and actively put it on William Hand's finger, resurrection. In an instant, William Hand's broken and pierced head recovered quickly, and his hand supported the ground and slowly stood up. You are the concrete incarnation of our black lamp, you are the black incarnation, and you are the messenger of my Lord. Scar-faced William Hand, who was looking at the resurrection, said slowly. I know what I am the Black Hand. With this energy, I will finally extinguish all light. The Black Hand William Hand clenched his fist and raised the lamp ring. The appearance and body of the whole person had undergone earth-shaking changes. He had just died, but at the moment he looked like a zombie, terrifying and terrifying. Decay, darkness, death. An indescribable breath permeated with William Hand, who had become a black lamp. Scarface slowly disappeared into the darkness, and the black lamp William Hand slowly turned to look at Sheng. Sheng smiled and hooked his finger at him. The black light was born. You are the last light I will extinguish. The black lamp William Hand led into the darkness with a hoarse voice. Depend on. You want to run? Sheng really didn't expect the black light William Hand to be so awkward. What is the light that will be extinguished in the end? I'm right in front of you, what are you running? You are a black lamp, you are a subordinate of the Black Death Emperor, you can resurrect dead men, you can dig out your heart to get the emotional energy of the living, you can regenerate, you are afraid of a hammer. Sheng just felt that things had become interesting and prepared to copy the black lamp's ability. As a result, actually wanted to run, the superpower instantly activated, and the azure blue light instantly rushed to the black lamp in the dark William Hand. Black lamp William Hand, half of his body has disappeared in the darkness. Sheng instantly rushed to the front and grabbed his hand and yanked it outward. Creak. Black Lantern William Hand broke his arm instead of being pulled out, and William Hand was carried by Sheng with one arm, but William Hand had silently disappeared in it. Depend on. Sheng smashed his broken arm to the ground. This was Black Lantern William Hand's right hand, the hand that didn't wear the Black Lantern ring. Boom! The door was suddenly knocked open, and several heavily armed soldiers rushed in. Bane, who once ruled Gotham and plunged Gotham into the land of no owner, is buried here. What's the situation? P.S. In the comics, William Hand was tried by Hal Jordan and lost his right hand after becoming a ghost host. Bane was resurrected by the Black Lamp. He should have died forever. Gotham City, Cemetery. Got you. Sheng raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and directly transmitted it with the energy ability of the lamp ring. But when Sheng teleported over, what he saw was William Hand standing beside Bane. Yes, Bane, who should have been dead for a long time, stood beside him. He looked like a zombie, but he was alive. Vibe ability can travel through the universe and has a strong sense of ability. However, William Hand's particularity as a black lamp is far stronger than the other 7 lamps, and it feels a bit difficult to sense, but this is not difficult for Sheng. The superimposed power, doubled, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. Sheng doubled up, and quickly sensed his position. Many people are buried here, both good and bad. Seeing Sheng standing on the restaurant floor with a gloomy face and a broken arm, Oracle walked over and asked in a low voice. When Oracle saw this, he frowned and didn't ask any more, standing quietly on the side. Vibe ability releases Sheng to sense the position of the black light William Hand through the broken arm. The separated soldiers looked at Sheng blankly, and Dina Lance walked in with Katana and Oracle at the door. Let him run away. Sheng sneered and picked up the broken arm on the ground and whispered. Run, do you think you really ran? Vomit. William Hand glanced at Su Sheng suddenly retching, just like the Asgardian Scarface before, vomiting a few times and vomiting a pool of black sticky things. Swish swish. 5 black rays of light flew in all directions from the black sticky substance. 5 black lamp rings. I said that you are the last light I will extinguish. William Hand wiped the corner of his mouth, and the darkness shrouded again behind him. While staring at Su Sheng, he backed away. It's almost done. When I see me either running or throwing up, I want to run after pretending to be. How easy is that? Bane was not surprised to resurrect Su Sheng. Su Sheng didn't bother to pay attention to the other black lamp rings flying away. Although in theory, the other black lamp rings were no different from William Hand, but who made this guy want to run after he was forced to install it? Don't make him uncomfortable. The darkness released by William Hand belongs to the light of the black light, and it is useless to use other color light energy at all. It is a bit similar to coexist and restrain each other, and the black light also swallows the ability of other color lights. The speed is activated. A blue light flashed in Su Sheng's eyes. Unlimited stacking, 100 times. William Hand's heel was about to go into the darkness, but he suddenly felt that he was caught by his body and he wanted to fly away involuntarily. Boom! William Hand slammed heavily on the ground and was a little dazed. He looked at Su Sheng, who was standing still and slowly getting up. The next moment the darkness filled again. Boom! It was thrown out again. William Hand was stunned. He didn't see or perceive Su Sheng's movements at all, as if he stood still and didn't move at all. But, as long as he thought about releasing the darkness and leaving him, he would be thrown out. William Hand tried again without believing in evil, and the result was thrown out again and again. Boom! 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 The sound of the beating was clear and thick, and William Hand, like a bird in a cage, could not fly away. Su Sheng just stood there and didn't move, looking at William Hand with mischievous eyes. Even if the black lamp bane left him, he didn't even bother. Su Sheng saw a clue. Although William Hand pretended to say that he was the last light he was going to extinguish, neither he nor Bane did not do anything to himself. Under normal circumstances, the black lamp is a symbol of death. After possessing a corpse, they steal their memory and ability to appear in front of the people who remember them. Because the black lamp ring cannot replenish the ability from the energy, it must swallow the color light energy of other lights or swallow it. The heart of a living person gets its emotional energy, and this energy is also transmitted to the total energy of the black lamp. Therefore, although the Black Lantern members like to find their friends and relatives before their lives, they will not let others go, but William Hand and Bane have no plans to shoot themselves, even avoiding themselves. What does this mean? It means they are afraid of themselves. William Hand was originally just an ordinary person who killed so many Green Lanterns after getting the magic wand, let alone that he didn't know his own strength so well. Just because of his guts, it is impossible to be afraid of himself after becoming a black lamp. Needless to say, Bane didn't have that much ability when he killed him, let alone Bane's character is not afraid. Even if it is impossible to turn a blind eye to this kind of murderous vengeance, right? So the only explanation Su Sheng thought of was that someone told them not to do it with themselves. This person may know that ability will be copied by doing it yourself. Who will this person be? The Asgardian Scarface that gave William Hand a black lamp ring? Or, the big boss behind the Black Lantern Legion, the Black Death Emperor? Su Sheng was thinking about beating William Hand, who wanted to leave again and again. At the same time, the 5 black lamp rings that had just flown away seemed to have found their respective belongs and started to act. Near Kent Farm in Smallville, Kansas. A black lamp ring flew into a distant destination, the explosion sounded, the cemetery was blown up, and a person slowly climbed up from the inside. Go on, God. Jonathan, you. Martha Kent got out of the car when he heard the explosion and saw the person crawling out of the cemetery. Roar was surprised. I'm back, I'm here, to pick you up. Jonathan Kent said hoarsely, and black light suddenly rushed towards Martha, Kentucky. No. Martha Kent's startled roar stopped abruptly. At the same time, a person quickly landed in the air in the distance. Superman. The central city is also a cemetery. A flash of red lightning ran to the cutting-edge laboratory in an instant, and a tattered and rotten reverse lightning appeared in the laboratory abruptly, wearing a black reverse lightning uniform. Harrison. No, reverse lightning. The lightning squad was chatting, but was shocked when he saw the appearance of reverse lightning. How did he come back to life? Star City. Quinn's villa. There was a bang on the door. Green Arrow Man Oliver Quinn and Thea Quinn's mother Moira Quinn shouted for a few times, but did not see the servant to open the door, and had to pass by himself. Snapped. The door opened. Moira Quinn stepped back subconsciously and looked at the man in disbelief with his mouth wide open. Robert, aren't you dead? Somewhere in an uninhabited wilderness, the dark ashes gradually flew and gathered, and a man in armor and a goatee gradually appeared. When this person appeared, Wonder Woman Diana, who was chasing Leopard Girl, instantly frowned. This feeling, how does it seem to be Ares? No, it's impossible. Ares has been dead for many years. 0.5 Binching from the sea. Cemetery. After Hal Jordan's body was found, it was arranged to be buried again, but he broke ground again. This time, Hal Jordan is resurrected. Each of the 5 Black Lantern rings selects the possessed person to become the Black Lantern member, and the first goal of these people is their relatives. I don't know if it is a coincidence or what, these people's identities are not unknown. After becoming members of the Black Light, they began to find the closest people and start to do it. When the dark night comes, various places were plunged into chaos, and several famous superheroes were busy fighting each other. Some responded in time to avoid the disaster, but some made it worse. The dead are resurrected, and the living die. Boom! William Hand was beaten to the ground again. He no longer remembers how many times this was. Although it didn't hurt every time, this kind of helpless anger made him angry. Sheng, who superimposed 100 times the speed, stared William Hand as hard as an adult defended a child. Run, keep running, can't you run very well? Seeing William Hand's rage and unwillingness to make a move, Sheng said mockingly, I still refuse to make a move. Boss, your boss should be very afraid that I will copy Black Lantern's ability. Are you very kind? Angry? After all, I copied so many black lights, who can't help but stared at you. As the first black light, a black light with self-thinking, others can release the darkness, but you are the only one who stays here and cannot leave. Are you angry? Hit me. Sheng walked up to William Hand scornfully and sneered. Don't you dare. Boss. You still said that you know who you are and that you are a Black Hand. Don't make people laugh. After all, you are just a puppet in the hands of your boss, with self-awareness. There is a hammer to use. Don't you have to be obedient? Too cheap. Sheng's actions and ridicule made William Hand finally couldn't bear it. His anger seemed to burn the last straw, and he completely lost his mind. Roared like a beast, a black beam hit Sheng directly. Finally shot. The corners of Sheng's mouth were raised, and William Hand copied his ability the moment he took a shot against him. The Black Lamp of Death. Its ability is completely different from the ability of the Seven Lamps Legion. Sheng felt that he was more sensitive to death when he copied it. He could feel the darkness and death, and possessed the ability that gave the decedent resurrection. Moreover, you can convert your blood into black plasma to recover from your injuries, even if you have a broken arm or a broken leg. Boom! The black beam hit Sheng's body and disappeared. Sheng looked down and smiled. It's useless, I have copied the ability of the black light, and your attack with the same color and light won't hurt me at all. No matter what, you can't hurt me. William Hand shouted annoyedly. He finally couldn't hold back his shot. Ha, ha ha ha. Su Sheng laughed loudly. Are you stupid? I am more than just a black light ability, let alone your ability is limited, and I, is infinite. Unlimited stacking, 10 times. Su Sheng's whole body instantly filled with the same darkness as William Hand, but both the scope and the speed of expansion far surpassed William Hand. Although William Hand knew that Su Sheng could replicate ability, he saw this scene. Still shocked him. The next moment, darkness enveloped, and William Hand disappeared into the darkness in an instant. William Hand wanted to control the darkness to teleport away, but he suddenly found that the darkness that was originally like an arm supplied freely did not listen to his control, and he couldn't move a bit at all. On the contrary, the refreshing darkness that was originally comfortable for him, at the moment, seemed to have killed the master, and began to madly backlash. The pain could not be described in words. He felt that his body seemed to be torn into pieces by the darkness. He could feel that his black lamp ring was being taken away. No, no. Do not want. Why are all black lights? I can't hurt you but you can hurt me, isn't it, the color and light, the same origin? William Hand's voice in the darkness spread angrily and unwillingly, and finally returned to it. The darkness is calm. The darkness disappeared suddenly, and the surroundings regained brightness. William Hand disappeared, and the messy black flesh and blood appeared on the ground and there was no original shape at all. In the flesh and blood, a black lamp ring floated slowly and wanted to fly away but was suddenly hit by a hot red beam. Zertzi. Boom. The black lamp ring instantly exploded. Su Sheng's eyes returned to normal and he lifted his palm to directly reveal a black lamp ring on his hand. Yellow light, green light, red light, blue light, black light. One hand is full. Master. Indigo suddenly appeared in the bracelet. Su Sheng looked at Indigo, and saw that when Indigo thought moved the bracelet, several virtual projections appeared instantly. You have several calls that I stopped and transferred. The black lamp ring that flew away before resurrected a few people and caused a lot of trouble. Indigo said while motioning Su Sheng to look. Superman, Batman, Green Arrow and Birds of Prey, Wonder Woman, The Flash, and Carol Ferris are all fighting each other. Most of their opponents, Black Lantern Corps, know most of Su Sheng, Bane, Ares the God of War, and Reverse Lightning, he knows L. Jordan. Although he hasn't seen the remaining two, Su Sheng can guess their identities. They should be Superman's adoptive father and Green Arrow's father, right? Is anyone dead? Su Sheng asked Indigo. Indigo responded, only Green Arrow's mother, Moira Quinn, was killed by the black lamp. Superman rescued his adoptive mother Martha. Although it was sad for him to come back from the death of his adoptive father, he still made a decisive move. Although he could not solve it for a while, it seemed that there was not much danger. As for the black light on Batman's side, Bane went to find Talia but was entangled by Batman. The situation was not very good, but he could temporarily control the situation. Needless to say, Wonder Woman Diana. Originally, she was chasing Leopard Girl, but because of the resurrection of Ares, the god of war, she shifted the target. As the new god of war, Diana's strength was much stronger than before. Ares was not an opponent at all. Crush, but I think the special nature of the black lamp makes it difficult for him to be really killed. Although Carol Ferris is a bit dangerous, there is a Joker female Katana and an agent of the Sky Eye Society, so it's okay for the time being. Only Moira Quinn in Star City died a bit wrongly. Now the Green Arrow and the Raptor Squad are resisting, even Black Arrow. All ran to help. Where are the people from Sinisto and the Blue Lantern? Su Sheng asked again. Indigo shook his head, it should not be on the Earth anymore. That is to return to OA Star. If you stay on Earth, please tell me in time if there is a situation. I will go to OA Star to try to copy all the remaining lamp ring abilities. Sheng commanded and disappeared. NS. OA star. The headquarters of the Green Lantern Legion, one of the strongest defensive headquarters in the Seven Lantern Legion, even the fierce and evil generations in the universe would not dare to be presumptuous here. But at the moment, there was a lot of smoke, and the flames of war permeated. Several Green Lantern corpses were lying on the ground, and the various buildings nearby had become wreckage. Not far away, several different rays of light flickered in midair. I can clearly see Green Lantern Sinisto, red light Blitz, orange light La Fritz, yellow light Kalu Hill, blue light Sunwalker, purple light, which is the Queen Agaper of the Star Blue Stone Legion, working together. Attacking Asgardian Scarface. Even not long ago, after Asgardian Scarface bestowed the Black Lamp Ring on William Hand, he returned to OA and launched a surprise attack to imprison the other universe Asgardian, and then fought fierce battles with other Green Lanterns. Then I played against the members of the Six Lights. The reason why all six lights are here is also very simple. Because of the Sunwalker, the leader of the Blue Lantern Legion, the Blue Lantern represents the hope to be created by the Asgardian Ganser and said in the original Green Lantern Legion. Ganser and the two Asgardians were expelled because they knew that the Dark Knight was coming and wanted to prepare in advance, but they were rejected by the other Asgardians, so there was plenty of time to prepare after the creation of the Blue Lantern Corps. They think that the most likely to defeat the Black Lamp until the end of the Dark Knight is Sinisto, so Sunwalker went to the Earth to save Sinisto, but before going to the Earth, they encountered the Red Light Blitz and the Symbol who wanted to avenge the leader. With the greedy Orange Lantern Laughlets, after explaining the pros and cons, they persuaded them to go to OA Star and everyone joined forces to fight against the Black Lantern. At the same time, the Blue Lantern Corps even contacted the Yellow Lantern and Purple Lantern Corps, and even the Cyan Lantern Corps. Unfortunately, the Blue Lantern Legion has now become the commander of the Rainbow Legion, so there is no response. Universe Asgardian, as an ancient and powerful race, can be said to have extraordinary strength, and Scarface does not seem to be struggling to fight the Six Lanterns alone. Ha! Sheng quietly appeared on the OA Star, and was attracted by the battle of the Asgardian vs Six Lantern Corps as soon as he appeared. It's so lively, it just so happens that everything I want to find is here. Sheng raised his mouth in a good mood. The orange, blue, and purple lights happened to be here. His eyes were on the battlefield. The first thing he saw was the Purple Lantern. The emotional power of the Purple Lantern is love color. The purple sexy uniform is very eye-catching even in the chaos. He doesn't know much about the Purple Lantern. Knowing that Carol Ferris became purple, that is, Star Blue Stone and Hal Jordan fell in love and killed each other. The purple lamp can create purple crystals to imprison the enemy to brainwash them or use crystals to realize weapons. The purple lamp ring can track the heartbeat of the lover and serve as a navigation track. The gadget is more powerful than positioning. It's no wonder that most of the Purple Lanterns are women, and although they use love as their emotional power, they seem to be mostly single, right? After all, even if they are in love, few men are willing to find a purple lamp who can monitor and find their own partner at any time, right? But the power of love is still great. If the other half in love is dead, you can use the power of the purple lamp to save the person who has just died. The rescue by definitely is not the same as the resurrection of the Black Lantern. Even if the Black Lantern is alive, it is almost like a zombie. The gaze jumped. Sheng looked at the orange light again. The orange light is very special. There is only one person in the entire Orange Lantern Corps, La Fritz. Orange represents greed, selfish and evil greed. When greed reaches a certain level, it is extremely overbearing possessiveness. This results in the Orange Lantern Legion being only one person forever, that is, La Fritz. He killed all the creatures that attempted to use the energy of the orange light, so that they were removed from the entity and turned into the embodiment of the energy of the orange light and became his subordinates. It can be said that he alone represents the Orange Lantern Legion. Laughlets is extremely greedy, eager to have all types of energy rings, and even greedy for the black lamp ring, so the blue lamp can meet him on the way to the earth. However, he was willing to help because he made a condition. After defeating Black Lantern, he asked an Asgardian to become an Orange Lantern Asgardian. Although it was not very useful, it was only because other light groups had Asgardians, so he wanted it too. If Sheng does not have the ability of a disciple and lets him choose among the 7 lamp rings, he will choose the orange lamp. Greedy. At this point, he can exert a more powerful ability than other emotions. It's him. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Boom. To put it simply, the hope of willpower is not simple, so the green light and the blue light should be the strongest duo in the 7 lanterns. He can replicate the power of the lantern ring, and the Blue Lantern tribe has already taken refuge in him. Sinisto recognized Sheng and shouted loudly at a glance. "Humph, I'm afraid it's not as good as you think, in any case, be careful." As soon as Sinister's voice fell, Sheng, who flew over, directly showed a huge amounts of fists towards them with the 4-color ring light fixture. Smashed past. Earthman Sheng. Looking at Laughlets with a weird head, Sheng flew over. "Which one should you start with?" Sheng's eyes looked at the orange, blue, and purple 3 people, and finally selected the orange light. Because the hope of not implementing the will is nothing. The huge amounts of tearing air sounds made the people in the fight turn their heads and look over. He meant that he was greedy for what he liked and was interested in. Sheng is also very greedy now, but not so strong. The emotional power of the Blue Lantern Legion is hope. The holder will not give up hope and will always inspire others in difficult situations. Its ability is also very interesting, much like an assistant or nanny. It can affect other energy ring holders. It can show things that suit the opponent's soul. Around the blue light user, the red light will calm down and no longer be angry, and the orange light will become less hungry, thirsty, and greedy. The blue light can also eliminate the energy of the yellow light and double the energy of the green light. Near the green light, the things that appear in the blue light can form a barrier and so on. If there is no green light, there is no such function. The huge fists of the 4-color ring light manifested directly blasted over, and the 6 lanterns were warned by Sinister to be prepared, and each released ability to resist. Boom! The collision of the 4-color ring light and the 6-color ring light produced a huge impact. After canceling each other, the powerful rushing instantly shattered the group of 6 lanterns that had been gathered together, and dispersed them separately. How is it possible? 6 lights, the 6 lights can't stop the 4 lights, someone shouted in surprise. You killed Adashitas. Red Light Blitz shouted angrily and rushed towards Sheng. A pair of huge amounts of wings flickered behind her and she came to Sheng's in a blink of an eye. Before. Go away, I'm not looking for you. Sheng's eyes seemed to greet him directly through the orange light that Blitz was staring at not far away. Ha! Blitz actually passed through Sheng's body, which made her stunned and stopped for an instant and turned her head to look. As if nothing happened, Sheng quickly rushed to the orange light. This. Blitz was stunned and chased up again, while the others also reacted to their actions. In an instant, the treatment originally enjoyed by Asgardian Scar 327's face was replaced by Sheng. The energy of 6 colors of green, red, orange, yellow, blue, and purple blasted towards Sheng from all directions at the same time. Sheng smiled. I originally planned to come one by one, but now it's all right, it's ready in one pot. Copy, copy, copy. Sheng copied all the abilities of orange light, blue light, and purple light. At the same time, the energy of the 6 lanterns core was already close at hand. Boom! Sheng was hit, and the smoke instantly spread. Continue. Sinister yelled and didn't stop at all, the lamp ring energy continued to output and blasted over frantically. Others were a little hesitant when they saw it, but since Sinister was so cautious, there must be a reason, so the attack was not interrupted at all for a while, and the six-lamp army, the six-color light energy continued to bombard constantly. The smoke from the explosion grew bigger and thicker. Not far away, Asgardian, who was supposed to be the combatant, was shocked. "What's the situation? Are you trying to deal with me? Why did you name Sheng? And you didn't see you so cruel when you fought me just now?" Asgardian Scarface slightly frowned and looked towards the center of the explosion smoke. The smoke was too thick and he attacked too much so that he could not see Sheng clearly. But this kind of attack shouldn't be enough to kill him, right? If he is still alive, if he is allowed to copy the ability of other lantern rings, then he is too threatening to the Black Lantern. Thinking of this, Asgardian Scarface raised his hand and released energy to hit Sheng. Okay. The two groups who were still hostile to each other just now joined forces to get Sheng and his mortal enemy. The addition of Asgardian surprised the six lanterns, but when I changed my mind, I realized that even Asgardian felt that Sheng was dangerous, so they would join forces at this time. Boom! 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 The explosion sounded endlessly, and the attacks continued for more than 10 minutes. An attack of this intensity is enough to destroy a planet. Gradually. Their attack slowed down, some tired gasps staring at the center of the explosion. Should die. Senestor showed a huge fan-shaped object swaying vigorously, and the diffuse smoke was instantly dispersed. Wind. Blow hard. The smoke cleared, everyone's eyes widened. Rainbow. Rainbow. Color. In the midair, a circular barrier composed of rainbow-colored lights shielded Sheng inside. Sheng put his hands on his shoulders, his mouth raised a light smile, and there were 3 more lamp rings on his hands, namely orange, blue, and purple. The 7 lamp rings were gathered, and the 7-color light energy turned into a rainbow to protect Sheng from the constant attacks of the 6-lamp army and the Asgardian Scarface. He was unharmed, and even his hair and clothes were not messy. It's impossible. You got 7 colors. Sinisto and others screamed in shock, and suddenly a blue light roar flew away. The Sunwalker screamed and dropped directly from the air, but fortunately, the crystal transformed by the purple lantern was used with the help of it. My lamp ring. The blue light ring is different from other light rings. Once the wearer loses hope, the blue light ring will abandon him and leave. Facing Sheng, who suffered such an attack but was unharmed, facing the rainbow-colored light composed of 7 colors, the blue lantern Sunwalker lost hope for an instant, and in that short instant, the lantern ring directly abandoned him. This is despair. Believe me, you don't know what true despair is. Sheng waved his hand to remove the barrier, making a fist with his palm. Boom! The rainbow-colored light turned into energy instantly surging around Sheng as the center. The rainbow appeared above Sheng's head and slowly fell down with Sheng. With his toes touching the ground, Sheng chuckled and slowly raised his left foot after landing and standing firmly. This is despair. The green light Sinisto, the red light Blitz, the orange light La Fritz, and the yellow light Carla Hill are dumbfounded, and the willpower is firm. In the comics, the green light and the yellow light are 2 lights, which are regarded as Sinister, who is most likely to defeat the Black Lantern, seem to have its will shattered, staring blankly at the disappearing half of the star with dull eyes. Boom boom boom. No matter how strong or strong, this foot will all turn into dust, and it will disappear silently without even the explosion. It's all gone. The 6-lantern Corps and Asgardian were directly shaken out, lying on the ground one by one and injured. It was not from the place where Sheng collapsed to the sides, but the entire left half of the planet of OA star was crushed in an instant. Gone. Kick. Just a kick. This is worth your despair. Sheng chuckled and looked at the remaining people. They struggled to look up. Sheng has stepped on half a planet. The buildings on this half, the core of the planet, etc. were all crushed and disappeared in an instant. The Green Lantern Soul Castle, the Service Hall, the House of Sectors, etc. The buildings on the left of our star turned into dust in an instant, including the unlucky ones that happened to fall on the left. Queen Agaper of the Purple Lantern, Sunwalker and Asgardian who lost the Ring of Blue Lantern. Drop your left foot and lightly step on the ground. A huge force that is hard to describe in words smashed out. In an instant, just an instant, from the corner of Su Sheng's mouth to the edge of the entire planet collapsed in an instant. Boom! The green light Sinisto looked sluggish and his will collapsed. The red light Blitz's wings retracted and he couldn't feel the slightest anger behind his back. Although the yellow light Caruhil was a female alien and had a mouth like beast, at the moment instead of giving people any sense of fear, she can feel her own fear. Only La Fritz, the orange lamp of greed, he is neither desperate nor fear nor anger, but staring at Su Sheng, the light of greed in his eyes is about to overflow. The energy rays of the seven-color rainbow lighted up beside Su Sheng, and he slowly flew towards the other half of the war star past. He just left. No, don't you kill us. Yellow Lantern Caruhil said in a low voice, dumbfounded. That's the direction of the central energy battery. His target is the lamp beast. Sinister suddenly came to chase after him, but it was too late. When he just flew over the building of the central energy battery, he heard the sound of explosion and collapse. The building collapsed instantly, and he immediately saw Su Sheng flying out of it under the rainbow light. He flew away as if he hadn't seen him at all. Sinisto was shocked and hurriedly fell into the ruins of the building. He saw the broken central energy battery but did not find the lamp beast ion shark. Boom! There was an ear-splitting flight sound, and Su Sheng landed directly in front of Orange Lantern Lafflets and tapped his finger lightly. A beam of rainbow-colored energy from the fingertips pierced through the chest of the orange lamp Lafflets. His eyes were still gleaming with greed, but he suddenly fell to the ground. Died. He didn't even have a chance to react, so he was killed directly. Su Sheng used to take off the orange light ring in his hand and turned his head to look at the red light and the yellow light. The yellow light suddenly took off the ring by himself. Here you are, don't kill me. Su Sheng curled his lips and didn't even look at it. He wasn't interested in the yellow lamp ring at all. It was the lamp beast who was interested. He already had the parallax, so he was naturally not interested in asking for a yellow light ring. 7 kinds of lamps and 7 kinds of lamp beasts. The parallax monster with the yellow light, the modified octopus with the blue light, and the ion shark with the green light are now available. He has all the lantern beasts for the ability to quit light. Naturally it is no exception, so he took off the orange light ring to know the orange light. The location of the beast. Don't know if this is considered the influence of greedy emotion. The red light beast is called the blood slaughter cow. Where is it? Su Sheng asked at the red light Blitz. You want a lantern beast? Red light Blitz reacted instantly. Forget it, I think it should be at the headquarters of your Red Lantern Corps. I don't bother to go personally. Can you go back and bring the lantern beast to the Earth now? Don't think about it. The lantern beast is an important part of the lantern group, and the strength of the lantern beast lantern group will be greatly reduced. No. It's okay. Su Sheng didn't care at all about the red light Blitz's attitude of seeing death at home, raising his hand to the rainbow color light. Blitz instantly retreated and spread his wings, and at the same time the red light energy released a barrier to resist. Pust. The sound of the penetration sounded, and the red light barrier and Blitz's heart penetrated. No, it's impossible. Red light Blitz looked at the wound on his body in disbelief. The red light ring was clearly still in his hand. Even if the heart was pierced, it shouldn't die. Why the ability of the red light ring useless? Click. Blitz fell to the ground, and the red light ring fell off by itself and quickly flew away. Carol Hill shivered and didn't even dare to make a sound. The orange light and the yellow light were completely killed by Su Sheng with a single blow. With such strength, how dare she move? For the first time she hated fear so much. It tastes good. Su Sheng glanced at Carlu. Hill absorbed her fear, and at the same time showed a black lamp ring and threw it at Blitz. With the ring on his hand, Blitz's wound quickly healed and came back to life. Blitz looked at himself blankly. Black light. The black lamp belongs to me. Su Sheng said lightly. You can choose to be a black lamp with self-awareness or a black lamp zombie. You can even copy the ability of the black lamp. Blitz looked at Su Sheng in shock and trembling slightly. She had already died once, so she knew what it was like to die. Although she is dead now, she is still alive to a certain extent. Is there a choice between being alive and being a black lamp zombie? Blitz secretly sighed with a complicated expression and followed the darkness behind her, and she disappeared in the darkness. After Blitz disappeared, Su Sheng also introduced darkness and disappeared. When Sinisto flew back, only Kalu Hill was sitting on the ground with a yellow light ring. Sinisto wanted to ask something but found that Carla Hill had been frightened and stupefied by fear. Roar! I am Sinister, and I am the greatest Green Lantern. Sinisto looked at the half-star ore. I never surrender. After speaking, Sinisto suddenly picked up the yellow light ring from Corel Hill's hand. Corel Hill looked up and saw that Sinisto had put on the yellow light ring as well. Double ring. Asgardian Scarface is dead, the Seven Lanterns Legion is crippled, OA Star is only half left, and even the Green Lantern Ion Shark is gone. I wanted the Seven Lanterns to gather to deal with the Black Lantern to deal with the Dark Knight, but I was surprised by Su Sheng. It was destroyed. Earth. The crisis of the Dark Knight is still spreading. Although the first Black Lamp, William Hand, is dead, the darkness seems to be more intense. Several major cities were in chaos, and the sky seemed to be gradually engulfed and gloomy. So cool. As soon as Su Sheng came back, he was attracted by the fear that permeated all around. Squinting his eyes wantonly absorbing this fearful emotional energy, Su Sheng squinted his eyes and directly released a message to the members of the Rainbow Legion, asking them to bring back the blue and purple lantern beasts. As for where to find the lantern beast, the young girl will contact other people. After proper explanation, Su Sheng teleported to the disciple. In the disciple, Cheong Myun couldn't help trembling when he saw Su Sheng. However, Su Sheng ignored Cheong Myun and started the disciple to fly to the sky above the United States, in the middle of several cities with black lights. The disciple was suspended in the air, and Su Sheng got up and went to the collection room. Follow me. Su Sheng said when passing by Cheong Myun. In the collection room, Su Sheng placed the green light beast Ion Shark and turned around and wrote his hand. Cheong Myun took the picture only under his command and hung it up and then followed Su Sheng out. Do what you are good at. Su Sheng said to Cheong Myun and sat down on the sofa with Gu Xian, and Gideon showed the situation of fighting with black lights everywhere. Cheong Myun froze for a moment before reacting and hurriedly went to help Su Sheng make a cup of coffee. Several battlefields with black lights appeared at the same time. Batman's strength proved that what is your uncle or your uncle, although just an ordinary person, he was the first person to get the black light or find out how to solve it. Bane sometimes interrupted his back and was killed by Su Sheng. He died so much that Batman had a chance to find his place. It didn't take long for Batman to take off the black lamp ring by means, and then a bomb directly sent Bane to the sky. Batman informed the past about the way to fight against the black lights. It didn't take long for Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Arrow, and the Raptor team to solve the black lights in the same way. Only the opponents of the Flash and Joker remained unresolved. The female and Carol Ferris have not resolved the black light. Hal Jordan. Su Sheng turned to take the coffee from Cheong Myun and took her to sit down, drinking coffee and stroking Cheong Myun's legs. Su Sheng found that the flash's progress was not great, although it could catch up. Reverse lightning, but it is difficult to remove his black lamp ring. The frost killer came out. Seeing the flash helpless, Caitlin Snow suddenly transformed herself, but she seemed to be able to feel the chill through the video. The cold air filled, and the foot of the lightning slipped instantly, and the flash took off his ring. Su Sheng turned his head and looked at the Joker girl, but found that the battle just ended. The Joker girl had already taken off Hal Jordan's ring, and poor Hal Jordan hung up again. After the black lamp was solved, the Joker girl couldn't wait to send it away. It should be the beast with the blue lamp and the purple lamp. At this point, the crisis of the black light has been resolved, and the sky that had become dim seems to have gradually cleared up. Until the dark night is over. Su Sheng is a little disappointed. Where is the Black Death Emperor? As the big boss, the Black Death Emperor hasn't appeared yet. Ringing. When the phone rang, Su Sheng quickly connected. It was Carol Ferris calling. The purpose of the call was obviously about the Black Lantern and the Legion. Su Sheng briefly said a few words and heard that the matter might be over, which made Carol Ferris a sigh of relief. Not long after the phone was hung up, it rang again, and Felicity had to answer the call. So Su Sheng could only repeat the matter again, and by the way, let Felicity inform others so as not to ask himself again. Su Sheng didn't bother to deal with the subsequent matters. After he absorbed all the fear of energy absorption, he took Jongmyeon back to the room to rest. No words for a night. Su Sheng became busy again the next day. First, Blitz, who became a black lamp, came back with a red lamp, beast blood and slaughter of cattle. Su Sheng put it in the collection room like the same method and asked Blitz to do what he should do. Following the young girl, the Joker girl also came back. The blue lantern Yashi Huang and the purple lantern Marauder are back. You want to collect the lantern beasts, then I will pass the parallax monsters too. The Joker girl said with a smile. You are free. Su Sheng said and sent it directly to the headquarters of the Orange Lantern Corps to get the Orange Lantern Abstinence Python back. In the collection room. The 7 drifting bottles are neatly arranged in a row, and the 7 lamp beasts are all here. This should be the most valuable collection in the collection room at present, but it is a pity that the Black Death Emperor did not show up. Otherwise, he can also be collected together. Speaking of which, the Black Death Emperor was afraid that he would not appear easily after knowing his own strength like the original Lan Deheng Dr. Manhattan, for fear of being copied by himself. I'm so embarrassed, it's a top-notch expert anyway. Su Sheng curled his lips and threw Sinisto's green light ring to the Joker woman. Give this ring to that Green Lantern and let him heal the Oracle. Oh. The Joker girl obediently agreed and left. The Joker girl returned that night, and Oracle's injury was completely healed. She also specifically called to express her gratitude. Su Sheng was lacking in interest, and the absence of the Black Death Emperor made him feel that he had lost a lot of fun, and he felt like a duck with his mouth flying. It seems that Su Sheng's mood is a little depressed. The Joker woman can be said to be very pleased and finally attracts Su Sheng's attention. The weather is clear and cloudless. The Joker woman's hair rubbed Su Sheng's legs, making him feel itchy, and opened his eyes slightly. Morning, dear. The Joker girl looked up and smiled brightly. Morning. Su Sheng responded lazily and narrowed his eyes slightly. The Joker girl laughed and lowered her head to continue. Isn't the Black Death Emperor showing up anymore? How can I have some fun? Go to the Center City to see the Frost Killer, or to the Star City Raptor Squad? Or go to Mela? Atlantis's underwater world should be good. Su Sheng thought about it, and then thought of Aquaman Arthur Curry. This hapless guy was thrown to the earth by himself, and I don't know how. Why don't you just explore the new world? Maybe it can also lead out the Black Death Emperor. Su Sheng deliberately didn't mention the Black Lantern Ring, and other people didn't mean to send the Black Lantern Ring. If he leaves Earth 1, will the Black Death Emperor use the Black Lantern Ring to do something? Maybe it will make a comeback. In addition, Sheng suddenly remembered one thing. The total energy of the Black Lantern ring during the Dark Knight event seemed to be an anti-monitor, right? It seemed that the anti-monitor had died, and the weak soul was made by the Black Death Emperor into the total energy of the Black Lantern Legion. Anti-Monitor. This is also a hanging character, known as the Anti-Monitor King. He has the anti-life equation and is one of the top batches in the DC world. 5.3, if it wasn't for his death, he would still be under the control of the Black Death Emperor's ability. It's really not that easy to catch. Then the words that led to the Black Death might be copied to the ability of the Anti-Monitor. It seems that you have to run farther to make the Black Death Emperor feel at ease. In order to make you come out and pretend to be forced, Lao Tzu is broken. Sheng sighed secretly, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. P.S. Many people should know the words of the Anti-Monitor, the top group. In addition, it opens the first world outside of DC. It is from the old movie, Hellboy, changed by Dark Horse Comics. It is not long or short, but also belongs to the superhero series. I heard that the new movie of Hellboy will be restarted soon. The villain is the heroine of Resident Evil. The game, Injustice 2, also joined the role of Hellboy. With what he wanted to do, Sheng's mood finally rose. Seeing the Joker woman's head swaying up and down, Sheng smiled and grabbed her shoulders and pulled her to the side. Sheng turned on her horse in the sound of her deliberate surprise roar, holding a red and a blue rein in both hands, bravely galloping up. The horse shook its head and roared cheerfully. The horse galloped for a long time, and finally stopped after the last fast charge. Sheng turned over and lay down and took the Joker girl in his arms and gave a happily kiss. "My dear, did you think of something interesting?" My mood suddenly improved. Joker asked with a smile on Sheng's chest. Yes. Sheng said with a chuckle. If you want to bring the Black Death Emperor out of Earth too, it will definitely not work. It is too close, and even other parallel universes may be within the Black Death Emperor's range. So what if it's not the DC world? It should be enough to leave the regular DC world, right? Although Sheng is not sure, can he give it a try? Should he be able to do it with his current ability? Vibe or superpower? Both types of ability can be used to travel through the universe, but vibe ability needs something as a medium to sense different cosmic waves. It may not be so easy if you have been there once and haven't been. He has been to the Marvel world, but the universe he is in has collapsed and I don't know if it can be done. Sheng closed his eyes and thought that the Marvel world began to feel. 1 time, 2 times, 10 times, 8 times. Sheng kept stacking his powers, but it was a pity that he didn't sense anything. Sure enough, isn't it? Then change it. Sheng thought of a moment and quickly thought of a world. This was an old movie he had seen before, which was quite impressive. Stack, stack, continue to stack. Sheng has almost stacked up to 50 times, and suddenly he feels the scene in front of him has changed. He seems to be in a certain kind of torrent. There are countless projection-like images around him that make him feel dazzled. He doesn't know which one to look at. Only after a few glances at Sheng, he finds that these clips are gone, and he also appears in a certain inner room in a building. This change is as natural as a dream. The whole world seemed to be dark blue, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. He turned his head and looked around. The room was a little messy and looked like a bachelor's place. In the corner of the room, a person was looking in the mirror. At least 2 meters high, wearing a long windbreaker, with a red tail dangling, seems to be in a good mood. Suddenly, the man turned around. Dark red skin, 2 protruding but flattened round tentacles on his head, with a cigar in his mouth, his right hand is several times larger than his left hand. He didn't notice Sheng's peeping, but turned around and went out from the door. Successful. Sheng smiled, the scenery in front of him changed again. He blinked and returned to his room. The Joker woman stared at him curiously. What succeeded? I found a new playground, maybe, there will be more in the future, don't worry about being bored this time. Sheng stood up and patted the Joker female said, go take a shower, clean up. The Joker woman nodded excitedly. The two took a bath and changed clothes. Sheng also thought of the scenes that he saw at the beginning, then, should it be super time flow, right? It is said that the super time stream contains all the forms in the digital sense, such as all movies, TV series, novels, cartoons, and so on. It is also specially emphasized that the Marvel Universe is also in the super time stream. The new 52 in the DC world, that is, 52 universes, are drawn from the super time flow. Sheng's glimpse just now made Sheng also watch a few scenes that are absolutely not what the DC world should have. After finishing everything up, Sheng didn't feel anxious and set off. First, he called Indigo to explain a few words to make a good connection between the universe and the universe, otherwise he didn't know if the Black Death Emperor really appeared. After that, Myun confessed a few words and gave her a few pieces of gold so that she and Indigo could watch the disciple number together. It was already noon after the morning shift, but it was already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon after all had been confessed. Are you ready? Sheng asked the Joker woman. The Joker woman put on her dress, high heels, black fishnet stockings, two-tone shorts and jacket, wearing a white t-shirt inside, her gun of love and hate collapsed in the waist, a two-tone ponytail tied up, and a yellow light ring on her left hand. He took a baseball bat in his right hand. Ready. The Joker woman nodded her head heavily. Sheng closed his eyes in contemplation, and after a long while he raised his hand to release the vibe wormhole. The two jumped in. Next moment, the two felt the vibe wormhole disappeared behind their feet on the ground. The dark clouds cover the moon and even the stars are invisible, and the surroundings are silent, and the old and backward buildings are shrouded in the night giving a feeling of depression. It looks like Gotham. It used to be Gotham. The Joker girl looked around. The Gothic architectural style is indeed a bit Gotham. Which world is this? What is the Earth? Is it also a parallel universe? Is there a double body I know? Sheng raised the bracelet and tried to make contact. After confirming that there was no problem with the communication, he put down and said with a smile, this is not a world of ping 790, but a completely independent world. As for what is it called? Hellboys. The world is better. The ghost knew what this world should be called, Sheng simply named it after a character or a name. Hellboy. The Joker woman whispered softly without further questioning. Go, find a place to stay first. Every time I go to a strange place, the place to stay is definitely the first problem to be dealt with. Just as the two of them were about to leave, they saw a few cars suddenly appeared in front of them. The squeaking of the door sounded neatly, and several gunmen in uniforms who got out of the car pointed at Sheng and the Joker girl. Don't move. The Joker girl laughed and hurriedly raised her hands as if I was a good person. I won't move, don't scare me, I'm afraid. And you, raise your hands. Several gunmen shouted towards Sheng. Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled lightly. It seems we have a place to stay. After speaking, he slowly raised his hands. Sheng raised his hands and watched those people pacing vigilantly with their guns, and asked with a chuckle. Can you ask who you are and why are you arresting us? Yes, we haven't done anything yet. The Joker woman nodded and said. Stop talking nonsense. The gunman put down the gun and took out the handcuffs and pulled Sheng's arms down and directly handcuffed them. On the other side, someone else handcuffed the Joker girl and took her baseball bat. Take away her gun of love and hate. My dear, I can't give this to you, kids don't play guns. The Joker female dexterously avoided and said with a smile. Ha ha. In an instant, all guns were directed at the Joker woman. Gun, hand it over. The man said solemnly. But I don't want to. The Joker girl turned her head slightly to look at Sheng. My dear, shall we change our base? It's up to you. Sheng shrugged indifferently, and Soul Ability threw it at the gunman next to him and directly explored his memory. BPRD, short for the Paranormal Investigation and Defense Agency, is a secret agency responsible for protecting the United States and the world from activities such as mysticism and supernaturalism. It is also the agency of Hellboy. No matter which world, the United States is the face of a world policeman. This kind of mysterious organization is about to become a standard feature. However, this supernatural investigation and defense agency does have some ability, or the agent inside has some ability to foresee the appearance of himself and the Joker woman, so it came to arrest. This should be the work of Hellboy's teammate and friend Abel the Murloc. Similar to telepathy's ability, not only can you read other people's memories, you can even see its past and future through objects, which is similar to your own vibe ability to some extent. What do you want to do? Warn you not to mess around, otherwise we will. Several agents of the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Agency raised their guns and warned, but the Joker woman suddenly rushed forward and slammed her head towards the agent next to her. Past. Boom. The crisp collision sound made people feel painful when they heard it. The agent snorted and covered her head, and the Joker girl shook her high heels and kicked it directly. This foot has a very famous name, Een leg. Ah. The hapless agent covered his head with one hand and the vitals and lay down. Bang bang bang. The gunshot immediately rang out and hit the Joker woman. The yellow light suddenly lit up to illuminate the originally dim surroundings, and a huge yellow shield blocked the Joker woman, making the agent startled, almost instinctively continuing to shoot. The gunfire was deafening, and the bullets scattered all over the floor. The female Joker behind the shield's hands were surrounded by the energy of the yellow light, and the handcuffs split instantly. After squeezing twice, the handcuffs broke into pieces and fell off her wrists. Don't move. Give up resistance immediately. The sudden appearance of the weird shield shocked these agents, but somehow they had dealt with many special cases so they were still calm. One of them walked quickly to Sheng's side and pointed his gun at Sheng's head towards the Joker girl. Shouted. The female Joker looked at the agent and she was about to take Sheng as a hostage. Pist couldn't help but laughed, as if she heard a funny joke. The laughter was very exaggerated, and she almost couldn't help laughing. My dear, you are treated as a hostage, haha, haha, what should I do? Should I surrender? Joker asked Sheng while smiling. Okay, since you don't like this place to stay, let's change it, don't waste time here. Sheng said with a chuckle, his body swayed slightly. The next moment, the surrounding agents fell to the ground with a thump. All lie down in a blink of an eye. It's so fast, fortunately, you are not so fast in bed. The Joker woman bent down, picked up the baseball bat and walked over to take Sheng's arm, and the two moved away. In a hotel. The most luxurious suite on the top floor. Sheng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the night, and recalling the memory of Hellboy. In 1944, World War II was coming to an end. The Nazis were unwilling to implement the Ragnarok project. They used science and mysterious forces with a necromancer to open the gate to hell and summon the son of Satan. Although the ceremony was destroyed but the son of Satan was sent. A child. The son of Satan with a red skin, a huge right hand and a tail. He was adopted by Professor Bloom, taught him the principles of life and cared for him as a son. Eventually, he joined the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Agency and became a Hellboy who specializes in destroying demons and slaying demons. In the movie, he has two good partners, one is the Murloc Abel. He has pale green and blue skin all over, and his head looks like an alien. He usually likes to live underwater, eats rotten eggs, and possesses extraordinary wisdom. Ability with mind. Another Liz Sherman suddenly possessed the super ability of the flame at the age of 11. The first outbreak of ability took the lives of her parents and brothers and almost paralyzed the entire city. In the end, 32 people died. Because of its special ability, he joined the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Agency, and because ability was often out of control, he was eventually imprisoned in a mental hospital. She is also the object of Hellboy's admiration. Even if he is from hell, he still has to fall in love, even if it's just unrequited love. Sheng didn't plan to do anything in this world. He didn't have much interest in the ability of Hellboy and others. His purpose of coming here was to attract the Black Death Emperor to appear. A faint fragrance came from behind, with a hand on his shoulder. Sheng turned his head and saw Joker standing in front of him wrapped in a bath towel. She pursed her mouth and smiled without saying a word, put one hand on Sheng's shoulder, and one hand pulled away the bath towel on her body. Click. Bath towels were scattered on the ground. The Joker girl opened her mouth with a charming smile, and slowly squatted down with her hand supporting Sheng. Sheng trembled slightly. Although his eyes looked at the night outside the window, the realization gradually became a little dazed, and he couldn't see exactly what he was looking at. A strange world, a strange room. The two people familiar with each other did not feel the slightest discomfort. In the night, the curtains of the bed slowly fell, and the voice gradually sounded. There is a garbage disposal station in the suburbs of Newark, New Jersey. Although garbage trucks occasionally come in and out, its real identity is the Paranormal Investigation and Defense Agency. There is only a lonely building on the ground, but there is a cave in the ground. The sun was swaying the ground, and the gray-haired Professor Bloom of the Paranormal Investigation and Defense Agency stood in front of an indoor pool. Inside the pool, the Murloc Able floated around slowly. "Can't you feel it?" Professor Bloom asked unwillingly. Murloc Able shook his head. "I can't feel it anymore, I can only feel that he is from another world, another more powerful world." "A world with him?" Professor Bloom asked pointedly. He was referring to Hellboy. Murloc Able still shook his head. Professor Bloom quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "No matter which world they are from, they can't let it go. I will let people find their whereabouts as soon as possible. You also think about what kind of ability is that sudden yellow shield. To determine their identities as soon as possible." The sunny weather made the street more pedestrians. The Joker woman walked down the street with 783 Sheng on her arm. Although she didn't bring her baseball bat, her dress was still eye-catching and frequently eye-catching. The Joker girl and Sheng didn't mind at all. They should go shopping and chat. Sometimes they would go in and buy some interesting souvenirs to take back when they met interesting shops. Joker women also have friends. Go shopping, eat, and understand the world before you know it, and the day has passed like this. "Oh, yes, I got rid of the agent of the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Agency 3 times. The last time the Joker girl seemed to be a little annoyed, she knocked out the tracking agent and stunned Sheng and ran away. Although Sheng felt that it was not necessary at all. What is this place?" After running, I don't know how far, Joker and Sheng jumped over the wall into a spacious courtyard. Sheng looked around and asked casually, but the Joker woman's eyes lit up. "This is a mental hospital," she said confidently. "I've been to the Arkham Asylum. The smell there is the same as here, but it's stronger than here. Do you want to see what it's like to be a doctor?" Joker said with a grin. "The doctor?" Sheng became interested in an instant. Sheng originally planned to take Joker in directly, but Joker shook her head and pulled him over with a guilty and cautious look. Quietly opened the door. The female Joker probe glanced at it and curled her lips. Even the janitor hasn't managed so loosely. "If I change to Arkham, I'm afraid everyone will run away." Although it was the first time she came, she seemed to be familiar with the road, quietly all the way to the top floor and opened the door of a room similar to a medical care room. Opened the door gently. There was a female doctor in a white coat inside. With her eyes facing each other, the female doctor was stunned. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Joker suddenly rushed over, leaped over the desk with her hand, and kicked the female doctor's head with her foot. Boom! Female Joker landed, and the female doctor fainted directly on the desk with her head. He. The Joker woman turned around and gestured to Sheng to close the door with AV. Sheng turned around and closed the door and saw Joker helping the female doctor to get up. She took off her white lab coat and put it on her body, and then turned out the rope and rags to tie up the hapless female doctor. Under the desk. Mirror. The Joker woman opened the drawer and quickly found the mirror to set it up, and then took the double ponytail apart and tied it into a ponytail. Although the color of the hair tips is more obvious, you can't see anything from the front. She wore a white coat, her hair tied up, her expression, her whole temperament looked different. Especially she found black-rimmed glasses to put on from the side. Well, there is no such thing as a Joker girl. Sheng's eyes lit up instantly. Is this role-playing? This is simply acting in true colors. Click, click. With the sound of high heels, the Joker woman picked up the folder next to her and walked to Sheng with a serious face. She looked down at the folder seriously and then raised her head and threw the folder suddenly. These things are useless at all. Mental problems cannot be explained clearly by written words. My name is Harley Quinn, the doctor in this mental hospital, and I need to understand you more carefully and comprehensively. What am I going to do? Sheng followed the role. You don't need to do anything, because I'm the doctor. The Joker woman reached out and put her hand on the bulging area. Sheng seemed to be frightened, really motionless. Harley Quinn raised the corner of his mouth and threatened with evil spirits. You have to listen to me when you come here, do you understand? Is this a different scene? Become an evil doctor. Sheng chuckled lightly. Stop talking nonsense. The Joker girl squeezed hard in an instant. F***, please. Sheng really didn't expect Joker woman to be so devoted. Does it hurt? It's okay, I'll help you see, I'm a doctor. The Joker woman was about to squat down when she finished speaking, but suddenly there was a knock on the door. It's time for a ward round. The Joker girl squeezed her throat, and then she heard the footsteps drifting away outside the door. Go to the ward round first. The Joker woman winked and opened the door and went out. Sheng followed with great interest and then discovered that she actually started rounds. The patient's room was checked and even the patient's name was known. Sheng was almost bluffed by the meticulous and natural posture. As for those patients, although some of them were puzzled by the strange Dr. Joker, no one doubted it. Before I knew it, the half-story ward was almost completely checked. At this moment, the sound of footsteps and words suddenly came from the stairs in the distance. It should be the security of the hospital to patrol, right? Sheng looked at the Joker girl. The goddess Joker pushed a ward away as usual and pulled Sheng up. Boom! The door had just been closed, and the voice became clear from the outside. Sheng leaned against the door, and the Joker woman slapped him and laughed. Patient, we can continue the examination in this room. Someone. Sheng smiled. I've seen the records of the ward, but there is no one in this room. The Joker woman squatted down as she said. There are really people. Sheng held the Joker woman and pointed to the hospital bed in the room. Really someone? The Joker girl was stunned and turned to look at the bed, because the door was closed and the lights were not turned on, only the moonlight shining through the window seemed a bit dim, so it is really hard to notice a person on the bed if you don't look carefully. There are really people, but when they arranged to come in, they didn't keep a record. The Joker girl mumbled and turned on the light. Snapped. The room lit up instantly. The sudden light was a little dazzling, and the person on the hospital bed slightly tilted his head and raised his hand to block it. A woman. Wearing a hospital-issued dark hospital gown with short black hair, his face looked sickly pale, and his eye sockets were slightly sunken as if he hadn't rested well. Mental patience, whether it's physical or mental state, it's so strange. What is your name and when did you live in? The Joker woman didn't even pretend to be a doctor to mess around with her being discovered. She walked over and asked in a bad tone. The woman lowered her arm and glanced at the Joker woman, and Sheng did not speak. The Joker woman curled her lips. It hasn't been long since I was sent in. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, I will know who you are. But if you want to live here more comfortably, you'd better answer my questions. The woman glanced. Liz Sherman. That's right. The Joker girl smiled satisfied. Are you fireproof and hurting people again? Sheng raised his brows and walked from the door to the hospital bed and sat down. Liz Sherman, isn't this the one Hellboy admires? Possessed the super ability to release the flame, the heroine in the movie. Liz Sherman gritted his teeth and said nothing. Do you know? The Joker girl asked Sheng's shoulder. Sheng smiled. A super ability who can't control his own ability is not a special character. Oh. The Joker woman replied. Let's go, let's change rooms. Not in a hurry. Sheng shook his head and raised his hand to Liz Sherman, his hand bursting into flames instantly. Liz Sherman, who had not had any special expressions and reactions, instantly widened her eyes and looked at it in disbelief. The flames changed in different forms in Sheng's palm, and even turned into a villain and started dancing. This kind of ability, this kind of control made Liz Sherman couldn't help but say, how did you do it? Sheng smiled and closed his palms to retract the flame and said in address, then raised his hand and pinched her chin to look at him. Think carefully. If you want to control your ability, come to this place to find me. Finished. Sheng let go and got up to go out with the Joker girl. Snapped. Before closing the door, the lights were turned off. The door closed gently. The guards on patrol had gone far, and the Joker lady first patrolled the remaining wards and then found an unoccupied ward to enter. The ward is very small and not clean, but there is a different atmosphere that makes the two of them feel emotional. In the fierce kiss, the two gradually became excited. They didn't take off their white coats at all, and the two started a fierce battle. It has to be said that the Joker girl is very proactive in driving, and the demand is also very strong, almost all of her take the initiative. The flames of war ignited, which made Sheng inevitably resounded when he was in Gotham. Although they are the same body, they seem to be different souls. The Joker woman pressed her mouth tightly so as not to make a sound. The feeling of being sneaky and cautious really added a lot of charm. After a long time, Sheng and Joker looked at each other and smiled before returning to the hotel room through the vibe wormhole. As for the white coat, well, maybe it can be used as a souvenir. The two took a shower, and the Joker woman changed into a translucent purple pajama and lay on the bed watching TV. Is this a talk show? The topic of discussion was a photo, which was very vague and looked like a Hellboy. The two hosts started to debate with each other about this photo, from whether Hellboy really exists to why he became like this. The topic of chat flew up. It was just a picture of the beginning of the game, and the content was all edited. After turning off the TV, Sheng practiced Indigo and asked about the situation. There is no situation. There is nothing unusual about the black lamp ring, and there is no new black lamp ring, and even the people in the lamp group have never been to the earth again, and the waves are calm. It is worth mentioning that Guy had met Batman-Superman by chance after he became Green Lantern again, and they knew each other, and according to the information investigated by Indigo, they seemed to be tracking Red Lantern Mela. Although Mela became a red light and received the news to get the Lantern Beast, it was clear that Mela ignored it at all and continued to search for Aquaman. The original anger was under the influence of the red light, so she was unavoidably more active in finding people. It just happened that the lamp ring broke out and other people paid special attention to it, so she naturally focused on Mela. Xiao Hei, don't let me wait too long, otherwise I can only find a way to find you. Sheng mumbled secretly and hugged the Joker girl into a deep sleep. As soon as it started to light up, the Bellamy Mental Hospital was in chaos. The guards on the patrol found the tied-up female doctor in the office and found out that something was wrong. After checking the hospital, they found that there was no loss in the hospital. The only thing that was wrong was Liz Sherman, who had just been sent over, was gone. The news that Liz Sherman was missing soon reached the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Agency. After all, Liz Sherman was originally a member of the agency. Even if she was sent to a mental hospital, she would not ignore it. Soon the agents rushed to inquire about the specific situation, when the female doctor said that it was a man and a woman, and described what she looked like. They will know who it is. Boom! The heavy wall was directly pierced by a huge amounts of fist, and the Hellboy's face was gloomy and he shouted loudly like Rage's lion. "Look, find Liz right away. If something happens to him, I will never let those two guys go." This is the first time they have seen the Hellboy angry. Roar didn't dare to breathe loudly just because of the suppressed anger. Bang bang bang. The knock on the door awakened the sleeping Su Sheng and Joker Girl. The Joker Girl grumbled and opened the door. She didn't see who was knocking outside the door and turned back and slipped back into Su Sheng's arms. Liz Sherman stood at the door in a daze, hesitated for a moment or entered. Aha! A lazy moan sounded. Su Sheng squinted his eyes and stretched out and patted the Joker Girl who was lying on her body. The Joker Girl murmured and turned over slightly. Su Sheng stood up and opened the curtain. Stabbed. The bright sunshine came in, making people feel warm and comfortable. Turning around, Su Sheng picked up his nightgown and glanced at Liz Sherman, who was sitting next to him on the sofa with a complicated mood. She has been here for more than an hour. I thought they would get up soon, but I didn't expect to sleep for another hour. This made Liz Sherman very depressed and wanted to get up and leave several times. But now she sees Su Sheng so indifferently and unsurprisingly, she reacts. This may be a test. Do you know how to make coffee? Su Sheng walked to the single sofa and asked casually. What? Liz Sherman was stunned and looked around. Hesitation got up to help Su Sheng make a cup of coffee. People have to die then people, and they have to be thrown away. The same as coffee. Liz Sherman's craftsmanship is far worse than Joan Myun. After taking a sip, Su Sheng slightly frowned and put down the coffee to look at Liz Sherman who sat down opposite. Her pale and sick face showed an expression of tension and anxiety. Think about it? Su Sheng asked softly. Yeah. Liz Sherman nodded. Su Sheng said, there is no free lunch in this world. What you get will also lose something. Anyway, it won't be worse than it is now. Liz Sherman didn't ask what she was going to pay. Let me take a look at releasing ability. Su Sheng said. Here. Liz Sherman hesitation. I will ruin this place. Believe you, you can't do it. Su Sheng said with a chuckle. Liz Sherman watched Su Sheng slowly got up and walked aside. Hesitation said, hit me. Su Sheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Liz Sherman. You can't even release ability actively. Do you need external help to stimulate your emotions? Liz Sherman nodded awkwardly. All right. Su Sheng stood up and raised his hand. Snapped. After the crisp sound, Liz Sherman turned back and trembled slightly. Hide, get away, I'm here. When the words fell on her body, blue flames began to emerge. The flames spread all over her body without burning her clothes. She had begun to lose control, and the flames began to burn the buildings around her. Come, attack me. Su Sheng hooked his finger at her. Originally, he didn't have much interest in the ability of several characters in this world. The ability of Liz Sherman Flame may be very strong in this world, but in Su Sheng's eyes it is average, but this flame the color is pretty. What? Liz Sherman yelled and slammed his hands towards Su Sheng's legs, and the flames rushed towards her face in an instant. Boom! The flame hit Su Sheng, and the nightgown on his body was instantly ashes, but his body was not affected at all. not even a single strand of hair burned. Ha! The flame disappeared, and Liz Sherman looked at Su Sheng with a little gasping in shock, but soon lowered her head again. Su Sheng disapprovingly showed a set of nightgowns on her body, and said faintly, "The power is fair enough. What you need to do now is to overcome your fear of your own ability. When you are not afraid of your own ability, there is no you will feel at ease when you are mentally burdened and manipulate your ability." "Then, what do I do then?" Liz Shuaman was surprised that Su Sheng put on her nightgown again and then asked. Su Sheng didn't speak. The Joker girl also woke up because of the movement just now, looked at Su Sheng and looked at Liz Sherman with a weird smile. "A simple wash, by the way, I got a suit of clothes for Liz Sherman." Su Sheng waved his hand to open the vibe wormhole. "Come on. This is." Liz Sherman was still surprised, but the Joker girl directly pushed her over. The vibe wormhole disappeared, but Su Sheng did not follow. Where is this? What are we here to do? He isn't coming." Liz Sherman couldn't help asking the Joker woman, looking at the desolation around him. The Joker girl laughed and covered her body in an instant with a yellow light uniform. "What are you doing here?" "Definitely. I will help you exercise ability." When the voice fell, the Joker girl directly manifested a fist and hit Liz Sherman. Boom! Liz Sherman flew out instantly. "What are you doing, you?" Liz Sherman shouted in surprise, but the Joker woman continued to attack regardless. In the movie, Hellboy has Abel the Murloc and Liz Sherman as helpers, so the villain Necromancer naturally also has helpers. Earth 1, the Black Death Emperor still did not move. Is the agent of the Paranormal Investigation and Defense Agency? I finally found this. No, if it is the Paranormal Investigation and Defense Agency, there shouldn't be only one person. Su Sheng thought for a while and threw the 2.6 psychic ability over, and then the corners of his mouth raised. Stand up. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Standing outside is the blonde Nazi. Su Sheng lay lazily on the bed in her nightgown, learning about other worlds through her bracelet. A man named Kian, the #1 killer of the Nazis, a psychopath, and an enthusiast of surgery. He had cut off his eyelids and lips, and he wore a mask. There were countless operations on his body with a large file size, and the blood in his body was all that has been dried up and replaced with sand. Humans need to be twisted like a clockwork, and they are no longer humans. The other is Necromancer's lover, a female Nazi named Tansher. I don't know why she is called such a ghost name, but after so many years, she is still alive and even not old. On Earth 38, the situation of all the girls is also normal, and the Supergirl still acts as a hero every day to save the world in the Super Investigation Department. In the hotel room, a knock on the door suddenly sounded, and Su Sheng cast a glance at the door. Outside the door was a woman with short blonde hair, with a weapon hidden in her body. The Joker woman started teasing Liz Sherman like a cat and a mouse, but she was not polite at all. Liz Sherman also started to use ability to fight back, but the effect is, haha. This world is a bit mythical and ghostly in nature. Earth 2, there is nothing special about Jesse Kwai-ku. A pistol, a dagger. This is for real. Boom. X-ray vision display. I found it because of Liz Sherman. The knock on the door continued. Su Sheng's mouth raised slightly and walked over to open the door. The door opened. The blonde female Nazi hurriedly smiled with a flattering smile and said, "Hello sir, may I ask you?" Before she finished her words, she saw the other party showing a bright smile, and then she felt her neck tighten and the whole person was picked up by the other party. Cough cough cough. She coughed violently and looked at each other in horror with her pupils waiting in horror. Let me go, you, what are you doing? Su Sheng chuckled and flicked. Boom. The blonde female Nazi was thrown directly on the ground. After closing the door, Su Sheng turned around and saw the female Nazi pulling her gun from her waist, and shot directly in angrily. Boom! 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 After 3 consecutive shots, the blonde female Nazi looked at Su Sheng blankly. Where's the bullet? Su Sheng slowly raised his hand and released it slowly, and the bullet fell off. How is it possible? I was caught. The blonde Nazi widened her eyes, and she didn't see the other party's movements at all. Frozen, she continued to shoot. There was a patter, and she pulled the trigger but no bullet came out. Count the number of bullets on the ground. Su Sheng smiled lightly. The blonde female Nazi subconsciously looked at the bullets that Su Sheng had just thrown away. There were more than 3 bullets. He even got the bullets in his magazine. This is impossible. She didn't feel anything at all, how this person did it. Just play with you if you have nothing to do. It doesn't matter if the bullet is gone, don't you still have a dagger? Su Sheng raised his mouth and smiled. How did he know? The blonde female Nazi was shocked again but couldn't take care of so much. She drew her dagger and rushed toward Su Sheng. Su Sheng opened his hand and seemed to have no intention of hiding. Holding the dagger tightly, the blonde female Nazi pierced Su Sheng's heart. Ding! With a crisp sound, the blonde female Nazi looked at the crooked dagger in her hand in disbelief. This person is actually harder than a rock. Waved and threw the dagger away, she directly punched and kicked. Su Sheng still did not hide or even had no defense, letting the blonde female Nazis bang. After a while, the blonde female Nazi stepped back a few steps and stopped by herself. Nothing happened to Su Sheng, but her hands were already bleeding. How could a body of flesh and blood have beaten a body of steel? You, what kind of monster are you? She cried out in surprise. Are you done? Then it's me. Su Sheng chuckled lightly. The blonde female Nazi looked at Su Sheng vigilantly for an instant, and saw Su Sheng slightly raised his hand, seeing a beam of light hitting over. The blonde female Nazi dodged hurriedly but was shot a step late. There was no explosion, no pain as imagined. The blonde female Nazi fell to the ground and was shocked, raising her head to look at Su Sheng in surprise. This look frightened her. Su Sheng turned out to be a giant, like a giant with his feet on the ground. No, that's not right. She looked around in horror. It was not that Su Sheng had become bigger but she had become smaller. The carpet next to the bed seems to have become a towering jungle, with every fiber taller than a person. His light beam just shrank himself. The blonde female Nazi was dumbfounded. She had never heard of such a thing. A shadow of huge amounts appeared above her head, and the blonde Nazi ran away in a panic. Boom! Although Su Sheng fell to the ground without stepping on the blonde female Nazi, the golden currents and wind and waves rolled her on the ground far away. Before she was frightened, the blonde female Nazi began to rush and evade. Su Sheng deliberately chased her and stepped on it as if stepping on an ant. The original range of less than a few meters was so vast that the current blonde female Nazis could not see the edge. The necromancer you talk to is a believer of the Chaos 7 gods and even. Forget it, don't talk about it. Su Sheng shook his head and smiled. Before, he focused on researching to summon the Hellboy from hell, but he was sucked into hell. Not long ago, Yuan Kuyen resurrected him, but he is no longer a human being. After he was resurrected, he was busy again. I want to summon the 7 gods of chaos to come, but treat you as a starter, don't you, feel sad? Su Sheng curled his lips. If you don't tell me, I know. First, I want to test my identity and strength to see if it will affect your plan. Second, it's for Liz Sherman. Tell me about your purpose. Su Sheng smiled lightly. She had run out of strength, and she saw that the other party had no plans to kill her at all, but was just teasing her. For 10 minutes, she was panting and lying on the ground unable to move after only 10 minutes. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Su Sheng lay down and put her foot on her lap and slightly lifted her cheek to make her turn around. She was angry and resented and waved her hand to knock her foot off, but it hurt to pat her hand. Like Thumbelina. Su Sheng turned and walked to the bed and sat down and put her down. She didn't hide or ran. This is sad. Su Sheng sighed. What kind of magic do you use to keep your youth forever? Isn't it sad for a woman who has lived for decades and hasn't experienced the love of men and women? She has been desperate. Don't run anymore. That's boring. Su Sheng tweeted twice and bent over and stretched out his hand, pinched her with 2 fingers and lifted her up and placed it in his palm. First change me back. The blonde Nazi bargained. How did I know? It's not important, what's important is that you are doomed to fail. Su Sheng smiled and struck her again to make her return to normal. She looked at her in surprise and looked at Su Sheng again, with a complex expression of silence. The power that Liz Sherman possesses is still powerful for you, and she is very important to the Hellboy. With her, you can force the Hellboy to open the door with the key and summon the Chaos 7 gods, right? Right? Su Sheng said as he touched her with his fingers. Honestly speaking, the Chaos 7 gods are too ugly. Is the Krusu mythology system? And the strength is not very good. Even if you can summon it, it will be dealt with high explosive bombs. Gods who can be dealt with by bombs are also embarrassed. 230 called God. You, how do you? I love him, the blonde Nazi said solemnly. We are for lofty ideals. Do you really love him? Don't you care if he just uses you and don't care about dying for him? Su Sheng asked her with squinting eyes. Definitely. Although Su Sheng's words made her a little embarrassed, she still answered without hesitation. That's good. Su Sheng smiled. The blonde female Nazi was stunned. What do you mean? Su Sheng slowly put his leg down and put it on her lap and chuckled softly, I'm here to lead someone out. I don't know when he will show up and there is nothing interesting to do, so I have to have fun on your own. Fortunately, I found it now. Don't be nervous, I won't stop you from doing what you are doing. I just want to try to see if I can dig a corner to make you fall in love with me. Su Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and said. You dream. The blonde female Nazi blurted out subconsciously. No one can replace my feelings for him, and it is absolutely impossible for me to fall in love with you. Try it, anyway, idol is idol. Su Sheng disagrees. The blonde Nazi's face is not high, and she has a better figure than Liz Sherman. The most important thing is that she is very loyal to Necromancer and it happens to be good, which makes Su Sheng cannot help but have the idea of digging the wall, see if she can give Necromancer a forgiveness hat. Sounds boring to be honest. But who made him have nothing to do now? What's more, he always said that he would give someone a forgive hat to give someone a forgive hat, but he hasn't given it yet. Almost all of them have been cut off in advance by himself. It is rare to encounter someone who naturally wants to try it. Anyway. I am idle when I am idle. It doesn't seem to be difficult if you just get the body, but in her current situation, it seems that she can only start with the body. After all, emotionally, I have no chance at all, so I can only take shortcuts. After all, the closest truth to a woman's heart is the X-way. Su Sheng smiled and looked at the blonde female Nazi. She seemed to feel the sinister and hurriedly trying to escape from the smile, but Su Sheng's feet hooked her waist and threw her directly onto herself, holding her and turning around. The position has been reversed. What are you going to do? I warn you, don't mess around, or I won't let you go. Hush. Su Sheng hushed her mind. Ability activated and instantly controlled her body. The routine I adopted is called Rijiu Xingqing. What's more, he doesn't touch you at all like a eunuch. Wouldn't it be good for me to help him fill this vacancy? Unable to move, unable to make a sound. The blonde female Nazi asked herself that she had done countless cruel things, and countless people died because of her. She never regretted it, cared about it. But at this moment she really regrets. Is this retribution? Tears flowed down the corner of her eyes, and she felt sorry for Necromancer. Her eyes revealed pleading, but Su Sheng ignored it. Inexplicably, she thought of the people who pleaded with her. It turned out, this was despair, and it turned out to be, this is the feeling. She is a bad person, she is the villain in the mouth of others. But now she knows that she is just a little villain bullied by the big villain. For a long time. Su Sheng stopped and planted ability of the black flower of benevolence on her body, and then controlled her to take a bath and get dressed. When she comes out again, Su Sheng releases this kind of control. The body was free, and the blonde female Nazi limped and left the hotel without any pause. It took a while. The Joker girl returned with the embarrassed Liz Sherman. Liz Sherman was lying on the ground in tattered clothes and had no strength to move. It seemed that she had been drilled by the Joker girl. She is afraid of her ability, so she can't control her ability, because once she uses ability, disaster will happen. This is a psychological problem. Joker's unscrupulous attack made her feel relieved to fight back without worrying about any damage. In this case, the control of ability will naturally increase. Did you look for a woman? The female Joker sniffed and asked Su Sheng in surprise. Su Sheng shrugged. Found something interesting. What's the matter? The Joker female asked curiously, and Su Sheng said 5 to 10. It sounds very exciting. The brain circuit of the Joker woman is indeed different from that of others. After listening to it, Liz Sherman only felt cold and felt that Su Sheng was too much, but the Joker woman found it very interesting and exciting. Do you want to check it out? Abnormal. Liz Sherman cursed secretly in her heart. Night fell gradually. That blonde female Nazi is Necromancer's subordinate and lover. Su Sheng smiled and said. Speaking of which, your world is really weird, it's just a hodgepodge of various myths, Angel. TSK, I don't know if I can see it alive. How do you know so clearly? Liz Sherman asked in surprise. Watching the garbage truck shown on TV, Liz Sherman looked a little dazed. Su Sheng leaned on the sofa and watched TV. The Joker woman and Liz Sherman, who had changed clothes after taking a shower, were eating. A piece of news is being broadcast on the TV. It seems that a museum has been attacked. The police have blocked the scene and a garbage truck drove past. Liz Sherman was stunned and turned his head to look and saw Su Sheng chuckled and continued, the necromancer who helped the Nazis summon the Earth Baron has been resurrected. The purpose of making people attack the museum is because there are thousands of statues in the collection. The salt collected from Angel's tears, he used to summon Seymour. The Joker woman nodded repeatedly. Seymour will lay countless eggs, and its soul will be resurrected in these eggs once killed, becoming two. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I don't want to cuckold someone, and I want to pry it over. Vibe Wormhole was released, Su Sheng and Joker stood up and went over, Liz hesitation followed him after hesitation for a moment. She recognizes the car. Seymour, the legend records that it is a lonely person, the son of Nilga, who is considered someone's brother, the ruler of darkness, the harbinger of plague, the resurrected dog of the root of destruction. Su Sheng spoke abruptly. Have fun when you have difficulty. Su Sheng turned to the Joker woman and asked. This is Hellboy's action car. It seems that what happened in the museum should not be an ordinary case. Museum. The area where the accident occurred has been sealed off. People from the Paranormal Investigation and Defense Agency are waiting behind the door for the results. Abel the Murloc, Professor Bloom, the father of Hellboy, the new agent John Myers and other agents are on standby nervously. Waiting. In the door. Hellboy was wearing a beige trench coat and was attacking Samer with a gun. His gun was ordinary but the bullet was specially made. Holy water, lilac leaves, silver flakes, and white oak are all sacred objects and have a very strong damage to evil creatures. So ugly. Sheng. 3 people appeared in the corner not far away, and the Joker girl murmured. Who is ugly? Sheng asked with a smile. All ugly. Hellboy is indeed not handsome, but Samer is really ugly, about 2 meters high, crawling on all fours, looks ugly and sprays extremely radiant saliva, and his tongue can stretch like a frog. Very vicious. The myths of other worlds, whether they are gods or demons, the decent villains basically still have human characteristics, but this world is simply the animal world, or where is the magical animal? Boom! The bullet smashed the pillar and instantly the dust rose, and the resurrected dog Samer ran quickly, followed by a leap, and rushed 730 towards the Sheng trio. Liz? Hellboy turned and saw Liz Sherman just as he was about to shoot, which stunned him for an instant. Stay away from her. The Hellboy rushed over like a roar when he woke up, but it was too late. The resurrected dog has already rushed over. Big dog, you are so ugly, get out. The Joker woman's voice fell and she directly reflected the baseball bat and swung it over. Boom! When the head of the resurrected dog was hit, it flew out and smashed through the wall and disappeared into the sight of everyone. The Hellboy was stunned, and then he seemed to realize that it was not just Liz Sherman. It's you. Although I haven't seen it, Hellboy naturally learned from the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Agency that Sheng and Joker's female characteristics are that they captured Liz Sherman. Thinking of this, the angry Hellboy didn't even think about raising his hand and shooting at Sheng. As for why it was Sheng and not Joker? Who made Sheng a man? Boom! The bullet ejected from the muzzle and came to Sheng in an instant. The corner of Sheng's mouth raised and reached out and grabbed the bullet directly. A special bullet? Sheng chuckled and shook his hand back under Hellboy's unexpected gaze. Pust. The bullet hit the Hellboy's ribs, and huge amounts of power sent him out and hit the wall. He grinned and stretched out his hand to directly buckle the bullet, gritted his teeth and got up, patted the dust and walked towards Sheng. Boom! The door was suddenly opened, and several agents rushed in. As soon as they came in, they saw the yellow baseball bat smashed at them, and then saw the Joker woman laughing and showing 2 normal file-size baseball bats into the crowd. Smash! 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 Suddenly, screams broke out. Hellboy strode to Sheng, and slammed Sheng's face with a right gesture of destruction. This punch, he did not show mercy. No matter who you are, no matter what you are, go to death. The ferocious eyes exuded fierce eyes, and the dark red huge fist roar screamed. Snapped. A crisp voice sounded, and the Hellboy stared wide-eyed at the small palm that was holding his right hand. Looking along the palm, he saw the leisurely and relaxed look on the opponent's face. Is he despising me? Hellboy burned his right arm forward in anger. Sheng's feet didn't move as if rooted on the ground, and his arms didn't even bend at all. Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and raised his other hand and waved it randomly. Hellboy hurriedly used his left hand to block it. As soon as he touched him, he felt a huge force that he had never felt before. Boom! The huge amounts of Hellboy's red body flew out like a cannonball and hit the wall again, and the wall instantly sank into his shape. He snorted and shook his body as he was about to land, but Sheng came to him in an instant, grabbed his shoulder, and slammed. Boom! There was another loud noise. The ground seemed to vibrate. The Hellboy who hit the ground grinned, his red tail flung out and wanted to fight back, but Sheng grabbed it and threw it upward. Hellboy flew directly and thought about falling quickly from the roof. Sheng stood in the direction where he fell and raised his arm upwards, and Hellboy was instantly beaten up again. Boom! This time the wall was finally overwhelmed and smashed through. The huge amounts of red figure flew out, and for a moment I heard a bang that should have hit something. Oh oh oh, home run. The Joker girl excitedly rushed to Su Sheng with a high five, and then jumped directly onto Su Sheng's body like an octopus. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Bang! After the baseball bat hit the Hellboy's chest, he heard a swish, and the Hellboy flew out again. My dear, I love you so much. After speaking, the Joker girl kissed directly. It's boring, there isn't anyone who can play. The Joker woman murmured while carrying a baseball bat. The fist hit the Hellboy on the waist and he flew in the direction of the Joker woman. Hellboy was beaten by Su Sheng like a toy ball. After going up and down, everyone around him looked at him. Actually, I don't worry that much. At least not worried enough to make her want to help. Is this Hellboy who is helpless like a toy? Is it the son of Satan summoned from hell? The Hellboy who has no rivals for the demons and demons? Are they dazzled? I was hallucinated by the Joker woman. Liz Sherman was expressionless. She didn't speak from the beginning to the end, and even her expression hadn't changed. She had known Hellboy and the people of the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Agency very early. Before coming, she was a little worried about whether the Hellboy would be in danger against the resurrected dog, but she suddenly found out after she came. Oh oh oh, here comes here. The Joker woman clenched the baseball bat and jumped as she was about to hit the ball, swinging and hitting the moment Hellboy flew over. Boom! 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 The two kissed like this. Try this. Su Sheng chuckled when he heard the words, stepped back half a step and hit the fallen Hellboy. Click. The crisp voice made Liz Sherman turn her head and look over, and the Joker woman and Su Sheng separated and jumped down smilingly. Honey, let's go back. Joker said with a smile. I want it. Su Sheng looked at the Joker woman dumbly, her behavior and violence were vividly shown on her. This side violently overturned the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Agency's agent and hit Hellboy out with another home run, so should the violence be over? Shaking his head with a laugh, Su Sheng released the vibe wormhole and Joker directly jumped in. He glanced at Liz Sherman, who came over and prepared to go in silently. Liz. An old man on the ground couldn't help but yelled. This old man was Professor Bloom. Come back, you belong here. He saw that Liz Sherman had not been kidnapped, but had followed them voluntarily for no reason. Liz Sherman turned to look at him and shook her head slightly. I thought I belonged here, because here are all monsters. The monsters should help each other together. But now. She did not continue to say but turned her head into the wormhole. Su Sheng shrugged and reminded, you should help the red guy. After speaking, Su Sheng went in and the wormhole disappeared. Hellboy was very unlucky. First he was beaten up by Su Sheng and Joker. After landing, he saw the resurrected dog. The resurrected dog was also beaten by the Joker girl, but they obviously didn't feel pitying for the same illness, and instead fought each other. When the people from the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Agency went down, the resurrected dog was dead, and the left hand of Hellboy seemed to be injured. Where is Liz Sherman? Hellboy asked hurriedly. Everyone shook their heads silently. In the hotel room, Liz Sherman was lying on the sofa and covering her ears to prevent her annoying voice, and she didn't know how long it took for the voice to gradually stop before she fell asleep slowly. Under the moonlight, the Joker girl lay in Su Sheng's arms, and the two fell asleep peacefully. After the Joker girl is over, she can sleep without a dream, but Su Sheng has already entered a dream state. The dream of a blonde female Nazi. In the dream, the blonde female Nazi has helped Necromancer to complete the call of duty. Chaos 7 gods descended on the earth, mankind surrendered to the power of the gods, and the Nazis rose again and ruled the earth. She was full of joy and thought she could truly come together with Necromancer enjoying the fruits of victory, but Necromancer refused. Thinking day and dreaming night, even if you are rejected in a happy dream, it seems that you are really worried about this. Su Sheng changed her dream with a chuckle. He appeared. He and the blonde Nazi came together, staying busy during the day, and sleeping together at night to ask for each other. A lot of logic in dreams is impossible to make sense. You will not feel that something is wrong or unreasonable when you are in a dream. So in the dream, the blonde Nazi accepted the relationship with Su Sheng and slowly immersed in such a life. One day, 1 month, 1 year, the time in the dream seems to pass very fast. She didn't remember how long it took, but she wanted to fall asleep with Su Sheng as usual. After waking up, she opened her eyes and found that the Nazi Empire had disappeared, the Chaos 7 gods had disappeared, and Su Sheng beside her had disappeared. She was lying on the bed in perfect clothes. This is a dream. What a real dream carrot. She looked at the ceiling in a daze. The memory in her dream was so real, she could remember the little mention of her getting along with Su Sheng, the laughter day and night, and even the feeling was so real, that kind of fulfillment and satisfaction made her shudder and shook her head subconsciously, as if she wanted to shake this feeling away. "What's the matter with you?" A bald necromancer with a goatee pushed in and looked at her blankly and asked. "No, nothing. You've been weird since you came back yesterday. How did I ask you to test those 2 people?" Necromancer frowned and asked. "Very strong." The blonde Nazi hesitation said for a moment, "But they shouldn't hinder us." "That's good." Necromancer believed her judgment very much. "Will we really succeed?" "Definitely, the plan has begun. As long as we lead the beast to the designated place and open the door, we will succeed. It's just." Necromancer frowned. "Without that woman, I'm afraid it would be difficult to make that beast obediently obedient. Go there again and find a way to bring that woman back." "Aye." The resurrection dog has successfully attracted their attention. The Cayenne people will find a way to get in and kill Professor Bloom and leave a clue. You must hurry up. Necromancer turned around and went out. The blonde female Nazi stood for a while before turning over. The Joker girl brought Liz Sherman to exercise again. Su Sheng lay on the bed and didn't get up, just raised his right hand and looked at it. Su Sheng copied his ability when he fought Hellboy last night. What ability does Hellboy have? A bit stronger, a bit more resistant to beatings. There is a destroyer right hand, but it seems that it can only be used as a hammer. There seems to be nothing special. But after copying it, he was the only child and found out that Hellboy is not showing his figure, his blood is very special. He has powerful demon blood abilities. Although he is called the son of Satan, in fact his father is not Satan but one of the powerful and mysterious princes in hell. His blood is very strong. But Hellboy has another bloodline, from his mother's bloodline. His mother is a descendant of King Arthur, known as the King of Witches. These 2 bloodlines are of little use to Su Sheng. The devil's bloodline is nothing more than allowing him to go to hell one day in the future without being affected or able to travel through hell and the world more easily than ordinary humans. The blood of the witch is so useful, at least it has deepened her control and understanding of magic a lot. But what is really interesting is his right hand. His right hand was not born, it was his father grafted him when he was a child, cut off the original hand and replaced it with this one. His right hand can release and control the Chaos 7 gods. This is definitely not the ability that the devil can have, but rather the opposite of angel's power. Bang bang bang. Su Sheng's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden sound of a knock on the door, and he stood up and walked over to open the door. Outside. The blonde female Nazi looked at Su Sheng with a complicated expression. The familiar feeling in the dream at the moment of meeting made her almost subconsciously or habitually wanting to get close to Su Sheng. Fortunately, she controlled it in time. With eyes facing each other, Su Sheng turned sideways slightly, and the blonde Nazi walked in silently. Snapped. The door was closed, and Su Sheng was hugged by Su Sheng from behind as soon as the blonde Nazi hesitation was about to speak. At that moment, the blonde Nazi's first reaction was not to resist but to be relieved. There was a natural sense of getting along with old couples and wives, which made her relax. Oh my God, how could I think so, that, it's just a dream, and it's not real. But why is it so real? That generous chest, explanatory arms, and even the breath on his body are so familiar, it seems that we have been together for a long time. The blonde female Nazi thought to herself in a daze that she didn't even push Su Sheng away for the first time. The corner of Su Sheng's mouth was slightly raised behind her, and he pressed against her neck and whispered in his ear, "You delivered it to the door yourself." I. Just as the blonde Nazi was about to defend, Su Sheng pushed her onto the bed with one hand and rushed over. This time Su Sheng didn't use mind control, so the blonde Nazis resisted fiercely, but gradually, that familiarity enveloped her heart, the kind of tacit understanding that seemed to have been done countless times, even though she was restraining it. She wanted to keep herself calm, but she could no longer resist under the onslaught of the old driver Su Sheng. I don't know when her hands hooked Su Sheng's neck, and when she started to cater and cooperate, she even took the initiative in different surfing postures. I don't know how long she was in a trance, and her sanity finally recovered. Then she found herself clutching Su Sheng's neck and lying in his arms. OMG! The blonde female Nazi couldn't help but screamed and hurriedly got up, sat on the side and pulled the quilt to block herself and said angrily, Did you do something to me?" "Just finished." Su Sheng said with a smile. "I'm not talking about this, I had a dream before." "Dreaming about me?" Su Sheng seemed to have come and looked at her with shining eyes. "Dreaming about what we did?" The blonde female Nazi gritted her teeth and couldn't say anything. She looked at Su Sheng's expression suspiciously. Don't he really know, it's not his ghost? Seeing her, she seemed to refuse to say that Su Sheng had lost interest again, and hooked her into his arms again. "Lie down for a while, let's talk about something later." The blonde female Nazi finally did not get up after hesitation. Unknowingly she actually fell asleep. This sleep was surprisingly practical and comfortable, and she had forgotten how long she hadn't slept so practically. And she didn't dream this time, and she didn't know how long it took before she woke up from her sleep. Opening her eyes, she found that Su Sheng beside her had disappeared, and then she realized that her hands and feet were actually fixed on the bed. This awakened her suddenly. "Wake up!" A frivolous voice sounded, and a girl with a ponytail of different colors appeared in his sight. The blonde female Nazi knew her, she was the woman who appeared with Su Sheng. The blonde female Nazi turned her head and saw that Su Sheng was chatting with Liz Sherman on the sofa. There was a virtual projection on the coffee table that seemed to be showing what picture. "Let go of me," the blonde Nazi shouted. "Shoo." The Joker woman sat next to her and said with a smile, "Don't shout, I want to talk to you." "I have nothing to chat with you, let me go." "Really? But you robbed my man." "Although I don't mind my dear changing taste and pillow occasionally, after all, it only takes me for a long time, but I will get bored." "I don't want my dear to be bored with me." "So since he is interested in you now, you have to stay." "Why?" The blonde Nazi looked at Su Sheng angrily. "Can I kill her?" The Joker woman turned her head and asked Su Sheng. At the same time, the yellow light ring instantly showed a long sword against the blonde Nazi's throat. The blonde female Nazi was shocked for a moment. The blonde Nazi reacted instantly. "You did the trick." The blonde female Nazi subconsciously looked at the virtual projection, and soon discovered that the content inside turned out to be the ritual location where Necromancer wanted to summon the Chaos 7 gods, and the Hellboy had been caught. "Don't you want to see what the Chaos 7 gods look like?" Su Sheng asked with a smile. "Impossible. How could I?" As he said, the long sword directly cut the ropes of her hands and feet, and the blonde female Nazi subconsciously let go of her mouth and hurriedly turned over to find the clothes to put on. At the same time, she said to Su Sheng, "Liz Sherman, I need her. Because she is disobedient, what's the use of a disobedient pillow? The Joker woman said frankly. Not as good as Liz Sherman, at least she is obedient. Liz Sherman trembled and said nothing. She won't go back, and relying on that bald necromancer can't successfully summon the Chaos 7 gods. Sheng laughed. She knew Necromancer's whole plan. First, use the resurrected dog to attract their attention, and then take the opportunity to let the Cayenne people get in and kill Professor Bloom, leaving clues and guiding the Hellboy to take the initiative to find the location of the ceremony. This series of things will take 2 or 3 days even if it goes well. How long is it now? The blonde female Nazi subconsciously looked at the clock next to her, but it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that is to say, it was not even a day. It's you. Sheng turned his head and smiled. Why? 0.1. So fast. The blonde Nazi said in surprise. Yup. The Joker woman nodded. The Joker woman curled her lips, then let her live longer. No. Sheng shook his head, beckoning to her. And even if I agree, it's too late. Hurry. Not fast, after all, 3 days have passed. Sheng raised his mouth and said with a smirk, You have slept for 3 days this time. What did you do to me? The blonde Nazi snarled angrily. She didn't notice any unusual results but slept for 3 days. What happened in these 3 days? What did Sheng do to himself? He didn't go back for 3 days without news. What did Necromancer do? The blonde female Nazi felt that her mind was a little messy, and this happened too suddenly. I didn't do anything but let you sleep for 3 days. I just want you to see what position you have in Necromancer's heart. Does he really care about you? Sheng slowly spread his hands. I didn't do it, he didn't do anything. You can find it here, let alone him. But he didn't come to you at all. In his opinion, you have failed and died. Or are you caught? He doesn't care at all, he only has his plan in his heart. Sheng slowly got up and walked in front of the blonde Nazi, raising his hand and stroking her cheek, which is not too amazing, angry. Sad 12 hurt? Disappointment? Confused? It is difficult to accurately state her current mood. What do you want? After a long time, the blonde Nazi asked slowly. Didn't I just said it just to let you know that you are not important in his heart? Sheng chuckled. I can send you there, and even I can help him summon the Chaos 7 gods. Why, the blonde Nazi asked blankly. There is a saying in Daxia that you don't shed tears if you don't see the coffin. You will wake up only when things really happen. After Sheng finished speaking, he looked at the Joker girl and Liz Sherman, and then directly released the vibe wormhole. The other side. Ceremony location. There is a huge amounts of stone lock beside Necromancer. In front of him, Hellboy's hands are trapped by Shiga. The iron chain connecting to the ground doesn't look strong, but Hellboy can't get rid of it. Don't waste your energy, this is something I prepared specially for you. Your real name is engraved on it. Only by calling your name can you be free, true freedom. Necromancer stands kneeling on the ground, Hellboy Chien said loudly, Come on, call out your name, only then will you have stronger power to save the woman you want to save. Hellboy's face couldn't help changing. Liz Sherman. Boom. The sudden appearance of the vibe wormhole instantly attracted the idea of the two of them. When they turned around, they saw a person walking out of it. Sheng, Joker female, Liz Sherman and blonde female Nazi. Liz Sherman. Hellboy shouted hurriedly. Necromancer was stunned and frowned and looked at the stupefied blonde Nazi. Did she succeed or fail? How about a deal? Sheng chuckled and didn't care about Necromancer's alert, opened his hands and embraced the blonde Nazi in one hand and Liz Sherman in the other. He patted the blonde Nazi on the shoulder. Is she your woman? I took her blood and enjoyed her body. It's not bad, at least I'm quite satisfied, so how about letting her go to me? Necromancer's face is ashen. Although he doesn't have that vulgar desire for men and women at all, he is his own woman after all. Now a man puts her arms around her and says that he is satisfied with the blood. How can Necromancer not be angry? You are looking for death. He gritted his teeth and stared at Su Sheng coldly. Sure to die. Su Sheng laughed, looking at Necromancer's face with sullen anger. He felt that it was really cool to give someone a hat of forgiveness. You give her to me, and I will help you make Hellboy summon the Chaos 7 gods, how about? Can you do it? Necromancer asked subconsciously. This question. The face of the blonde Nazi turned ugly in an instant. He turned out to be really tempted. I am your woman. I have done so many things for you, even taking your beliefs and dreams as your own beliefs and dreams, and you. I said, he doesn't care about you at all. Su Sheng leaned against her ear and smirked softly and then turned his head to kiss her mouth. The familiar feeling in the memory, the instinct of the body, coupled with the disappointment and sadness of Necromancer, made the blonde female Nazi stunned and responded. ****. Necromancer gritted his teeth and looked at them coldly, waiting for the Chaos 7 gods to come to you, you will die. Su Sheng heard a roar after letting go of the blonde female Nazi. Let her go. Su Sheng squinted at the person who made the noise, not Necromancer but Hellboy. He turned to look at the silent Liz Sherman on the other side, and smiled. Reaching out, Liz Sherman took Liz Sherman over and kissed him directly. Liz Sherman wanted to resist in amazement but couldn't get rid of it. Su Sheng tasted it wantonly in the angry roar of Hellboy. Does this count as giving out 2 forgiveness hats? But Hellboy can only be regarded as a secret love, so this should be regarded as a cross-cutting love. Aruyurama, call out this name. Necromancer turned his head and shouted at the Hellboy. The anger has made the Hellboy lose his mind, and he shouted the name angrily, calling out his real name. Aruyurama. There was a clicking sound, Shurjia suddenly 010 lit up with a dim red light and slowly shattered, the iron chain broke to the ground, and the Hellboy stood up slowly. The flattened double horns on the top of his head quickly grew out, and the 2 long red horns were slightly bent back, and a crown-like flame floated on top of his head. His right hand, the right hand of destruction, even showed strange lines. Now is what Hellboy really looks like, his true strength. Necromancer trembles with excitement and points to the stone lock next to it, which has 2 circular keyholes. Go ahead, open it. At the moment, the Hellboy seemed to have lost himself. He didn't even rush to Su Sheng or rescue Liz Sherman, but slowly walked towards the stone lock. Boom! He put his right hand in and turned his head slightly, and the cracking sound of fast food rang from the stone lock, and several cracks appeared. Next moment, the cloudy clouds in the sky rolled, and the originally bright sun was gradually obscured, as if a solar eclipse had appeared. Boom! A ray of light smashed down from the air and directly hit the stone lock, forming a dazzling energy column. The other end of the energy pillar went straight to the depths of the cloud, and a huge tentacle slowly drilled out of the cloud. Chaos 7 gods. His right hand is the key to release the Chaos 7 gods. The Joker woman asked Su Sheng as she watched the scene where Mephisto descended above her head. Yes. Su Sheng nodded. That's why this Necromancer tried his best to get the Hellboy to unlock the stone lock. This Necromancer should be so much better than Hellboy. Then why didn't he cut off Hellboy's right hand? Anyway, the right hand is the key and it doesn't matter to Hellboy. The Joker woman muttered. The voice fell. Seeing the blonde female Nazi, Necromancer turned to look at Joker at the same time. Cut off the right hand of Hellboy. Also. Is there such an operation? Pust. Su Sheng couldn't help laughing as they owed IQ taxes. The Necromancer, the Flame Killer, and the blonde female Nazi are adding the resurrected dog. If their initial goal is to cut off the right hand of the Hellboy, they might be successful. At least it is more convenient than the current conspiracy. Fast. Hellboy's right hand is not born but also grafted. In other words, even if it is cut off, without the Hellboy, as long as he has his right hand, it can still be used as a key. Necromancer must know that Hellboy's right hand is not innate, but he has fallen into a misunderstanding of thinking, so he thinks about letting Hellboy open the stone lock instead of getting the key to open it himself. Even Su Sheng didn't think of this, but this idea seems to be definitely the same in Joker's woman. Her thinking and criminal IQ are really high. It's no wonder that ordinary people can break out of Joker in Gotham in the past. Female name. My dear. The Joker girl pursed the corner of her mouth. Don't you think his right hand is funny? Why don't we keep it away? You like it? Okay. Su Sheng said indifferently and went straight to the Hellboy. What do you want to do? You don't want to break this ritual. No one can stop the arrival of the Chaos 7 gods. Necromancer snorted in front of the Hellboy. In an instant, a low roar sounded, and many resurrected dogs appeared in dense surroundings. So many ugly big dogs are mine, they are all mine. The female Joker shouted in excitement and came to Su Sheng's side with a baseball bat, and when the resurrected dogs pounced, she also moved her hands. Boom! 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 The resurrected dogs were beaten out by the Joker woman, and the energy of the yellow light continuously manifested different objects. Sometimes it was a baseball bat, sometimes it was a machine gun, and in the end she simply manifested a Hellboy. The size of the Hellboy who manifested the yellow energy was several times larger and blocked all these resurrected dogs. One died and two were resurrected. The number of resurrected dogs increased, and Liz Sherman was taken aback and suddenly turned and ran away. You wanna die? The resurrected dog was stopped by the Joker girl. Su Sheng still moved forward. Necromancer slapped Su Sheng with a loud shout. The distance between the two was very long. Su Sheng felt a special magical power the moment his fist was thrown out. Ability copied it. Su Sheng instantly turned into smoke and teleported behind the Necromancer, and an ice knife condensed in his hand towards the Necromancer. Hellboy, who was about to put his right hand in the second keyhole, cut it out. Click. With one blow, the ice blade shattered. Su Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly unexpectedly. It seems that the strength of the Hellboy who has restored his original identity has indeed risen a lot, at least this defense is much stronger than before. But the knife appeared in Su Sheng's hand again. The difference is that this time it is a knife with the rainbow colors of 7 lights. Rainbow knife. Cut. With a soft yell, his hand lifted the knife and dropped. Pust. Hellboy's right arm was directly cut off, and he retreated a few steps with a painful snoring, and seemed to wake up somewhat. No. Upon seeing this, Necromancer hurriedly turned around and rushed forward, showing his stateless state. Necromancer rushed into the air and fell directly to the ground. Su Sheng raised his foot and stepped on his back and looked up. A monster that looked like a huge octopus had emerged from the air. This is the Chaos 7 gods. A big octopus of 7 in 1. It's ugly. Su Sheng curled his lips and pulled the Hellboy's right hand out to take a look. It didn't shrink or disappear, and it didn't lose its effect. He smiled and watched Necromancer, who was struggling at his feet, turned his hand and put his right hand in the keyhole again, which made Necromancer stunned. What does he mean? Continue with the topic we were interrupted before, trading. Give me your woman, and I will help you turn the key. Su Sheng smiled and glanced at the blonde female Nazi in the distance, waiting for Necromancer's answer. 1 second, 2 seconds. Not 3 seconds later, Necromancer simply said, "She is yours, twist the key, quickly twist the key." As you wish. Su Sheng twisted the key. Click. The stone lock instantly shattered, collapsed, and the energy beam disappeared. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the seal has been lifted, the 7 gods have come, no one is there anymore, no one can drive the Chaos 7 gods away. This is the dragon. Isn't this the big octopus? An explosion suddenly came from not far away, the blue fire light filled, and Liz Sherman walked out of the flame. Vibe wormhole suddenly appeared. Sheng sent Hellboy's right hand directly back to the hotel and then turned and walked to the women. The Joker woman jumped first, and Liz Sherman hesitation followed him in. Sheng glanced at the blonde Nazi who had been standing there from the beginning to the end. Can't come. You are now, but my person is. As soon as the Joker woman's voice fell, the necromancer on the ground stood up and retorted loudly. Necromancer yelled madly with excitement. The manifested Hellboy continued to kill the resurrected dog, but this time, nothing new came out. Boom. I haven't seen it either, so, we'll just wait for the end of the world to look like. Don't lie to me when I'm studying, this is a dragon. That's really, an ugly dragon. The Joker female curled her lips and took Sheng's arm. What do you do now? Are you waiting for the end of the world? I haven't seen what the end of the world is like yet. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I burned all the eggs of the resurrected dog. Liz Sherman said to the Joker woman. You are all going to die. Boom. 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 This is the devil dragon god. The Joker woman muttered uncomfortably, I haven't played enough yet. Sheng chuckled back and released a large vibe wormhole. In the hotel room. Sheng sat on the sofa and watched the TV. The blonde Nazi sat on his left and remained silent. The Joker woman sat on his right and played with her right hand. Liz Sherman was quiet beside Joker woman. Think of something. There was noisy noise outside the window one after another, no matter which channel on the TV, the news about the arrival of the Chaos 7 gods and the outing of the military was broadcast. Sheng took them back to the hotel an hour ago, and basically the sitting posture has not changed much after returning. My dear, can they succeed? Joker put down her right hand and looked up at the TV, leaning on Sheng and asked with interest. It's hard to say. Sheng shook his head slightly. If the summoning ceremony like in the movie is destroyed and finally Chaos 7 gods have to be possessed and appear in the necromancer's body, it may not be of much harm. After all, it is not the main body that directly descends, and it will be solved by the Hellboy with a high explosive bomb. But now that the ceremony is successful, the appearance of the Chaos 7 gods is not necessarily true. At any rate, it is also at the level of Mephisto, and human weapons may not be able to function. Oh. The Joker girl responded with a 910 and got up and walked to the window to look outside. Chaos has appeared on the street. Such an unreasonable vision coupled with the appearance of the Chaos 7 gods has made many people not abide by the so-called morals and laws. Just like Gotham ruled by Bane, the darkness and evil in people's hearts have completely grown out. It's messy, but I like it. The Joker woman turned her head. Can I go out and have fun? It's up to you. Sheng smiled lightly. The Joker girl smiled and jumped directly from the window, the next moment the yellow light lit up and quickly flew away. Chaos is nothing to the Joker girl, even paradise. Burning, looting, even if it hasn't been determined whether the end of the world will really happen, the chaos has slowly spread. An hour later, the military's firepower equipment had reached the place where the Chaos 7 gods appeared and launched an attack. However, it did not work at all. Instead, the Chaos 7 gods released a special gas substance, which the human soldiers inhaled. It was instantly transformed into some kind of frogman-like monster. It didn't take long for an army to become the Frogman army of Chaos 7 gods and began to destroy everywhere. The Chaos 7 gods are not polite and wantonly destroying buildings and cities, and it feels like destroying the entire world. As the report became worse and worse, chaotic uprisings emerged in various places. On the one hand, the government wants to suppress it, and on the other hand, it must also find a way to deal with this monster. The situation is faintly out of control. Especially after the Joker girl went out to have fun, it made the situation even more chaotic. The Paranormal Investigation and Defense Agency, as the department that knows best and is the best at handling this matter, naturally bears the brunt. On the one hand contacting the Hellboy, on the other hand thinking of a way to save the world. But Hellboy's father was dead, and other people treated him as a monster, so Hellboy didn't mean to contact them at all, and disappeared without a trace. After the Chaos 7 gods left the landing place, they rushed over and did not find Hellboy, but they found Necromancer's body. As the most loyal believer of the Chaos 7 gods, it is clear that he is no different from other humans in the eyes of the Chaos 7 gods. Snapped. Sheng turned off the virtual projection of the bracelet and turned his head to look at the blonde female Nazi. The Paranormal Investigation and Defense Agency found the news of Necromancer's death, and the blonde female Nazi also saw it. Her mood is very complicated now. In other words, she herself didn't understand what she was feeling now. "Do you have anything you want to do?" Sheng suddenly asked her. She raised her head and shook her head in a daze. What she did before was to help Necromancer summon the Chaos 7 gods, but now, she is very confused. Necromancer's actions combined with his death made her suddenly change as if she had no backbone, no faith, no direction. She looked at Sheng inexplicably thinking of the bits and pieces in the dream. The empty heart seemed to be filled with something again. "What do you need me to do?" she asked in a deep voice. Sheng smiled. "I want you to belong to me." Already yours." She whispered. "No." Sheng reached out and nodded her heart. "I want only me here. When will you kill Necromancer like killing other people without any disturbance? When will this place truly belong to me? I said, I want you to fall in love with me, not to get you." Sheng smiled. Suddenly she pulled it up. "It's a long time, I believe it can be done no matter what day it is." After speaking, Sheng directly took her to the bedside. 1 week, only 1 week. The Frogman army of Chaos 7 gods has expanded countless times, and countless cities and countries have fallen. The Paranormal Investigation and Defense Agency informally collapsed on the 3rd day. Without the Hellboy and Professor Bloom, the Paranormal Investigation and Defense Agency is just a piece of sand, which cannot be supported by the only remaining Murloc Abel and the agents. Situation. After the agent died countless times, Abel the Murloc had to leave the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Agency and go to an environment more suitable for him, the ocean. No more whereabouts afterwards. Human civilization seems to be extremely fragile under the force of powerful gods and demons, and those fallen humans intensify the process of destruction. The 2nd week, the 3rd week. 1 month later. Nuclear weapons were used to carry out destructive strikes through consultations between various countries. However, apart from leaving an infertile environment and ecological damage, the Chaos 7 gods were not eliminated at all. At the current rate, I am afraid that the world will fall in less than half a year, and the Earth will officially enter. End. In a desperate environment, human civilization seems to have regressed back to the original world. Money, valuables become the least valuable. Materials and population have become hard currency, and armed forces have emerged one by one. Distortion of human nature, loss of morality. There are gods and monsters outside, and human viciousness inside. The doomsday will come much faster than the estimated time. Although the doomsday was opened by Sheng twisting the key, the speed of expansion made him unexpected. During this period of time, Sheng's most common thing to do was to understand the depravity around the world. There are not only ordinary humans on the earth, but also various gods, demons, and necromancers. Regardless of whether it is a human, a frogman, or other alien species, all are enemies, and some stand on the human side to resist. New characters appear every day, and new characters fall every day. The city where Sheng's hotel is located has been emptied, and the street is in a mess. The materials have basically been raided, except for the hotel where they are located. There is no need for Su Sheng to take action. The blonde Nazi and Liz Sherman are enough to make those people afraid to approach here. As for the Joker girl, she put away the protection fee. One by one, the powers will be collected, but will not be handed in. Then it will be destroyed directly. The protection fee received means that the materials filled the 6 rooms in the hotel, and there is a continued increase meaning. What are you doing with so many supplies? Su Sheng couldn't help laughing when she saw Joker came back with a big bag and a small bag again. If there is news, we may leave at any time, so many things can't be eaten at all. It's fun. Joker said triumphantly in Su Sheng's arms. What a fun doomsday, one can make people betray each other and fight each other. When most of the supplies are exhausted, I will take them out and let them please me. I will give it to whoever makes me happy. Evil taste. Su Sheng smiled lightly. This is not a bad taste, dear, you don't know how valuable these things are now. You can play with a bottle of water like this. The Joker woman pointed to the blonde Nazi. The blonde female Nazi snorted and said nothing. Huh? If it weren't for my dear's interest in you, I would have thrown you out to change the water. The Joker girl curled her lips. You ask him, it doesn't matter if he doesn't mind me. The blonde Nazi said, stroking Su Sheng's cheek. This kind of bickering has happened many times. The Joker girl doesn't mind that Su Sheng has other pillows or even together at night. She has seen so many pillows before, as long as Su Sheng is happy. It's just that whoever gets a little bit more and a little bit less will make her feel a little bit savage, so she often ridicules her. At first, the blonde female Nazi didn't even reply, but slowly she started to fight back. NS. One come and two go, you come and I go. Gradually became a habit. In contrast, the Joker girl looks more pleasing to Liz Sherman. She has basically mastered ability now, is quiet and obedient without competing for favor, and sometimes goes out with the Joker girl to raid her. Even if you can't talk about sisters, Tao is definitely better than blonde Nazis. After all, Su Sheng hasn't done anything to Liz Sherman yet. By the way, my dear, I just received a message that the big red guy seems to have appeared again and found some helpers to deal with the Chaos 7 gods. I haven't enjoyed enough yet, what if they succeed? After a few sentences, the Joker woman turned her head and said to Su Sheng. It is not so easy to defeat the Chaos 7 gods without destroying the right hand. Su Sheng laughed. The Joker woman nodded her chin against Su Sheng's chest. My dear, let's discuss something. What's up? If the Black Death Emperor suddenly appears, do we have to go back right away? It's been so long. If the Black Death Emperor is going to appear soon, right? You are so fond of the new and hate the old once you leave. You won't be back. The Joker woman said a little coquettishly. Joker is a woman who guessed right, after all. There are still so many worlds and things that he hasn't experienced before, and he may not really be interested in coming back after leaving. But Joker is different, this is the first world she traveled through or the world she is interested in, she definitely doesn't want to go back before she has enough. Su Sheng got up from the blonde Nazi's head and lay on the side watching with interest the Joker woman's assault, from the blonde Nazi cursing and resisting to the helpless and passive acceptance by the Joker woman, there is indeed a different feeling. Noon. The Joker girl suddenly turned her head and hugged the blonde Nazi girl with excitement, and kissed her directly under her stunned gaze. The blonde female Nazi shook her head, I just think it's ridiculous. What I have believed in and pursued will turn out to be like this in the end. Without you, I think I would have died like Necromancer. What are you thinking about? She seemed very silent along the way, and Su Sheng asked casually. Bah, you are crazy, what are you doing? The blonde Nazi was taken aback by Joker's behavior and hurriedly tried to push her away. Who knew that Joker was more proactive and threw her on the bed 3 times? 5 divided by 2 pulled her out. I feel it is time, can you bring him back to life? Will Necromancer come back to life? What do you want to say? Su Sheng asked with a smile. Okay, as long as you can make me happy, I promise you. Although collecting the world can't do it, it should be possible to collect the earth. Since Joker is interested, it's okay to satisfy her little request. At least I walked for almost an hour without seeing people, not even animals. Or, you can save this world. The Joker woman said with a smile, anyway, you have a Kryptonian city and a playground. It's okay to have one more world. No pedestrians can be seen on the dilapidated and deserted road. Su Sheng knows very well that neither the Joker girl nor the blonde Nazi is a lay side. This is just to please himself. I have to admit that this trick is very useful. After watching for a while, Su Sheng felt that he couldn't hold it anymore and immediately rushed over to serve the two of them in one pot. At this time, Liz Sherman had already left silently, and it was obviously no surprise. Regardless of how Su Sheng usually drives two cars, it is the first time that the two cars fought each other. It feels completely different. Good. Seeing the serious attitude of the blonde female Nazi, Su Sheng chuckled and suddenly activated her superpower. The blue light surrounded him, and the blonde Nazi was stunned in surprise. Although Su Sheng has never shown too much horrifying ability during this period of time, the Joker woman's manifestation power is comparable to the power of the gods, but Su Sheng has not taken it seriously, indicating that his strength is definitely stronger than that of the Joker woman. And they didn't evade the conversation between her and Liz Sherman, the other world, the collection of this world, and so on, she heard clearly. They are from another world just like the Chaos 7 gods. Boom! A strong wind blew, and the blonde female Nazi suddenly found that Su Sheng was missing. After blinking and stunned, she saw him appear in front of her again. If it weren't for the necromancer with her, the blonde Nazi would have thought she was dazzled. This. Seeing necromancer being thrown on the ground by Su Sheng, the blonde female Nazi looked shocked. Alive, is he really resurrected? How did you do it? She couldn't help asking in surprise. It's not important. Su Sheng smiled without saying a word and stepped back and looked at her. He could actually use the power of the black lamp to bring Necromancer back to life, but it was too much trouble. So simply travel through time and bring him over before the Chaos 7 gods are summoned to kill Necromancer. You. Necromancer still hadn't figured out the situation, but the blonde female Nazi took out a dagger from her waist and wiped it against Necromancer's neck. Simply clean, without the slightest hesitation. Pause. Pust. With blood splashing, Necromancer's eyes widened to see the blonde Nazi twitching and slowly falling to the ground. Su Sheng's hand shook slightly, and the darkness of the black lamp instantly wrapped the Necromancer, and the feeling of death seemed not bad. After a while, the darkness disappeared, and the Necromancer was left with only a mass of bones. The blonde Nazi slowly put away the dagger, her face calm and seemingly unchanged. Su Sheng smiled and raised his hand. In an instant, a purple crystal appeared in his hand. This crystal can show you who you really love in your heart. Su Sheng said softly. The blonde female Nazi nodded subconsciously. She had already seen the figure emerging from the crystal. Not Necromancer, but Su Sheng. It's you. The blonde female Nazi looked at Su Sheng. Su Sheng laughed. The long-term love method is really useful, and a series of experiences have been added to the blood, and getting along day and night really made her fall in love with herself. Withdrawing the amethyst that emerged, Su Sheng smiled and moved on with the blonde female Nazi. As for the death of Necromancer, the two did not talk about it at all, as if it had never happened. The slightly chaotic footsteps sounded from a distance. Someone. Su Sheng said and stopped. He really wanted to see what people are like after the end. The blonde female Nazi didn't hear any sound, but saw that Su Sheng looked so sure and curious. About 5 or 6 minutes later, a figure in the distance appeared in their eyes. A woman. A woman in a golden and white robe stumbling and ran out. Not only is this woman wearing golden and white, she feels golden and white all over, with a pale face like a vampire, and long platinum hair, seeming to be a little panicked, avoiding like something. Seeing the two of Su Sheng, she was stunned and then hurriedly turned around. Su Sheng raised the corners of his mouth and shook his body for an instant. The next moment the woman was caught back. You. Mind ability? Before the woman had finished speaking, Su Sheng felt a certain spirit invading herself to explore her own memory. It's really nothing special. Su Sheng brought her back, not because she was surprised, nor was she fancying how special the identity of her elf princess was, but, the Golden Legion. The elves, it sounds like the kind with sharp ears and an alluring look, but in fact she is really not beautiful, not even as good-looking as the vampires in the images of many movies and TV dramas. Su Sheng briefly introduced a few words, and the Joker woman came to be interested in the princess of the elf clan. She wanted to see what is special about the elf clan, and then, it was a little disappointed. Bring it back. Su Sheng said with a smile. The blonde female Nazi went up and grabbed the princess and saw Su Sheng let out the vibe wormhole and went straight to the hotel room. Just came back, and it happened that Joker and Liz Sherman also came back. Obviously. Ha ha. The woman slumped to the ground with a grunt of pain. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Legend has it that a long time ago, humans, beasts, and magic races lived under the Father's tree, Ellen. The greed and wildness of mankind grew day by day. Elves, cannibals, and goblins were slaughtered. The king of the elves, Barlow, witnessed the slaughter of humans. Feeling terrified and desperate, a blacksmith of the goblin clan found the king willing to help him build a golden army, 70 teams of 70 people, tireless, unstoppable, and indestructible monsters. Prince Nuada asked his father for permission. So the magic crown is cast, and people with royal blood can command the Golden Legion. Where did you pick it up again? It's so ugly. Joker asked casually, looking at the elf princess. Elven princess. The blonde Nazi looked at the woman in surprise. But the Yellow Turban Legion is too cruel. It does not distinguish between enemies and us, and does not follow orders. There is no loyalty. Therefore, the king of the elves reached an agreement with the humans. He divided the crown into 3 pieces, one was handed over to the humans, and the other 2 pieces were kept by himself. In exchange, the magical creatures have forests and human cities that do not invade each other, so the Golden Legion fell asleep, locked in the ground, and waited silently. However, the prince did not believe in human greed and promises and chose to exile himself. He left his homeland and vowed that he would return when he needed it most. From the memory of the elven princess Nuara, Prince Nuada found one of the crown fragments kept by humans after the end of the day, and succeeded in obtaining another piece by killing his father. He wants to summon the Golden Legion, but there is still the last piece, the crown shard that Nuara has kept. Su Sheng directly frustrated and went back. Interesting, the princess of the elves. Su Sheng squinted at the woman. She should be the princess of the elves in Hellboy, Golden Legion. P.S. This is the character of the second Golden Legion of Hellboy. By the way, continue to ask for flowers for a reward. If it is convenient, brothers can customize it. Copy, overlay. The prince has returned. She stopped suddenly and said seriously. The sun was shining brightly, and the Joker girl and Liz Sherman went out again. Su Sheng, who had nothing to do, took the blonde female Nazi and prepared to go out to see this doomsday scene. This is what you said. Her brother is chasing him, and a monster will come over soon. Su Sheng looked at the Joker woman, who nodded and laughed and went out directly. Monster? She likes fighting monsters best. Take me off the things on her belt. Su Sheng looked at the princess of the elf clan and said, the blonde female Nazi next to her grabbed it and handed it to Su Sheng. A round plate made of special gold, 1/3 of the magic crown. You cannot. Give me something, human. Before the princess had finished speaking, a somewhat hoarse voice was heard. Everyone turned their heads and saw a man who was very similar to the princess of the elf clan appeared at the door holding a short blade. Brother. The elf princess subconsciously shouted. The visitor was his brother, Nuada, the prince of the elves. Come here very fast, I was planning to find you. Sheng chuckled lightly and shook 12 pieces of the magic crown. Want? I can give it to you, but I have the conditions. You are not worthy to negotiate terms with me. Nuada snorted coldly, holding the short blade in his hand, and rushed over. His movements were very agile and standardized, and he seemed to have practiced. The blonde female Nazi raised her hand and threw the dagger out and was bounced off by him. She came to Sheng in 2 steps and swung her blade. Sheng waved his hand to signal that the blonde Nazi and Liz Sherman didn't need to come over, and then directly avoided the attack. Anuda sneered, and the short blade suddenly stretched out from behind to directly hook Sheng's neck and yanked inward. He wanted to cut Sheng's neck directly. Ding! A crisp voice sounded, and the blade head shattered directly. Anuda stepped back looking at the broken blade head and looked at Sheng who was smiling at the corner of his mouth. He turned out to be harder than his own gun. Anuda snorted coldly and the gun in his hand recovered automatically and rushed towards Sheng again. Sheng's eyes lit up and moved as soon as Anuda moved, holding the silver gun in one hand and pushing it out with the other. Boom! Nuada's body instantly flew out and hit the wall heavily. After landing, he snorted in pain and snorted and spat out blood. At the same time, his sister Elven Princess also collapsed on the ground and vomited blood, which seemed to be the same as Nuada's injuries. How is this going? Their brothers and sisters have a special connection, not only telepathy, one injured and the other will also suffer the same injury. Sheng explained and looked at the silver gun in his hand. This gun is very good. It can be long and short, and the most important thing is that it can be restored automatically. This is also the reason why he wants the Golden Legion. What the Golden Legion says is indestructible also means that it can be restored automatically. Sheng always wanted to make his battle suit have an automatic repair function. Turning around and walking to the sofa to sit down, Sheng ignored the elves' brothers and sisters and studied the silver gun. It should be an enchanted weapon that can be restored infinitely. It's a pity that Sheng didn't understand this kind of magic. It was created by the Goblin clan, and it was the same way as the Golden Army. So, there should be other magic crown fragments on his body. Sheng said. The blonde female Nazi walked over and searched and found it quickly. Give it back. Give it back to me. Nuada struggling to reach out to get it back, but he was so injured that he couldn't get up. Don't think that Sheng was just an understatement, but the small body of the elves really couldn't hold it. Sheng releases his mind ability soon found the location of the Golden Legion in Nuada's memory. Harley, is it done? Sheng shouted. The Joker woman's response was soon heard outside the building. Immediately. After 10 seconds, the Joker girl flew back and said with a smile, "This monster is very funny, it is so big, and a fist is black and it can fly out with a chain." She danced and described. Go away, to see something more fun. The vibe wormhole was released, and Sheng took everyone directly to the location of the Golden Army. As for the Elven brothers and sisters, well, no one cares at all. The gloomy palace is full of mechanical design, a long floating bridge, with round buildings on both sides, inside are filled with the Golden Army. Although this magic crown can only be opened by the bloodline of the royal family, Sheng has just copied Anuda's ability, and the bloodline is one of his main ability. Combining the 3 pieces of the magic crown together, Sheng slowly put it on his head. The next moment I heard a loud bang, the circular buildings opened one by one, and the mechanical bodies emitting red light and heat waves slowly emerged. Don't patronize 110 to play, try if you can completely destroy it. Su Sheng shouted at the Joker girl, turning his head to the other two people, there is also a goblin here, you catch it. Sure enough, it's a hodgepodge world. Although the level of this goblin is not very good, he has copied the ability that the goblin used to forge and enchant. The corners of Su Sheng's mouth raised. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Why don't you have legs? Su Sheng asked casually. Su Sheng handed the silver spear to the goblin and stood in front of him. Liz. Su Sheng yelled to Liz Sherman, and Liz Sherman burst into flames in an instant. It seemed that the Golden Legion was not strong and could easily be crushed, but it quickly recovered on its own. Either kill me or be killed by her. Kill me. Fight, it was burned when building the Golden Legion. The goblin said with a trembling glance at the Golden Legion not far away. Ding! Su Sheng stared at the goblin, and the goblin pierced himself with his eyes closed while watching the approaching flame. Although this is the handwriting of the Goblin clan, although it is somewhat similar to myths and legends, looking at the Golden Army full of countless precision parts and the body made of machinery, the sense of violation is still very strong. There is no need for Su Sheng to recruit Roar at all. The Joker woman has already excitedly manifested her weapons and rushed towards the dense Golden Army. The silver spear was broken, and the goblin stared wide-eyed as Su Sheng took the silver spear back and waved his hand, and threw the goblin out following the blonde female Nazi mutator. After a while, in the fierce battle on the Joker girl's side, the two returned with a goblin without legs. What? The goblin looked at the silver spear with some greed, but was frightened by Su Sheng. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the yellow light illuminated the dim space. The light gradually dimmed, and the Joker woman wore a yellow light uniform floating in the air looking at the Golden Legion that was hit. After waiting for a long time, the fragmented Golden Legion soldier did not recover either, she curled her lips and turned and flew to Su Sheng's side. It's done, it shouldn't be restored anymore. Su Sheng nodded. The power level of this world is still far inferior to that of the DC world, and the Joker girl can still destroy it with the power of the yellow light when she is serious. Taking off the magic crown from his head, Su Sheng walked over and looked at the damaged golden warrior, checked its parts and structure, and started to work. After a while, the golden warrior had become a golden battle suit. Su Sheng combined nanotechnology and battle suit technology to integrate this golden battle suit with the magic crown, and at the same time modified and added the original enchantment to transform it into an enchanted version of the battle suit with the magic crown shape. Turning around, Su Sheng walked to the blonde Nazi and put the crown on her head. In an instant, the crown shape-shifting extended. A golden battle suit is covered on the body of the blonde female Nazi. With her face mask away, the blonde female Nazi looked at the golden battle suit in a daze. This battle suit can not only protect you and provide you with super combat power, but also allows you to command and control the remaining Golden Army. Thank you. Among the three girls, the Joker girl has a yellow light, and Liz Sherman has a flame. She has nothing special except being able to stay young forever. Ability. As a result, now there is not only one more golden battle suit, but also a golden army. Su Sheng waved his hand disapprovingly and turned around to release his battle suit and modify it. Although the addition of this function is just the icing on the cake, it is not very practical for Su Sheng, but Su Sheng is still very satisfied. He cannot use the battle suit, but the battle suit must be high-end. The place here is very large and very secretive, and if the Golden Legion is taken away, it will be too quiet and inconvenient to use in the future, so simply move everything from the hotel to live here temporarily. As for the Elven brothers and sisters, it was gone when I went back, and it was estimated that I had escaped. It is hard to say whether the serious injury will survive. With a large enough place, there is a golden army that can practice. The Joker and the blonde Nazis never stopped. Although there are restraints, but the fights are endless. Stop it. The Joker woman who was in the midst of the fight suddenly yelled, and the blonde Nazi recruited the Roar Golden Army to stop and put away her mask and looked at it suspiciously. "Did you hear that? Damn. Liz Sherman actually ate it." The Joker woman swore annoyed and flew towards the palace. A room appeared in the palace, and the room was filled with blue flames and waves of heat. As soon as the two came over, they saw Liz Schumann in the room humming silently as Su Sheng pressed down. The blue flame seemed to be the same as her hum frequency, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. They are not surprised, after all, even Liz Sherman herself has a hunch that this will happen sooner or later. The two of them fought fiercely, and Su Sheng naturally found her. The flame gradually went out. Su Sheng got dressed and shook and came out from the real room with a smile. "You guys have a fight? I just received a message that the number of humans in this world has been drastically reduced to only 1/5. It won't be long before this world will be ruled by the Chaos 7 gods." "That won't work," the Joker woman hurriedly said. "Its frogmen are not fun. Isn't Big Brother going to deal with Chaos 7 gods?" "Failed," Su Sheng said casually. "What's interesting is that they were not defeated by the Chaos 7 gods, but by someone called the Blood Queen. Now, Hellboy is really back to hell." This news was collected before Liz Sherman was asleep. Hellboy, Abel the Murloc, and a guy in armor who is actually just a gas, teamed up to fight against the Chaos 7 gods and save the world. Unfortunately, he encountered a woman called the Blood Queen in the middle, who was Su Sheng didn't know that at least she could not find her information from the existing network, but it was very strong. 3 people, all 3 were killed by the Blood Queen, and the Hellboy who had lost his right hand was not an opponent at all. This result Su Sheng is not surprised. After all, Hellboy is not the kind of person with a powerful crushing power. What he is surprised is this Blood Queen. She looks exactly like Alice, the heroine of Resident Evil. Blood Queen. Ning Wei. The blonde female Nazi froze for a moment and explained in a low voice. "I forgot where I saw the record of the Blood Queen. According to legend, she was the one who seduced and betrayed humans. The new king of witches and the queen of blood, she proclaimed herself the goddess of war, but she has died a lot. Years." Looking at this huge amounts of azure blue planet, Su Sheng directly hit the past with a reduced beam and added 100 times the power. "Alright. Anyway, whether it is the Chaos 7 gods or this Blood Queen Ning Wei, it is right that they intend to destroy humanity." The Joker female curled her lips. "What I want is that the end of the world is not human destruction, dear, let's kill them. And it's too boring to play with these robots every day." The Black Death Emperor never appeared, Su Sheng didn't want to wait anymore. Ha! The light beam disappeared, and the earth shrank countless times and floated in the universe. Su Sheng used to hold the earth in his hand and closed his eyes to sense the earth one, then released Vibe Wormhole and jumped directly into it. At the end of the world, it is not uncommon for all kinds of monsters to jump out. Su Sheng said with a smile. "Through the clouds, the atmosphere. P.S. The plot of Hellboy's world is not over yet. In an instant. In an instant." The next moment Su Sheng had already returned to the one disciple of the earth. Su Sheng came to the universe, came to the outside of the earth. Su Sheng thought for a while and nodded in agreement, first to meet Joker's request, secondly, he was a little bored. The shrinking beam doubles and starts to expand, and the beam hits the earth and changes quickly. "I'm going to collect this world first, and then you guys play slowly," Su Sheng said. The magic teleported into the air and flew to the sky with a boom. The earth collapsed, the earth moved and the mountains shook. Not long after Su Sheng left, the Joker woman and the others felt a violent vibration. The ground began to crack and the palace began to collapse. The Joker woman released yellow light energy to envelop the tired Liz Sherman and the blonde woman wearing a golden battle suit. The Nazis rushed out. They were dumbfounded as soon as they rushed out. Heaven. It turned out to be dark. It was pitch black, and the wind roared. Waves of tornadoes were blowing wantonly, the ground cracked one by one, the ocean not far away seemed to have produced a tsunami that swallowed the earth, and many volcanoes erupted around the world. This is the real end of the world. Both the panting humans and the wanton gods and demons were shocked by this sudden vision. Oh my God, is it really no way for humans to survive? The panting humans gathered together and prayed in despair. Who did what? Somewhere, the Blood Queen in a blood-red robe looked solemn. I can feel that the whole world is dying. Is it Chaos 7 gods? No, not it, it can't do this. At the moment, the giant octopus Chaos 7 god suspended in mid-air has also landed on the ground at 293, meaning that it is unclear to feel the changes in this world. The frogmen transformed by it are shivering, even if the tsunami is diffused and the mountains collapsed, they dare not move. Able to greet death. What happened to this world? This is a question that everyone and all gods and demons want to know. My dear, the world is almost destroyed. The Joker girl connected with Sheng through the yellow light ring. Perhaps people on the earth did not feel the effect of shrinking the light beam, nor did they feel that they were shrinking. But the signs of the end of the world appeared as soon as Sheng's front foot left the back foot. If it doesn't matter, who believes it? The world is going to be destroyed. Sheng was stunned and opened his palm to look inside the earth. Overlay vision. He had seen all kinds of natural disasters on the earth in an instant. Don't worry, deal with it now. Sheng replied and went to the collection room. Putting the earth down temporarily, Sheng shrank himself and went to the Kryptonian city of Argo. As soon as he entered, Sheng called Alara, Astra and Fiora. The earth in other universes was shrunk and brought back by me. Now that various disasters have occurred, can we achieve a stable environment suitable for survival like this? Sheng said directly. The three looked different when they heard the words. Alara is thinking of a way, but Astra and Fiora are thoughtful. Obviously a planet is better than a city. The thought of rebuilding Krypton was supposed to be extinguished, but it was ignited in an instant. Don't think about it, this planet is not for you. Sheng said lightly. The two of them instantly showed disappointed expressions. Simulating an ecological environment suitable for the Earth is difficult and difficult, simple and simple. Maybe it can't be done with the technology of the Earth, but it can be done with the technology of Krypton. After all, Argo City is just a city that can survive in the universe. Soon Alara had called the people and equipment, and at the same time Sheng asked Fiora to call the guards, and then brought them out directly. The escort went directly to the reduced Earth, and Alara and others returned to normal file size and began to set the file size from the outside. It's messed up. The Earth is completely messed up. Sheng notified the female Joker to assist Fiora and others in the internal release, and each device was placed in different corners of the Earth. The device starts up after half an hour. A naming-like energy shield covers the outside of the Earth. Sheng looked at Alula, and Alula nodded. Is it done? Sheng asked Joker. The Joker woman flew around the Earth and confirmed that the various landslides and ground cracks had stopped, the tsunami cyclone had stopped, and even the volcano had stopped erupting before she answered Sheng. It's done. Sheng chuckled lightly, unexpectedly bringing back the Earth from another world almost to the real end of the world. The little octopus was stunned instantly. The Chaos 7 gods hit the ground and instantly splashed dust and hurricanes. God! The Joker woman suddenly said. Sheng turned her head and saw that Joker was holding her arm and pointing to the Earth excitedly. For the people in the Earth, we should be God. We control the life and death of them and this Earth, as long as they are light. Reach out lightly and this Earth will destroy all the creatures in it, and it will be extinct. It must be God. Get down here. The Joker woman stretched her finger through the energy shield and directly pointed on the little octopus she wanted to drill out. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sheng turned his head and asked Alula about the specific situation. As long as the equipment in the Earth is not damaged, it is no different from the original. The difference is that the original Earth is in another universe, and the current Earth is only in the Sheng collection room. In the collection shelf, night, day, climate, and temperature can all be simulated and alternated according to the original situation. The only difference may be that the Earth does not need to rotate. Sheng asked Joker female player Fiora and other Krypton guards to bring them out. Sheng talked with Alura hard and sent them back to Argo City. P.S. Although it is not appropriate, I thought of Truman's world inexplicably. Your world and your life may be just a scene in the eyes of others. In addition, continue to ask for flowers and rewards. There is still a total of 10,000 flowers to catch up with the total number of fruits of the door, and 10,000 rewards to the total number of rewards that seem to be able to catch up with the immortal throne. In the Earth, the Chaos 7 gods, which were like giants, seem to have suffered a severe blow and smashed directly from the air. Under this series of natural disasters, the Earth may have become a wasteland of doomsday. He suddenly understood why Brignac liked to collect cities. This feeling was really cool. Sheng's gaze looked at the other blank spaces of the astral instrument. Maybe, how many more interesting Earths could be collected? At that time, install a transmission device in each small world, small Earth, and I will go there. For them, is it a parallel universe? There was a loud bang. Sheng nodded. From this perspective they are indeed gods. Quick look, this little tentacles are so cute. Is this Chaos 7 gods? Is this guy wanting to come out? Joker woman suddenly moved closer to the Earth. Sheng followed and took a closer look and saw the transparent energy mask. A tentacle stretched out from the Earth, and a little octopus seemed to want to get out of the Earth. The more Sheng thinks about it, the more interesting it becomes. The rainbow-colored light lit up, and Sheng revealed a stent similar to an astral instrument and put the Earth on it. After thinking about it, he put the Kryptonian city of Argo and the playground of his own realization on it. I want to go in, I want to go in. Joker female excitedly shook Sheng's arm and shouted repeatedly after returning Chaos Chishan with a finger. Good, good. Sheng nodded with a chuckle to shrink the Joker girl and reminded by the way. I will place a layer of energy outside the energy hood in a while so that no more small things will come out. Just let me know if you think about it. Got it. The Joker woman nodded and flew in. Playground, I'm here. For Joker women, the world is similar to an amusement park. The country and the city have fallen before, and now they have experienced devastating natural disasters, which can be said to have completely turned into wasteland. Although the Krypton technology can simulate the normal ecological environment, many natural resources will inevitably become scarce. The Joker girl wants to solve those miscellaneous gods and demons. This Earth should soon be transformed from a mythical magical world into a doomsday wasteland flow. The rainbow-colored light shone from Sheng's hand and enveloped the Earth in the astral scope. The light circled around and finally gradually turned into a rainbow across the two ends of the Earth. Don't even want to get out of it unless someone in it has a stronger power than the rainbow-colored light. After fixing one, Sheng simply adjusted Argo City and the playground he realized, so that it looks more symmetrical. After it was set, Sheng turned around to get out of the collection room, and stopped when he arrived at the door. He turned his head to look at the photo hanging on the wall and found that Felicity, who was supposed to be in the front, had been changed to the back, and the Joker female photo numbered 15 was hung grandiosely in Felicity's position. This Harley. Sheng shook his head dumbly and changed it. It should have been quietly changed the last time she put the parallax monster in, right? She hadn't paid attention to it before, and she almost fooled her over. Coming out of the collection room, Sheng saw Joan Myun and Indigo. They already knew that they were back, so they weren't too surprised, but it wasn't too short for them to have been separated for nearly 2 months. I really miss your coffee a bit. Su Sheng walked over with a chuckle and patted Joan Myun on the shoulder. Joan Myun quickly turned around to make coffee. How about, did something interesting happen? Su Sheng sat down and asked Indigo. Indigo Yenran smiled and hooked Su Sheng's neck and sat on his lap. Ying said, there are some interesting things, let's talk about it first. Red Lantern Mela caused a lot of movement. First of all, Atlanti Queen Atlanta and the human half-blood prince disappeared. Mela caused quite a stir in order to find him. Even Batman and Superman participated in it, but instead of the effect, Queen Atlanta died. Now Atlanta's son OM has taken over the throne and joined forces with Mela to launch an offensive on land. Superman, Batman, the Flash and Wonder Woman and the Green Lantern on Earth have joined forces to solve this problem, but the effect is not very good. Although the war hasn't started yet, it should not be far away. Su Sheng nodded. Superman and the others knew about it before they stared at Mela, but they didn't expect it to develop so fast. It was about to evolve into a war between sea and land. Continue. The others are just scattered and small things, nothing special. Something happened on the 38th side of the Earth, because the attack of the Electric Girl made Lowlight's gambling game unable to continue. As a result, she actually started to sell slaves. After selling humans to aliens, Supergirl prevented this and arrested Lolit, but the alien Prince Monel ran away, and the Daxam Star seemed to want to conquer the Earth and revenge for their prince. This seems to be one of Superman's backs, but the current situation is very stable and not dangerous. What about the Cadmus plan? Su Sheng asked. Indigo shook his head. Nothing happened. Su Sheng nodded and took the coffee from the hand of Cheong Myun next to him, took a sip and nodded comfortably and satisfied. I have to say that her coffee-making skills are really good. Where is the black light? I monitored all the black lights and nothing was unusual. Su Sheng nodded and drank the rest of the coffee, patted Indigo's back and motioned for her to get up. I brought the Earth of that world to my collection. You can go in and play when you have time. The Doomsday Wasteland should be considered a special experience. I'll go back and have a look. Call me if something happens. Su Sheng handed the cup to Joan Myun and then turned back to the collection room. Hellboy's World. After the Chaos 7 gods were pressed by a finger of the Joker Woman, the Joker Woman carried forward the great spirit of taking advantage of your illness to kill you. After entering, she directly launched the yellow light energy to chase the Chaos 7 gods. Now the whole world is filled with fear. The Joker Woman is the best one in the Rainbow Legion to control the energy of the Lantern Ring. The Chaos 7 gods who had just been thrown out were attacked by the Joker Woman. At the same time, Joker also contacted the blonde Nazi through the lamp ring and asked her to bring Liz Sherman and the Golden Army to fight. Chaos has a large number of frogmen in the 7 gods, and the Golden Legion is most suitable for dealing with them. Boom! 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 The missiles with yellow light energy manifested bombardment on Chaos 7 gods, the smoke of gunpowder instantly filled, and the Joker Woman showed Gatling shooting crazy in her hand. Da-da-da. The Joker Woman yelled excitedly as she shot her. On the other side, the blonde female Nazis and Liz Sherman led the Golden Army and began to slaughter the frogmen and the restless magic and evil creatures. After Su Sheng came in, he confirmed the situation on both sides and decided to see the Blood Queen after thinking about it. Ha! Su Sheng flew out instantly with a roar like an airplane. Not long. Su Sheng slowly decelerated and landed in front of an old castle. This old castle seemed to be a few years old. In the previous turmoil, he was lucky and didn't suffer much damage, but it looked a little broken and silent. The Blood Queen came out to pick up the guests. Standing in front of the old castle, Su Sheng chuckled and shouted. Silent, silent. As if there was no one at all. Since I'm here, you should know that you can't hide. Su Sheng shook his head and his eyes suddenly turned red. In an instant, heat ray blasted towards the castle. Boom! With loud noises, the castle that had survived the disaster finally collapsed. Rumble. The castle collapsed, and strange screams followed. With a loud bang, the ruins of the ancient castle flew into sand and rocks, and a blood-red figure slowly emerged from it. The blood-red robe was extremely bright and eye-catching, like a flower of blood in full bloom. The tall Blood Queen under the robe was angry and stared at Sheng with fear. "Who are you?" Her voice was slightly hoarse but not harsh, and there was a faint feeling of seductiveness. "Like, too much." Sheng squinted at the Blood Queen, or dressed a little differently in temperament, but her appearance and figure were very similar, especially her figure. They were all so flat. "Follow me, you live. If you don't follow me, you will be worse than death." Sheng didn't want to waste time with the Blood Queen. She was like Lolita, the only thing that interested her was this face. Arrogant. The Blood Queen snorted and waved suddenly. Suddenly the strange scream sounded, and there were many ugly monsters screaming out of the surrounding area, and they looked at Sheng grimly one by one. At the same time, behind the Blood Queen flew out a group of birdmen resembling crows, with wings and sharp beaks, but with a pair of human-like legs and very sharp claws. "Kill him." The Blood Queen snorted and waved. In an instant, a swarm of bees on the ground or in the sky rushed towards Sheng grinning. Sheng curled his mouth and slowly raised his palms to make a fist, and the dazzling rainbow light instantly lit up. The light seemed to envelope the earth, and the monsters screamed and turned into nothingness instantly after being illuminated by the rainbow-colored light. The Blood Queen subconsciously backed down and gave way. This power, the powerful power she had heard made her take no risks. Boom! The crash sounded. The light dissipated, and the dense surrounding monsters had turned into dust in one blow, and the Blood Queen fell into the ruins and groaned, unable to get up. Sheng's figure came to her in a flash, and she chuckled condescendingly as she looked surprised and angry. Sometimes opportunities should be grasped in front of you, regret is always useless. The voice fell, Sheng tapped his finger lightly, and the Blood Queen was struggling even more, but suddenly her eyes closed and she fell into the black benevolent flower. In a dream. The rainbow-colored light envelopes the Blood Queen and slowly lifted into the air, before flying out in a blink of an eye. Store room. Sheng put the Blood Queen on the bed in a dollhouse like a doll. The dream of hell, just enjoy it. Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and turned and went back again. In the earth. The Chaos 7 gods finally couldn't resist under the crazy and powerful attack of the Joker girl, and was smashed to pieces in anger and screams. The Chaos 7 gods are dead, but the Frogman army has not returned to normal like the usual dog-blooded bridges in the movies, but this is good, it is also a kind of boring fun for the Joker girls. The Chaos 7 gods died, and the Blood Queen was taken away by Sheng into a dream of hell. The earth has been brought by myself, and even if someone wants to summon any messy gods and monsters, they have lost contact with the original world dimension. As long as the existing miscellaneous things are eliminated, this world will become a real doomsday wasteland. The palace where the Golden Legion was located has collapsed and cannot live anymore. The previous series of disasters also almost wiped out urban civilization, and most parts of the world have become deserts. Sheng found a place that was pretty good and directly used a rainbow-colored light fixture to show a 50-meter-high Shifome. At the top of the Shifome is a platform, a magnificent palace in the green grass, and another in midair. The beautiful rainbow continues to hang on it. After notifying the three women, Sheng was here to enjoy it leisurely. Not long after, the Joker girl, the blonde Nazi girl and Liz Sherman came back, and they were naturally happy to have such an environment in the apocalyptic wasteland. What is happiness? Happiness is when others sell their souls for a mouthful of water, but you can enjoy yourself in the water, laugh and swim. Under the sun, water drops slowly dripping on the bodies of three women of different shapes. Sheng lay on the side drinking a cold beer and basking in the sun. That's cool. This allowed Su Sheng to find the feeling of having a party some time ago, and pulled them out of the water one by one. Pat, pat and lie down, the fruit is divided. As the sun sets, Su Sheng has her arm around Joker on her left and a blonde Nazi on her right. Liz Sherman is lying tired on his lap below. What a ridiculous and enviable sight. Leave this world for you to play. Just tell me what materials you need. You can play whatever you want, even if you rebuild order and rule the world in the wasteland. Are you going back? The Joker woman asked with a grin. The light in the room suddenly went out and plunged into darkness. Barbara Gordon was about to get up, but suddenly found a rope entangled her hands and feet in a very unscientific way. She was surprised that she just wanted to break free and dodge. The rope suddenly contracted upwards, following her involuntarily behind her hands, her feet bent upwards and hung directly from the ceiling. Oracle Barbara Gordon, wrapped in a pink bath towel, wiping her hair, humming an unknown tune on the sofa in the living room. Batman is busy dealing with things on Atlantis and the land, so things about Gotham for the time being, she will be responsible for it. Although she used to be alone when Bane ruled Gotham, it was different then. It was because Batman disappeared and couldn't wait, and Su Sheng was the one who finally solved the crisis, but now she is proving that she has a unique face. 2.3 Great opportunity to qualify. It was ridiculous for 3 days. P.S. The plot of Crazy Max has to wait a while. After all, it takes a little bit for the Doomsday Wasteland to develop into a movie plot, so we enter the Justice League plot. The lights suddenly turned on, and the living room returned to light. Barbara Gordon couldn't help subconsciously letting out a sigh of relief when she saw Su Sheng appearing in her sight. 4 people in this world, you, are gods. The Joker girl went surprisingly and didn't say that she would continue to follow Su Sheng. Maybe she still enjoys enough of the world, maybe because she's too close, she doesn't have to worry about not seeing her, or maybe, it needs a cooling off period. Su Sheng did not show signs of losing interest in her, but once there was it would be difficult to handle it, so appropriate adjustments are still necessary. Who? Barbara Gordon shouted in a deep voice. Snapped. A certain apartment. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Su Sheng nodded. Justice League. Gotham. Snapped. Su Sheng left the disciple to go to Gotham. At first she thought it was an enemy, but when she saw that it was Su Sheng, she immediately relaxed. She complained a little bit irritably, "It's you, scared me, let me down quickly." Su Sheng came to her with a smile and pushed her hand gently, and Barbara Gordon swayed involuntarily like a swing, which made Barbara Gordon shy and angrily shout. "What are you doing? Let me down quickly." "That's good." Su Sheng looked at her with a smirk. At the moment, the shape of the moment is really something to be seen or not. Anyway, I have been seen. Barbara Gordon hummed shamefully, "What a good thing, tease me like this as soon as you show up, let me down quickly. Don't let go, you can think of a solution by yourself. If you can't get rid of even this level, just don't be an oracle at all so that you will be paralyzed by someone next time." Su Sheng turned and walked to the side of the sofa to sit down and adjust her. "Come and face yourself. Where did Batman put the black lamp ring?" "I don't know." Barbara Gordon snorted and began to twist and try to break the buckle. Su Sheng shrugged disapprovingly. "If you don't know, I can only find it by myself. I think it will be either in the Bat Cave or in a secret vault of the Way 12 Company. Come on, I'm leaving. By the way, I haven't seen Miranda Tate since the first time I left from Gotham, and occasionally I will look up her photos. Batman is not in Gotham, she should be lonely alone." Su Sheng turned his head and said with a smirk, followed by a boom, and disappeared into smoke. He wouldn't do anything to Miranda, would he? Barbara Gordon became nervous, speeding up the pace of breaking free. After finally breaking free from the rope buckle, Barbara Gordon hurriedly changed into Oracle's uniform and chased after him. At the same time, he called Miranda to tell her to be careful of Sheng, but the phone was turned off. This made Barbara Gordon. She couldn't help feeling anxious. She asked Ah Fu that Miranda was not in Wayne Manor, so she rushed to Wayne Enterprise as soon as possible. The identity of Bruce Wayne Batman has long been known to Miranda, so Miranda is responsible for much of the business of Wayne Enterprises. Barbara Gordon does not know where the black light ring is, but Miranda Tate should know. What does he want? For the black light ring or for other purposes? Barbara Gordon thought for a long time but couldn't understand Sheng's purpose. She hurriedly sneaked into Wayne Enterprise and came to Miranda Tate's office directly. Push the door and go in. As soon as she entered, Barbara Gordon was shocked. Sheng is indeed here, but it's not the same as she imagined. Sheng and Miranda Tate seemed to be discussing something, and they had a very happy conversation. It's very fast. Sheng smiled and joked and shook the black lamp ring in his hand. You don't think I really don't know where the black lamp ring is and then threaten her? Miranda Tate said helplessly, I didn't tell him. He found the secret vault that Bruce had installed here and took the black lamp ring. After speaking, she pointed to the wall beside her, as expected. There is an open vault. What are you doing? Barbara Gordon was a little confused, first tied herself to ask the whereabouts of the black lamp and then used Miranda Tate to threaten and frighten herself. As a result, Hey Deng found himself and Miranda Tate didn't seem to have any conflict. It's just teasing you. It's not that easy to take over Batman to protect Gotham. Sheng smiled and waved. Go back, I still have something to talk to her, and I will find you when I'm done. Can't I stay? Barbara Gordon was still a little worried. Sheng smiled and smiled, you leave a hammer to use. I want to do what I really want to do. It's useless for your master Batman to come, so slip back and wait for me. Barbara Gordon looked at Miranda Tate hesitantly, who nodded slightly. Sheng looked at Talia with interest. It's been a long time. I thought you fell in love with Batman and didn't intend to continue the original thing. I didn't expect you to hold back the bad and want to play a big game. Batman feels that you can rest assured that you can give you the black lamp ring. Use it to find Solomon Grundy to destroy Gotham. Curiously ask, is there any disharmony between you? After all, Batman will be out at night, so it is useless for you to be in love for a long time. Eavesdropping? Too tender. Sheng chuckled. Miranda Tate or Talia slowly got up and walked to the window and put down the hinges. Turning her head, her smile disappeared, her eyes sharp. He seemed to be able to look directly at people's hearts, frowned and said, what the hell do you want to do? It deserves to be an actor who can turn Batman around. His acting skills are impeccable, and his ability to change his face is extraordinary. Sheng chuckled disapprovingly. Don't worry, I didn't plan to do anything. Who asked Batman to put the black lamp ring in your office? I can only come and take it and talk to you about business. The business just now has been done. I will have the supply later. Contact you. As soon as she left, Sheng in the office raised his mouth. Bored. Barbara Gordon cursed secretly, thinking that Sheng was really deliberately teasing herself before leaving quietly. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. My purpose is very simple, it's you. 113-inch. You. Sheng looked at Talia playfully. That's it? Talia walked to the desk with a cold snorted and bent down and lay down. Leave the black lamp ring, don't ruin my plan, agree, I am yours now. But after listening to it, I realized that Sheng seemed to be discussing business with her. It seems to be the business of antique gold. Okay then. What the hell do you want to do? Talia's tone and meaning were completely different for the same words. Obviously, she was still worried. P.S. I thought about putting on a hat for Batman, but I don't want to go on it, I just want to make fun of it. Solomon Grundy, a brother who is familiar with Batman, should know it, one of Batman's opponents, a very powerful and almost immortal zombie. After leaving, she didn't take the elevator but jumped out from the window of the corridor, using a cable gun to hang in the air and stick to Miranda Tate's window to listen to the contents. Rather than asking Sheng what he wants to do, he is talking about terms. Seeing Talia lying on the desk without paying attention, Sheng raised his buttocks slightly, smiled and stood up and raised his hand to slap. Pop 1. Talia glared at Sheng in pain. The eyes are so sharp, I'm so scared. Sheng acted unceremoniously, but Talia gritted his teeth and said nothing. She was very angry. But she also knew that anger didn't work. Sheng had already proven her strength time and time again, and this was just the tip of the iceberg. Even if she had made precautions and preparations, it still seemed useless. For so long, she admitted to having different feelings for Batman, but the longer she hides, the stronger her desire to destroy Gotham. Especially after Bane was resurrected but died again, it made her believe in her own idea, the Black Lamp Ring. This mysterious and powerful force is her goal. During this period of time, she has been studying the Black Lamp Ring, and it really made her study some doorways. Gotham has a scary nursery rhyme. Solomon Grundy, landed on Monday, got baptized on Planet 2, got married on Planet 3, got sick on Thursday, got seriously ill on Friday, passed away on Saturday, entered the ground on Sunday. Solomon Grundy, walked to the end for the rest of my life. Superman-like strength, endurance and regenerative healing factor. The indestructible body is immune to almost any harm. The extremely strong self-healing ability, although possessing self-thinking and consciousness but weak, Talia thinks this is the best experiment, powerful and easy to control. Don't dawdle, it's a man, just do it. Talia turned to Sheng and mocked. I want it. I won't give it. Sheng smirked and turned and sat down again and laughed. Where is Solomon Grundy? Talia got up and glared at Sheng. What do you want? Is it fun to play me? Not bad. Sheng replied solemnly. Talia clenched his fists to hold back his anger. I know what you are thinking. You want to tease me because I am Batman's girlfriend. All men are passionate about this, especially Batman. I give you the opportunity. It's not my business if you don't want it, return the ring to me. Clever. Actually, it feels really good to give someone a hat. I just tried it not long ago. But you are not enough, and it is not the original product. Batman is a career-oriented person, even if he really puts a hat on him. Even if his character is uncomfortable, it won't affect much, so the fun is reduced a lot. Sheng fiddled with the black lamp ring in his hand. I still use this ring, but I can tell you where the other rings are. Put away the black lamp ring. Sheng beckoned to Talia. Talia walked over suspiciously and saw Sheng wave his hand downwards. Talia took a deep breath and squatted down. Sheng smiled and leaned forward and patted her on the head. You don't need to think about Superman and Wonder Woman. You can choose other star cities, central cities, and seaside cities. I can tell you the exact location. It's up to you to get it. Central City. Talia made a choice instantly. In theory, the seaside city is the easiest to get, but people with Tianyanhui and the government are the most troublesome. Star City's Green Arrow is very easy to deal with, but there is also a Raptor team. The Flash is dealing with Atlantis with Batman and the others. Central City without the Flash should be the easiest way to get it. This ring, how should it be used? It can bring Deadman back to life, but why? I tried both the living and Deadman but there is no response. Want to know? Sheng lowered his head and glanced at himself with a smile. Talia sneered. It's so nice to say, isn't it the way it turns out? Reached out, leaned over and buried his head. Sheng squinted disapprovingly and said casually, although the black lamp ring can be attached to Deadman to resurrect it, it is when the black lamp ring is looking for its host. When dead man wears it, it will be resurrected by a living person. Become a dead man. People who have died once are most likely to become He Dang's successor, but, this is all in the case of He Dang looking for a successor. He Dang's boss, He Dd, is now hiding from me and hiding from his son and hiding from Lao Tzu. It seems natural that he doesn't dare to let the black lamp look for a successor, so no matter what you try, it will be useless. But, what are you doing looking for a black lamp ring? The technique is good, I will come to you again when I'm bored. Sheng said as he prepared to leave. She pushed the computer aside and asked Sheng who was sitting next to her. Sheng seems to have lost interest in talking. Look for the Black Death Emperor. Wait, it'll be fine in a while. Oracle said to her and tapped again quickly for a while before turning off the computer. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In Barbara Gordon's apartment. Talia said nothing. Find someone. Sheng fiddled with the black lamp ring and suddenly turned and fell to Barbara Gordon, resting her leg with his head, Sheng slightly holding the black lamp ring. Every kind of light ring army has a leader or lamp beast. The black lamp is the Black Death Emperor. This is a guy who represents the law of death. I did not take back these lamp rings and left for a while, just to give he had the opportunity to come out to make trouble, but this guy was too embarrassed. So I can only find him. Wait. What are you looking for the black lamp ring for, don't you have it? Talia asked hurriedly. Can you find him through the black lamp ring? Then why didn't you look for it in the first place? Barbara Gordon asked in astonishment. Who told you to stop? Continue. Sheng cast a glance and continued, your idea is correct. It may be successful to find Solomon Grandy, after all, his existence is very special. He is avoiding me, I can only take the initiative to talk to him. After saying that, the person has disappeared with the fog. Sheng told her with a chuckle. When Sheng came over, Barbara Gordon had already changed Oracle's uniform and was G on the computer in her home pajamas. After almost half an hour, Talia came out of the office cubicle. Tell me where the black lamp ring is in Central City. It's too troublesome, so I want to wait for him to come. I can find him if he doesn't come. Sheng said casually. It is very difficult to find the Black Death Emperor through the black lamp, so I have to find the Book of Darkness through the black lamp ring first and then it is possible to find the Black Death Emperor's lair. What? After briefly talking about the black lights and chatting about Barbara Gordon's physical condition, Sheng hit a hatch and got up and said, I'll take a shower and then rest. I'll help you clean up the guest room. Barbara Gordon said. Why tidy it up, I won't live in the guest room. No guest room? Where do you live? Sleep with you. Sheng definitely got up and walked to the bathroom. Don't worry, I should have no interest in doing anything tonight. Waved, he went into the bathroom. The patter of water continued for a while and then stopped. When Sheng came out, the light in the living room had been turned off, and the direction of the bedroom was faintly lit. Sheng smiled and pushed the door in, looking at Barbara Gordon who was lying on one side and pretending to be asleep, chuckled up and hugged her and lay down. Boom boom boom. The heartbeat was clear and audible. Barbara Gordon was so nervous that she didn't dare to move and couldn't fall asleep, but Sheng had already fallen asleep. The dream of the Blood Queen. Sheng fell asleep after admiring the hellish dream of Blood Queen 600. The night passed quietly. The dawn is rising and the sun is shining. Barbara Gordon stretched her waist and opened her eyes to face Sheng's eyes, embarrassed and shy. She subconsciously wanted to turn her head to find that Sheng's expression was very flat, as it should be. It felt as if there was no one like me at all, and I was just looking at a pillow. This made Barbara Gordon inexplicably upset. Morning. Sheng beckoned casually, Roar stood up to wash. Barbara Gordon snorted and hammered the quilt, then changed clothes after a long while. When it came out, she found that Sheng was not in the living room or bathroom, but disappeared. Roar went away without even calling, this be asterisk 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 D. Barbara Gordon couldn't help cursing. Her experience with Sheng is very complicated. Aside from the initial experience in Gotham, since he took himself to the disciple to resume walking and participated in the events of the darkest night, Barbara Gordon thought the relationship between herself and Sheng should become very close. At least she has regarded Sheng as a friend in her heart, that kind of true friend. So she was actually not angry or caring about Sheng teasing herself when she appeared last night. Even at night, he slept with himself. Although nervous and shy, she thought about rejecting it. But the dullness and leaving without saying goodbye just now made Barbara Gordon very annoyed. There is a sense of frustration and anger that I take you seriously, but you don't take me seriously. Are you talking about me? Sheng's voice suddenly came from behind. Barbara Gordon was taken aback and hurriedly turned around to see Sheng suddenly appeared and put the packed breakfast on the table. You went to buy breakfast? Barbara Gordon said, panicked and delighted. Is it so obvious? Are you silly after a nap? Go wash and come over for dinner, I won't wait for you. Sheng sat down and prepared to eat. Hey, wait, I'll be fine right away. Barbara Gordon hurriedly went to the bathroom to wash. Sheng ate breakfast slowly, waiting for Barbara Gordon to come out and sit down before saying Sure Shiran. I have sensed the location of the Book of Darkness and it was sent to be picked up. It should be delivered soon. When I bought breakfast just now, I stopped by Amnesty Bend. In the morning, Atlantis and Batman broke out. A battle. How did it turn out? Barbara Gordon asked hurriedly. Sheng smiled and shook his head, I haven't seen the process. The result is as unbeatable as before, but the army of Atlantis is gathering. It is estimated that the war will be completely launched in this half a day. Can't it be solved by peaceful means? Barbara Gordon frowned. There is no principle. Sheng curled his lips. The means of peace. Do you know what peace is? Peace is not that you don't want to hit me, nor that you don't let him hit me, and it's not that you don't fight back. Peace is, you dare to hit me. Sheng chuckled lightly. Atlantis doesn't have the confidence and ability, nor does Batman and the others, so it is impossible to use peaceful means. Yes and not. Aum is ambitious and Mela is furious. Even if Batman and the others have an advantage, it's useless to 5 or 2. Atlantis has a lot of troops. Sit down. After walking a few steps, Sheng shouted. Barbara Gordon would naturally not be obedient, but his body turned around uncontrollably and walked back. After sitting down, he continued to eat breakfast. Yes. Sheng nodded. So I am AB asterisk 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 D, since I am AB asterisk 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 D, why do I help you? Sheng chuckles. The ring belongs to me. In name, she also belongs to the Rainbow Legion, but she doesn't know who I am, and we haven't officially met. I originally planned to give Joan Muir the red light ring, but I didn't expect to choose Mela. Barbara Gordon blushed and said with an angry face, why are you so stingy? You do those things to me, can't I still say AB asterisk 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 D? Am I AB asterisk 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 D? Sheng asked leisurely. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. No ability, no temper. Sheng said with a chuckle and took back his mind control. Hurry up and eat, and then I will take you to meet someone. Okay, you send me over. Barbara Gordon got up annoyed and was about to change clothes. Go, I can send you to her for another fight, guess, who will win? Sheng said with a smirk. It has something to do with you anyway, you can help. Barbara Gordon begged. I have no principles. If I have principles, the first thing I do is to get revenge on the Joker girl. I don't care about her hurting me because of your face. Barbara Gordon snorted dissatisfied. I'm sorry, can't I apologize to you? You are not AB*******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh hurriedly apologized after hearing that Sheng seemed to be willing to help. Is there no way at all? Can't you stop them? Barbara Gordon looked at Sheng. Mela's red light is not the same as Green Lantern's light ring. Her light ring sign is the same as the red light on your hand. She and Joker are both members of your Rainbow Legion, right? No matter how great the temper of Barbara Gordon was, Sheng's temper was dumbed, not to mention that her temper was good enough, it was pure Sheng was too irritating. Anyhow, am I a beauty? Can't you speak politely when you are hugged and hugged? It's also because she had known Sheng's temperament and personality, otherwise, she would have set the table a long time ago. Finish breakfast. Barbara Gordon changed Oracle's uniform and planned to go out with Sheng. You just go out in this way? Sheng looked at her and asked. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Barbara Gordon looked at herself, no problem, as usual. Take it off. Sheng said. Why? Isn't it convenient to meet the person you want to meet as an oracle? That's okay, I'll change it now. After Barbara Gordon said, she turned around to prepare go back and change it. As a result, he lost control of his body as soon as he turned around. Why are you controlling me again? Wait, I will look back on the device to resist mind control. Barbara Gordon said dissatisfiedly, but turned around and took off his uniform. Releasing the control, Sheng waved his hand and drove away, go get dressed. Humph. Barbara Gordon snorted and turned back into the bedroom, with the sound of the door humming. Sheng curled his lips and chuckled lightly. Soon after Barbara Gordon changed his body and pretended to be, Sheng waved his hand to release Vibe Wormhole and moved her directly. Cien Harbor. In a coastal town far away from Amnesty Bend, almost all the people in the town have been evacuated because the Atlanteans plan to attack the land. No people can be seen, and only a little far away from the town can you vaguely see the troops stationed in defense. There should be no one here, right? Walking on the streets of the small town, feeling the faint smell of sea in the air, Barbara Gordon asked Sheng suspiciously. There is a very interesting and important person. Sheng chuckled and walked to a bar not far away. Obviously, there is no one in the bar anymore. Pushing the door in, Sheng looked around and quickly fixed his gaze on a door in the corner. Lucky, she hasn't left yet. Who? Barbara Gordon became more curious about who he wanted to meet. Sheng smiled and raised his voice at the door, come out by yourself. The last person who knew I came to the door but refused to come out is still experiencing hell now. Cracking, the old wooden door made a harsh sound, and the door slowly pushed away from the inside, and a woman in casual clothes walked out. The woman's long golden hair gave a dignified and sacred atmosphere of a superior person. Although she looked like she was 30 or 40 years old, her skin was very smooth and there were no wrinkles. It seems familiar, where have you seen it? Barbara Gordon looked at the woman and recalled. Sheng raised the corners of his mouth and nodded slightly, as if satisfied with her knowledge. He pulled Barbara Gordon to the side table and sat down. He watched the other person sit down on the opposite side and said, "This dress doesn't fit you." "No, I think it's a good match, especially now." The other party said slowly, his tone was not heavy or light but it gave people an indisputable feeling. She glanced at Barbara Gordon lightly, and Barbara Gordon felt the pressure. It feels a lot like when facing Batman. That's right, after all, you are a dead man now. Even if you die and wear clothes, it's good. Sheng mocked and patted Barbara Gordon's leg. Barbara Gordon looked at Sue suspiciously. Sheng. Do you know who this is in front of you? The Queen of Atlantis. If it was before, it would not be so easy for you to see her or even sit at a table with her. What? Barbara Gordon remembered and looked at her in surprise. You are Atlanta, you are dead. Aum suspected that Batman killed you, so they provoked the war against the land. You, suspended animation. You did it on purpose, it's all an excuse. You deliberately want to provoke a war between Atlantis and the land. Barbara Gordon stood up excitedly. Atlanta did not speak or explain, her expression calm as water. Sheng said dumbly, sit down, you are so frizzy that I lose face. Barbara Gordon snorted and sat down and said, we should notify Batman and let them break this conspiracy. What then? Aum has already ridden his horse, would he give up so easily? What's more, they can also deny that this Atlanta is true. Sheng said with a chuckle. Barbara Gordon had nothing to say for a moment. I don't agree with Aum's issue on land. We Atlantis have lived under the sea for many years and are inviolable with the land. But Aum was very ambitious to conquer the land, so, he killed me. Atlanta said, slowly leaving the collar. There was a 3-finger-wide scar between the snow-white neck and the airport. This. Barbara Gordon couldn't help but stare. Yes, Aum assassinated you. He is your son. Power struggle. I also met a father-killing prince not long ago. What's more, our queen is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Aum's father, his husband was cut by him. Sheng casually. Barbara Gordon's eyes widened. Atlanta's calm expression finally changed, as if she was surprised that Sheng would know such secret things. I didn't die and took the opportunity to leave Atlantis. Although OM found out that I was missing, he couldn't make a statement. He used the topic to tell Mela to attack the land. The reason I did this was just to clarify one thing. Atlanta's eyes suddenly became sharp. At that moment, she didn't seem to be a woman wearing casual clothes in a shabby bar, but a queen sitting on the throne of Atlantis in a full dress and a crown. Who took my other son? Don't you only have OM as a son? Barbara Gordon asked in surprise. He also has an illegitimate child, a hybrid born with humans. Sheng said casually. The purpose of Atlanta's suspended animation is to hide in the dark to see who caught Aquaman Arthur Curry. The object of her suspicion should be Aum, right? After all, Arthur Curry's identity was exposed, the most influential Aum, and he had an extra elder brother for no reason. It is very likely that he will lose the opportunity to inherit the throne. I've heard of you, but I didn't expect you to know so much about Atlantis. Atlanta raised her eyebrows and looked at Sheng slightly. Few people know about the illegitimate son Arthur Curry, don't say anything. People on the land, even if few people know Atlantis, how did he know? The heroes on the land are nearby, but no one finds himself in suspended animation and hides here. But he found it easily. Atlanta raised her eyebrows slightly. Do you know where my son is? If you are willing to help me find him, you will be the only landed guest of Atlantis. Is there any benefit to being the only VIP on land? Sheng asked. Atlanta didn't say a word, as if she was disdainful of the introduction. Sheng smiled and asked with interest, if Atlantis is about to encounter an unprecedented disaster, you have only one choice. Do you choose to save Atlantis? Or your son? It depends on the extent of the disaster. Atlanta didn't ask Sheng why he had such a choice, but thought about it wisely and seriously. If you don't resist, the loss probably won't be heavy, it's nothing more than the reputation suffered. If you resist. Sheng thought for a while. It may be annihilated. Will be ruled by land people. Atlanta asked again. Sheng shook his head, no, it's just going to take something away. I choose my son. Atlanta said solemnly. My responsibility has been carried long enough. I can't carry it on forever. Atlantis needs a new king to bear all this. This is the king's mission. Su Sheng nodded and stopped talking, and Atlanta stopped talking. This made Barbara Gordon a bit at a loss. Why didn't she talk a lot after talking about it? After a while, Atlanta spoke slowly. My son is still alive. Do you know where my son is? You came to me to negotiate terms, so, what do you want? Nipton's trident. Su Sheng said with a chuckle. Atlanta frowned instantly. That is a weapon passed down from generation to generation in Atlantis. Only the ruler of Atlantis is qualified to use it. It is a symbol of royal power and can give orders to the people of Atlantis. It can control the power of the sea, set off wind and waves, create a tsunami, and release a powerful electric current. I don't need your popular science introduction, give it or not. Since Su Sheng asks for it, he must know what the purpose of this thing is. This is the weapon after Arthur Curry became Aquaman and the symbol of status, so it is also called the Aquaman Trident. He noticed that Aum was not using this, but a five-dented halberd. I want to know what you are going to do. Atlanta said. Collect. Atlanta was slightly angry when she heard the words, and after a moment of silence she suddenly got up and went to the room where she came out. After a while, she returned with a golden trident that was more than 1 meter long. Neptune's trident, Aquaman's trident. Atlantis put the trident on the table and looked at Su Sheng. Su Sheng looked at it and nodded with satisfaction and then directly released a vibe wormhole. He was sent to the parallel world. Atlantis now lives in that world, an Atlantis who is not silent on the bottom of the sea. You should be easy to find. Looking at the vibe wormhole and listening to Su Sheng's shocking words, Atlanta was not too shocked, but took a deep look at Su Sheng and turned and walked in without saying a word. Ha! Vibe's wormhole disappeared, and Atlanta was gone. She believes in you that way? Barbara Gordon asked in surprise. She is a smart person, I'm afraid. She should have guessed that the one who really took her son was not the other son Aum but me. Su Sheng chuckled lightly. What? Barbara Gordon looked at Su Sheng dumbfounded. You took his son? Why? There are so many whys, not everything has a reason. If you really want to say it, you can only say that he is more unlucky. Su Sheng handily sent the Aquaman trident back to the disciple with vibe wormhole for Joan Myun to put away temporarily. Then he turned around and said. Okay, let's go see the excitement. The two came out of the bar and walked towards the beach. Densely packed soldiers, weapons lined up on the shore. The sea is rough and the Atlanteans seem to emerge from the bottom of the sea at any time. Not far away. In a temporary command center, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, The Flash and Green Light Guy Gardner form their own groups. Although they also cooperate and communicate with the military, they do not interfere with each other. War may be unavoidable. Batman said quietly. Get ready to go to war. The others were silent and didn't say anything, and there was no need to say anything. At the moment, this situation really can only be solved by force. And many more. In silence, Wonder Woman suddenly said and stood up with joy, he came. Who? Who's here? Guy Gardner asked in a daze. The others were also shocked, and thought of someone instantly. Su Sheng. Ha! The light of lightning lit up. The flash went out in an instant, and Wonder Woman and others also went out. As soon as I left, I saw a couple of men and women walking by the coast. Su Sheng. Barbara. Several people reacted differently. Admittedly. Su Sheng is a bad guy and a villain. Powerful and unscrupulous can be said that Batman, The Flash, and Superman are all a headache, and Guy Gardner has a deep understanding. After all, Green Lantern's headquarters was half destroyed by him. But it is undeniable that the appearance of Su Sheng really gave everyone a wave of hope. Get closer and closer. Su Sheng speeded up slightly and went straight to Wonder Woman Diana, who also walked forward. Step by step, the two got closer and closer. Su Sheng opened her arms with a bright smile, Diana took 3 steps and 2 steps with her long legs to the front of Su Sheng 2.2. Boom! Diana suddenly raised her fist and hit Su Sheng's lower abdomen, instantly knocking Su Sheng away. Boom! Su Sheng smashed heavily on the rocks near the beach. Everyone was stunned. What the hell is this? Why did you do it suddenly? What are you doing? Barbara Gordon was stunned to block Diana's angry shout. Diana glanced at Barbara Gordon and didn't say anything. She jumped up and jumped over Barbara Gordon and fell to Su Sheng. Hole. Diana yelled at Su Sheng, ignoring that he hadn't gotten up yet, lying on the ground suddenly rushed over and kissed him. This girl is going crazy. How come every time you meet you do it first and then make it out? Feeling the fierceness and longing from Diana's kiss, Su Sheng responded and turned to change positions with her. It won't work if she doesn't suppress her arrogant arrogance. With so many people, I don't want face. Blind. Completely blind. The people who ate this wave of dog food were so tired. They were wondering why Diana had S*X with Su Sheng, but in a blink of an eye, the two of them kissed each other. This selflessness seemed to be possible at any time. Two people. Definitely, the meaning of too dry is different. Cough cough cough. Batman coughed and turned his head slightly and pulled Barbara Gordon, who looked a little uncomfortable, to the side and asked. The others also turned around. They didn't want to have enough dog food. After a long while, Su Sheng separated from Diana. Su Sheng got up and pulled her up and hummed, "Why do you scold me as Ibby ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Diana said. Are we, or the 12 Atlantis? This topic turns really blunt. Sheng curled his lips and didn't ask. Why did Diana do it? Because when he was fighting with Ares, who was resurrected by the Black Lantern ring, he mentioned Sheng. What Black Lantern is best at is to provoke people to care about their relatives and friends, although Diana knew it was fake. But I still feel uncomfortable. Rumbling. There was a burst of screaming waves, and everyone hurriedly looked at it, and saw huge amounts of tsunami in the distant sea. There was a man on the top of the wave walking up the wave. Aum. With the appearance of Aum, countless figures gradually appeared in the tsunami, both cold and hot soldiers. By the way, don't look at Atlantis living on the bottom of the sea. People like Arthur Curry, Aum, and Mela have special abilities, but in fact Atlantis's technological level is quite developed. The war has begun. Batman said gravely. The waves intensified, and Aum waved forward with a long fork in his hand. The tsunami instantly screamed towards the shore roar. The huge amounts of tsunami seemed to swallow the world, which caused the soldiers in the distance to panic instantly. The power of nature cannot be countered by humans. According to this posture, I am afraid that these soldiers on the land will have to be abandoned if a tsunami comes. The tsunami must be stopped. I'm coming. Green Lantern said without being told to fly directly. The green light energy released instantly and a long and high wall appeared on the beach. Boom! The tsunami hit. Green Lantern clenched his wrists and clenched his teeth. At the same time, Aum led the Atlanteans rushed over and jumped over the fence. Although the war didn't come suddenly, it was very fast, and it was a direct exchange of fire in a blink of an eye. The yellow lightning light shuttled quickly. Batman, Wonder Woman mixed in the crowd. Superman flew up and rushed towards Aum. Soldiers of humans in the distance have joined the battle in a melee, a thorough melee. Send me back to get the equipment. Barbara Gordon hurried to Sheng and yelled eagerly. In such a melee, the lack of equipment really affects the strength. What's the hurry? Sheng cast a glance and chuckled. Even if you put on the equipment, you can't improve your strength. Didn't you find that Mela didn't show up? Sheng said that Barbara Gordon also reacted. Looking around, she really didn't see Mela. Mayela's strength is not weak, and the red light is added. Strictly speaking, her threat was greater than Aum. Stay by my side, there will be a good show. Sheng said with a smile. Barbara Gordon hesitated for a moment and shook his head. You'd better send me back to get the equipment, even if I can't help much, I can't watch it here. It's up to you. Sheng curled his lips to release Vibe Wormhole and sent her back. The Flash is fast but not very destructive. There are too many Atlantis people. Hey, help me. Green Lantern yelled to the Flash. The Flash ran to the fence for a moment, shaking his equipment quickly with both hands to disperse the tsunami. At the same time, Green Lantern was not idle either, pushing the wall as if to push the tsunami back. The two joined forces and saw the tsunami move away from the shore a little bit, gradually dissipating. Roar! The Flash bent over and hung his hands to gasp, and Green Lantern fell a little tired. Boom! Suddenly a red light beam hit, and Green Lantern didn't even react and was hit and blasted out instantly. A red light burst out from the sea, it was the red light Mela. As the saying goes, catch the thieves first. Although Aum is now the king of Atlantis, the most difficult thing in the eyes of Batman and others is Mela. It is also the power of the Lantern Ring. Mela Green is angry. Lantern can't stop it, and even Superman doesn't seem to take any advantage. As soon as Mela appeared, Wonder Woman greeted her. The two fought fiercely together, and then, the Flash returned to the battle, saving lives while facing the Atlanteans, and Green Lantern joined the battle against Mela. His neck shattered and the Atlantean slowly fell to the ground. Next to Vibe, the wormhole opened, and Barbara Gordon returned to join the battle. Ah! Sheng turned his head and glanced at Batman and smiled. Wait! Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the side, and Wonder Woman was lying in the deep pit on the ground with an excited smile, got up and rushed over again. What can you do? He asked in a deep voice. The war didn't seem to stop at all. I don't know when Batman quietly came to Sheng's side. Sheng stood in the crowd, shouting and killing around one after another. He yelled and stabbed the long fork to Sheng, but suddenly heard the cracking sound of clicking, and the long fork was short in response. He couldn't help but raised his head in shock and saw Sheng smiled brilliantly, stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck directly. I don't know if it was because Sheng didn't do it or because he didn't look easy. After standing for a long time, he finally waited until a reckless Atlantis rushed towards him with a long fork. Wait for the enemy. 667. According to the timeline of the plot, Steppenwolf should be coming soon, right? Click. Wait. What are you waiting for? Batman couldn't help asking in surprise. The number of human, Atlantean corpses is increasing day by day. Long, long ago, Steppenwolves invaded the Earth with an army of demons. Amazons, Atlantis, ordinary humans, old gods, Green Lantern and others joined forces to drive the Steppenwolves away. Although Steppenwolves left, they left behind 3 mother boxes of Apocalypse stars. The mother box is Apocalypse star technology. The performance can release the explosive sound channel for transmission, and at the same time can trace the source of energy, change the gravitational constant of a region, transfer energy from one place to another, perceive danger, perceive life, create a field of force, and rearrange material. The molecular structure absorbs or projects powerful shock bursts, creates an electronic network, controls the mental state of the subject to communicate with other life forms, takes over and controls unconscious machines, conscious machines, and maintains the subject's life form in harsh environments. Definitely, most of these abilities are reflected in the cyborg, which is closely related to the mother box. The ordinary mother box is more like an electronic device, but more high-end. 3 mother boxes. One is in the hands of the Amazons on Paradise Island, one is in Atlantis under the sea, and the other is in the custody of humans. The mother box kept by humans at the moment should be in the Red Room laboratory, right? Cyborg should not have been born yet. It definitely doesn't matter if Steppenwolf doesn't come anyway. Su Sheng's goal is not Steppenwolf. Batman wanted to ask what enemy he was waiting for, but the Atlanteans had already rushed towards him, and he had no choice but to give up temporarily and continue fighting. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the air, and Su Sheng looked up and saw Mela slammed Green Lantern out with a fist, and at the same time fought with Wonder Woman fiercely. Hey, has she already learned to fly? Su Sheng looked for a moment and suddenly realized something was wrong. Mela couldn't fly originally, but flight was not a problem because of the light ring, but Diana naturally could only jump and there was no way to flight, but now the two of them fought fiercely in the air. Su Sheng chuckled and turned his head to look towards Aum. Superman had already suppressed Aum, but for a short time it seemed that it was difficult to tell the outcome. It's so pretty. The battle between Wonder Woman and Mela made Su Sheng feel pleasing to the eye, and for a while, the two seemed incomparable. What should I do? Su Sheng squeezed his chin and thought about preparing to visit Atlantis. I don't know what the sunken city will be like. Thinking of this, Su Sheng walked directly to the beach and jumped directly into the sea. When he threw Arthur Curry to Earth 2, he tried to replicate Arthur Curry's ability, but his regular abilities were relatively ordinary and he had no chance to go deep into the sea before. Su Sheng now feels that Aquaman is in the sea. How special is Sir Curry's ability on the sea floor? The temperature, depth, water pressure, etc. in the sea have no effect on him. He can see in the dim sea without affecting his eyesight. He can swim at a speed of 10,000 feet per second and he can suck freely. Interestingly, Su Sheng found himself able to communicate with marine life and control them. While going deep into the bottom of the sea, Su Sheng controls all kinds of creatures in the sea to swim by his side and lead the way. I have to say that the seabed is indeed very beautiful, which is a completely different landscape from that on land. Not for a while. Su Sheng saw a city, an undersea city. Su Sheng even discovered a large sea field, not knowing what kind of plant it was planting. Stop! Just as Su Sheng was about to swim to Atlantis, a crisp voice sounded behind him. Su Sheng stopped and turned around, and saw a young girl in a tight blue scaly suit staring at her with guard and alert. The two looked at each other, and Su Sheng smiled brightly after a few seconds. What's up? The girl looked at Su Sheng carefully. Seeing that he seemed to be unaffected by the pressure of the deep sea and could freely suck and roar, the alertness on her face faded a little, but she was still vigilant and asked, "A war is going on, what are you doing when you come back? Do you consider yourself to be an Atlantean?" Su Sheng chuckled secretly, and replied in a serious manner. Just because the battle above was too fierce, we couldn't make any progress on the shore so we came back to find support. Whose order? The girl did not relax her vigilance at all. Is the water magic of Atlantis? Great! Su Sheng looked at her with a smile. The prince? Not the king. It seems that this girl does not support Aum. What's your name? Landman, I knew your identity from the beginning. Tula said and shot fiercely. Me? The girl was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Su Sheng would ask her name so calmly. After a pause, she whispered. My name is Tula. I heard that swimming can lose weight, so it makes sense. Atlantis people don't seem to be fat, and they are all in good shape. Su Sheng chuckled lightly, and the whole person chased him up like a torpedo missile. Tula. Water girl. As soon as Su Sheng thought about it, Tula's hands suddenly lit up, and her magical power surged. A hurricane in the sea formed between her hands and blasted towards Su Sheng directly. Aum! How could this land man be more comfortable than the transients in the sea? Not at all affected, not to mention that the strength seems to be better than himself. She could feel that the other party was not serious at all, because the pair of black eyes kept peeking around on her body. Long legs that swing quickly, a swimming posture. Fighting, Tula found something was wrong. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. You dare to straighten the name of Prince Roar. The girl snapped in an instant. P.S. Going back to a topic I said before, every superhero has a follower, and Atlantis is no exception. It is more famous as the Water Girl and the Water Boy, or can also be called the Sea Girl and the Sea Boy. There are 2 generations of the Water Girl, and the first generation is Tula. This character has appeared in the cartoon Juvenile Justice League and is also a member of the Juvenile Titans. No, I can't go on like this. Although I don't know the situation on the land, but this person is a trouble and must be resolved as soon as possible. Tula suddenly released a water cone magic to force Su Sheng back and then turned and swam quickly towards the city. Past. Fighting in the sea is not the same as on land, but Su Sheng copied Aquaman's ability just now and copied Tula's ability, which has no effect at all. The two fought flexibly and fiercely. Don't think Tula was just a girl, but the strength was not small. They just released the magic and now attacked in close proximity, quite a bit of a posture of both magic and martial arts. Su Sheng chuckled and drew away for an instant, then chuckled and said with a chuckle at the rushing Tula. Very clever, I thought you were fooled by me. Boom! There was a burst of water, and Tula could already feel the waves of the water behind him without turning his head. She speeded up and rushed towards the city, and as long as she arrived at the city guard, she would find that she would be able to solve the landmen together at that time. This man is definitely a spy. He must have come to investigate the situation in Atlantis and sabotage, by the way. If there is a problem in the base camp during the war, it will definitely affect the situation of the war. If it hadn't happened to be discovered by himself, I'm afraid his trickery would have succeeded. At first, Tula didn't really think much about seeing him, but was just a little curious about how someone would come back at this time, but the response of the other party instantly made her react wrong. He doesn't seem to know himself. The Atlanteans also have ordinary people, but they will not participate in this war. They are carefully selected fighters who can go with the army, and there is no reason for these fighters not to know her. After all, Tula's strength and status it's not unknown in Atlantis. If something happens and someone needs to come back and seek support, it is impossible to find someone who doesn't even know him. It's near, it's near. It's getting closer and closer to the city. Tula was about to speak and Roar shouted but suddenly saw the city glow with dazzling light. The next moment, huge amounts of impact. Roar screamed. Tula didn't wait for the reaction to what happened. Flew out 057 backwards, shaken by this shock. Boom! She felt that she had hit something hard and generous, and then she felt she was hugged and changed positions. It's that spy. Tula was stunned and just about to make a move. He heard the other person say, "It's not like being washed away, don't move, your small body can't withstand the impact of this intensity." You help me." Tula was stunned and asked angrily, "What did you do?" "You said this impact. It has nothing to do with me or people on the land." The impact of the water flow continued. This high pressure caused the surrounding rocks and buildings to collapse and shatter in an instant, but Su Sheng turned as if it had no effect. He glanced at it. "Your real enemy is here." "The real enemy? Who do you think your enemy is?" "Land people." "Stop it, it's the war initiated by Aum." Su Sheng looked at Tula and interrupted with a smile as if he wanted to explain. "You want to say that because the land people killed Atlanta?" "Stop it, the one who killed Atlanta is your Aum." "What about the evidence? Where is Aum's evidence?" Tula sneered, "Aum is a prince, how could he kill the queen?" "Do you know why Mela is angry?" "Because the queen has an illegitimate child on land, Mela is responsible for ensuring her safety. However, the illegitimate child is gone, so Mela feels so angry that she is dereliction of duty. Guess, Ambitious has always wanted to eliminate when OM of the landman repeatedly proposed to attack the land and was rejected and then found out that he had an extra brother. Would he do anything irrational? Ambition is confusing. Why didn't Aum prepare a funeral for the queen? Why can't I show actual evidence? Why, you haven't seen the queen's body. A series of why Tula was silent, wanted to explain but couldn't tell. She couldn't explain these doubts at all. The aftermath of the impact is over, let's go see your real enemy. Sheng chuckled and turned and swam towards the city of Atlantis. Tula hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether he should believe him, but in the end she decided to follow it first. What's your name? Tula hesitation asked. Sheng. Sheng smiled lightly. After a while, the two came to the city. Mud and sand filled the city. Countless buildings were destroyed in the impact. Soldiers and residents suffered heavy casualties. Oh my God, how could this happen? Seeing such a miserable situation, Tula couldn't help feeling grief-stricken, but instead of going to help, she swam towards the center. That's it. The direction of the treasure house. Tula was stunned and accelerated for an instant. The roof of the treasure house seemed to have been flattened. In front of the stone platform in the center stood a tall man in armor and a double-horned helmet. This man held huge amounts of an axe in his hand. His hand stroked a box on the stone platform. Mother box. Stop! Tula screamed and rushed to hit her with a fist. The opponent gently leaned back with a sneer and disdain, and hit her abdomen directly with a fist. Boom! A huge amount of power that Tula had never experienced came in an instant. At that moment, she felt as if her body was penetrated. The huge amounts of power made her fly out and disappear in a blink of an eye like a cannonball. She didn't know how long it took to fly, her body gradually slowed down. Region. She levitated and twitched, spreading her limbs slowly and sinking slowly. Punch. Stepping on the floor of the treasure house with both feet, Sheng walked out slowly. P.S. The big boss of the Steppenwolf movie Justice League, a member of the new Protoss, the uncle of Darkseid and the Pawn. Steppenwolf. Sheng looked at Steppenwolf and shook his head slightly. For ugly people, it is cruel to look closely. So Sheng just glanced at it and didn't look it up carefully. He can only say that he is uglier than the length in the movie. Sheng shook his head gently and looked straight at Steppenwolf. What did you just say? Kneel down, right? It was just a lap that Tula was seriously injured and fainted. He shouted arrogantly. Suddenly, the barrier slowly separated. Surrender or die. Wasteland Wolf doesn't know Sheng's kindness. He thinks Sheng is afraid of himself and dare not look at it. Since you are looking for death, I will fulfill you. After I kill you, I will kill all the Atlantis people. The wasteland roared horribly and smashed at Sheng with a huge axe. Kneel. Here is the second one. Wasteland Wolf said solemnly. Kneel down. Sheng walked over with a chuckle and glanced at the mother box that was already held by Steppenwolf. Your first goal is Atlantis. Where do you go next? Who is kneeling? Steppenwolf first reacted in a daze. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. So you've been to Amazon? Sheng frowned slightly, wondering how sad Diana would be when she heard the news. The sea around the treasure house violently rolled up and retreated to the surroundings to form a barrier of huge amounts of water. The water in the barrier was flowing quickly. You can imagine the power of a high-pressure water gun. Steppenwolf's axe is called an electric axe, which sounds unremarkable or even a bit low, but in fact it is an extremely sharp and powerful axe. As the military commander of the Apocalypse Star, the uncle of Darkseid, the leader of the demon-like army, how can the weapons of Steppenwolves be ordinary? The axe has no knife yet, and the sharp and cold breath is already oncoming. This axe sinks vigorously, and Kwai Roa has come to Sheng's eyes in the blink of an eye. Boom! The speed force suddenly started, time seemed to have become still at this moment, and the movement of Steppenwolf became extremely slow. The axe approached slowly and slowly, Su Sheng slid sideways to avoid and grabbed the axe and slammed into the wasteland wolf with a punch. Boom! Steppenwolf only felt a flower in front of him, and he felt a sharp pain on his face after the axe that he was bound to win, and he subconsciously let go of the axe and flew away. His body smashed through the water barrier, and the strong water pressure directly shattered the armor on his body. His hand stubbornly grasped the mother box, and his head went blank. Senseless. He was a little stunned. Boom! 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 The impact sounded one after another, and the angle of flight made the Steppenwolf hit an unknown number of buildings, and the rocks gradually moved upwards. If so, his speed didn't seem to slow down, and he flew all the way out of the bottom of the sea in the blink of an eye, and flew to the surface of the sea. Boom! The waves splashed, and Wasteland Blue's huge body rushed into the air before falling down. There was a loud bang. Steppenwolf smashed a hole in the ground, and several hapless Atlanteans were crushed into meatloaf under him. The sudden change caused the two sides of the battle to stop instantly, each looking at it with surprise. Who is this? A landman or an Atlantean? Who brought him up? Both parties were guessing separately, but suddenly saw a burst of the same light appearing above the person, like a teleportation array that distorted the space. The sound was loud and harsh. The light shone on him, and he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Afterwards, the light disappeared and returned to peace. Ha! Another sound came from the direction of the sea, and one person broke through the sea holding an axe and flew over in an instant. Running? Su Sheng glanced at the steppe wolf whose pit on the ground had disappeared. Su Sheng curled his lips and looked around. Go on, Diana, I have something to tell you. Diana stunned and fell to Su Sheng's side. Su Sheng held an axe in one hand and an arm around Diana's shoulders and turned and left. What the hell is this? This is a war between the sea and the land. Please be more serious, okay? Do you think it's a filming, and you just say you get stuck, so respect us, okay? The person just now was a wasteland wolf. Su Sheng said softly. She's Steppenwolf. Diana was taken aback. He didn't expect him to be Steppenwolf. Su Sheng and her mother Hippolyte have talked about the steppe wolf many times. At the time, her mother Hippolyte asked her to stay on the disciple and follow Su Sheng to become stronger and able to cope with the wasteland that will appear in the future. Wolf. Now. Steppenwolves finally appeared. You heard him. What is he doing here? Diana hurriedly asked. The mother box of the Apocalypse Star was left from the last time it invaded the Earth. This thing can destroy the Earth in simple terms. There are 3 in total, 1 here, 1 in the Paradise Island, and 1 in human hands. The box he was holding. Diana reacted instantly. I want to go back to Paradise Island. You should go back, because Steppenwolf's first stop is not here. Diana's face turned ugly in an instant, and Su Sheng directly released Vibe Wormhole. Diana didn't say much and jumped in. What's the matter? Oracle Barbara Gordon ran over and hurriedly asked. The real enemy has appeared, and both Paradise Island and Atlantis have been attacked, so, let's hurry up and solve the immediate matter first. Su Sheng said simply. The sound is not loud. But it was very clear on the battlefield where it stopped. Steppenwolf. Paradise Island was attacked, and Atlantis was also attacked. Aum's face turned ugly in an instant. He didn't know the situation on Paradise Island, but he saw that Steppenwolf and Su Sheng both came out of the sea. Is something really wrong? Aum looked at the battlefield and then at the sea. Hesitation gave the order to retreat for a moment. When they came, the Atlantis were densely populated, but when they returned, they were sparsely populated, leaving countless corpses on the coast. You. Just when Mela was ready to leave together in anger, Su Sheng suddenly raised his hand and shouted. You call me? Mela turned her head and stared at Su Sheng who was flying over. Steppenwolf told me in the treasury of Atlantis, either surrender or die. I will give you the same thing now, but not so extreme. Either surrender or return my things to me. Su Sheng chuckled lightly. Said. Su Sheng casually tilted her head away from her fingers and hooked slightly. Mei La instantly felt that the ring was loosening and she flew down. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This war should not be fought anymore. Get ready for a new war. I, the Master of the Rainbow Legion, your master. No. Mei stretched her hand and fell into the sea with a puff. I don't have yours, and you don't deserve to let me surrender. After entering the water, Mei La hurriedly got out, watching the ring fall into Su Sheng's hands in surprise and dazed. Boom. Since you don't want to surrender, you can only lose your qualifications to become a member of the Legion. Su Sheng glanced at Barbara Gordon, who was catching up, and didn't say a word. At a glance, several corpses of Amazon warriors were lying on the plain. The vibe wormhole lights up, and Su Sheng steps into it. The two disappeared, and the remaining people looked at each other. Su Sheng turned and fell slowly after speaking. Where do you think the lamp ring came from? Do you think who gave you the ability you used? Why? She couldn't help roaring. After Mei La became a red light, she could barely control her anger, but just like a bomb. Su Sheng's arrogant words naturally made her angry instantly. Turning around, the red light directly emitted a beam of energy and hit it. Paradise Island. Wait for me. Barbara Gordon shouted and rushed in. Oh my God. Barbara Gordon couldn't help exclaiming, whether it was the corpses of the Amazon warriors in the distance or the isolated Paradise Island amazed her. The iridescent light fixture showed a big hand to take all the corpses of the Amazon warriors. Su Sheng hugged Barbara Gordon and flew towards the center of the island. It seems that the building in the center of the island has not suffered much damage, and the loss is not disastrous. After Su Sheng and Barbara Gordon landed, they saw Hippolyte, Wonder Woman and Artemis, who hadn't seen them for a long time, came over. The guards came and took away the bodies one by one. Su Sheng introduced the identity of Barbara Gordon to them and then asked about the specific situation. The loss of Paradise Island was less than Su Sheng had imagined. Hippolyte had already prepared for the arrival of Steppenwolf. Artemis, the new goddess of dispute, has improved greatly over the years. But they still underestimated the strength of the Steppenwolves. After Hippolyte determined that they could not stop the Steppenwolves, he issued an order to give up the resistance and let the Steppenwolves take away the mother box so as not to increase more losses. What should I do now? Steppenwolf has already obtained 2 mother boxes. It would be troublesome if he could get the last mother box in human hands. Diana said with a serious face. Su Sheng shook his head. No trouble, even if he gets 3 mother boxes and wants to change the earth into a land of nowhere, he must have this opportunity to do it. Diana nodded, then let's go back and plan early, just because I have something for you. Okay. Su Sheng smiled brightly. Hippolyte and Artemis tried their best to retain the hope that Su Sheng could stay on Paradise Island for a while. After all, it was the first time in many years. But it's not the time to enjoy leisurely, so after a few greetings, Su Sheng left with Barbara Gordon and Diana. First, I returned to Amnesty Bend and let Barbara Gordon and Batman join together, followed Su Sheng and Diana directly, and flew to Diana's residence in Human Society. Paris. A 2-story apartment. After Su Sheng came in, he couldn't help but looked up curiously. The layout of the apartment is different from other girls' apartments. It lacks a lot of pink femininity, and the entire layout and decoration are full of elegance and dignity. The first floor is the living room, dining room, kitchen and a workshop, and the bedroom and collection room upstairs. Diana asked Su Sheng to go to the second floor to get things casually, and soon she turned back, holding the black lamp ring in her hand. The black lamp resurrected Ares, the god of war. This is what I got after defeating him. This thing is very dangerous, I think it's better to leave it to you. Diana handed the black lamp ring to Su Sheng. Su Sheng took it over and took a look. This ring was no different from Talia's. Pinch hard with your fingers. Click. The lamp ring instantly shattered into powder. Diana was shocked, surprised that Su Sheng was able to smash the ring at will. She had tried to destroy it before but failed at all. Clapping his hands, Su Sheng looked at Diana and raised his mouth slightly. The eyes were facing each other, and the atmosphere instantly became glamorous. Diana tilted her head slightly. I'm going to take a shower. What do you wash? Let's wash it together afterwards. Su Sheng gave Diana a smirk and hugged Diana upstairs. Boom! The bedroom door was kicked open by Su Sheng, and Diana was thrown heavily on the bed. After falling, she was about to get up and Su Sheng directly pressed it over, taking off her armor one by one, leaving only the knee-high boots. Kiss and caress. Diana's voice quickly rang. You came and I alternated up and down. It was not until the end that Diana seemed to be tamed. The boots were raised high and her head trembled, and her waist seemed to be broken. For a long time. The boots were thrown on the ground, and the perfectly slender ketone body nestled in Su Sheng's arms, enjoying the caress of Su Sheng's palm. I have something to give you. Su Sheng chuckled and patted her pretty waist and turned over. Diana slowly sat up and leaned against the head of the bed, a little curious. The vibe wormhole was released, and Su Sheng jumped in, then jumped back in a blink of an eye. There is an extra sword in his hand. This is... Diana saw Su Sheng's mouth raised in doubt. This is Wonder Woman's sword, but it's not you, but Earth 2's Wonder Woman's sword. I originally planned to collect this sword. It was created with the technology of Apocalypse. It has the same way as the mother box to release the blast channel for transmission. Although it is not sure which power is stronger than your Vulcan sword, at least there is no Vulcan sword to transmit this function. With this sword, it will be much more convenient for you to travel around in the future. Su Sheng explained. The me of Earth 2. She is not actually your double body. Although she is also called Wonder Woman, she is actually a new Protoss and she is not called Diana either. Su Sheng shook his head slightly. Then she. Diana looked at the sword is in hand. Is that Wonder Woman still alive? I'm alive. Su Sheng seemed to guess what Diana wanted to ask, chuckled, and handed the sword to Diana. Diana took the test and quickly showed an expression of excitement and satisfaction. The quality of this sword is no less than that of the Vulcan sword, or even stronger. Awesome, thank you. Diana put down her sword and said to Su Sheng. Su Sheng hugged Diana and said with a smile, just talk about it. Then, how do you want me to thank you? How about using your mouth to thank me? Su Sheng whispered a few words in Diana's ear with a smirk. Diana's face instantly turned red and a little embarrassed and shook her head and refused. Su Sheng didn't feel annoyed and just murmured a few words, and finally Diana nodded slightly unwillingly, and slowly squatted down with her legs bent. The night is long, but Su Sheng is full of energy. The sound in the room didn't stop almost overnight. The sky is getting bright, and the sun is gradually swaying. I don't know how long Su Sheng woke up with squinting eyes. The Diana beside him seemed to be awake as soon as he woke up. His eyes were facing each other. Su Sheng was a little surprised by Diana in the sun and planned to lower his head with a smile. After kissing, Diana pushed away. What are you doing? Su Sheng asked in astonishment. Diana smiled faintly. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Do you really want to kiss? Su Sheng chuckled silently. Amnesty Bend. When Su Sheng and Diana came over, the bodies of Atlantis and humans had been cleaned up, leaving only pieces of war remains. Most of the military's strength has been withdrawn, and only a few remain responsible for other things. Although it has not been formally established, the few people who can barely be regarded as the Justice League are still there. Entering their temporary headquarters, Su Sheng unexpectedly discovered that Barbara Gordon was missing. but there was one more person. Mela. You are here just right. Batman said in a deep voice first. There was an accident in the Red Room laboratory last night. Steppenwolf's subordinates attacked the laboratory and caused an explosion. The mother box was also taken away. How did you know? Sheng walked to the side and sat down and asked casually. Batman paused and said, Lexer Luthor has passed. I checked his secret file and found out about the 12 Steppenwolves. Sheng shrugged clearly. Batman could find that it was normal. Sheng glanced at Diana, and Diana spoke briefly about the Steppenwolves, the new gods and the old gods, and the invasions in ancient times to let them understand the situation. In other words, the most important thing at the moment is to find the whereabouts of Steppenwolves. I have tried to locate the mother box through satellites. It's a pity. Batman shook his head slightly. The technological gap made him somewhat helpless. Do you have a way? Batman looked at Sheng. Sheng shook his head slightly. Why bother looking for Steppenwolf now? As long as Steppenwolves are ready to act, they will find them naturally. You look for it slowly, I'll go back first. Sheng got up and stopped Diana to kiss and then prepared to leave the headquarters. As soon as he went out with his front foot, Mela chased him out with his back foot. Can I talk to you? Mela asked after coming up. Sheng glanced at her roar's chest and said with a chuckle, the first time I issued an order to the Legion members to find the Lantern Beast, you did not respond. The second time, I asked you to surrender, and you refused. Since you don't want to be a member of the Rainbow Legion, what else can I talk to you? Mela stroked her finger with the lamp ring and raised her head, I need your help. I owe you. Sheng raised an eyebrow and sneered. Mela shook her head, I found Tula. She was seriously injured. She told me something when she was awake. I went to Aum to question, but Aum expelled me from Atlantis. I want to rescue Tula. I want to confirm whether the Queen's death was caused by OM. I want to avenge the people of Atlantis and defeat the Steppenwolves. I need your help. I need the red light ring. Mela's body gradually bends, kneeling on the ground and looking up at Sheng. I want to rejoin the Legion. Without the red light ring, her strength is still one of Atlantis's best. But now Aum is commanding Atlantis, Tula is seriously injured and unconscious, even if it is not easy for Mela to save others. Not to mention avenging the Queen, avenging the Atlanteans. So after she was expelled, she went to the land to find the Justice League, which was still an enemy before, and asked for information about Steppenwolves and asked them to help rescue Tula. But Batman refused. The reason is also very simple. If they help save people, it is likely to trigger a war with Atlantis again, and now the most important thing is to face Steppenwolves. But even though Batman refused, he still gave Mela an idea, that is to find Sheng. You want to be like this, you want to be like that, do you think you can do whatever you want? What do you think the Rainbow Legion is? Join if you want to join. Sheng looked condescendingly at Mela, this angle is really amazing. The V-neck tights are fierce and oppressive. Too fierce. Mela gritted her teeth. I can give up the identity of Atlantis and stay in the Legion after everything is resolved, and let you send it. What do you do if I ask you to do it? Sheng asked with interest. Yes. Mela said solemnly. This is your last chance. Sheng took out the red light ring before and threw it to Mela, bring Tula back and find me in the disciple. The ring will tell you where the disciple is. Mela was overjoyed and hurriedly put on the red light ring. In an instant, the light of the light ring lit up, and the uniform of the red light sacred emblem covered her body. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Bell bell bell. Disciple number. This is the serious boss. Sheng chuckled disapprovingly and said, I didn't think about me, what call did you call me? It shouldn't be because of the Raptor team. Felicity, Laurel or Thea might be called, but it's not very likely. You. Are you begging me for something or a private matter? Don't you think you should have an attitude of asking for someone? The phone rang suddenly, and Sheng glanced at the corner of his mouth slightly raised to connect to the phone. Little cat, do you miss me? There's a doctor in the Red Room lab named Silas Stone and his son named Victor Stone. He was originally a rugby star but was seriously injured yesterday by a demon attack. Although he survived, he absorbed the mother box molecule of the Apocalypse Star, has become a cyborg in cyborg existence. Go and see if you can use your ability to understand some of the technologies of the Apocalypse Star together with the mother box. Sheng commanded. In fact, he doesn't care much about Steppenwolves, and he is not Darkseid. In the movie, Superman alone overthrew Steppenwolves. Although it doesn't seem to be so exaggerated according to the current situation, it should not be difficult to deal with. Therefore, Sheng is more looking forward to the Black Death Emperor. Sheng smiled and said, "It's a coincidence, I don't know either. So does his death have anything to do with you and me?" "I understand." With a smile, Indigo Yenran turned into digitized form and disappeared. Whether Cyborg is dead or not, Sheng really doesn't care. Indigo nodded and said, "In this case 410. That person may die." Sheng is back. Drinking coffee made by Joan Myun, Sheng called out Indigo. "Ghosts miss you a *****. Catwoman's voice rang from the phone. Indigo shook his head. "Do you know him?" Sheng raised an eyebrow and asked. Sheng waved his hand and directly teleported away through the Vibe wormhole, while Mela jumped into the sea and returned to Atlantis.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.